And because I'm in plan mode, it's not going to overwrite any of the changes, and this will just go ahead. Okay, and let's check. The tail should be following it now, so let's see if it's true. And yes, alright, so now it does follow. And yeah, so even though the tail is dynamic, but it's still getting the wrong kind of position. So I'm gonna do this again, and then try to sort this out. Occasionally you will hit errors like this, and in a lot of cases, you want to get to the bottom of this. So what you can do is you paste this in, and we have 42% context left, so I think that should be enough. I'm going to switch this to extra high reasoning to see if we can fix it, okay? Because sometimes these positional things in which are dynamic can be quite tricky. So I'm going to say you fix the position in terms of it being dynamic, but you will see from the image reference that the carrots are not anywhere close to the characters, especially on the vertical axis. Think about what the root cause is and fix it. And so in this case, you're going to use extra high reasoning. It's going to use more of your context, and it's going to be using more of your usage, but it might be worth it if it's going to be able to fix it. So this is an approach that you can take. Otherwise, you can also switch over to Claude Code and see if Opus 4.6 is going to be able to fix it. So that's the other point that I'm trying to demonstrate here. Is like doing any vibe coding or AI assisted coding stuff. Just make use of multiple models, right? I'm on the $20 ChatGPT plan, and I am on max right now on Claude Code, but I have downgraded. I'm on the max, I'm not just the 5x limit, and given my usage on GPT, I've given my much increased usage on Codex. I believe at the end of this subscription cycle, I am dropping down to Pro. And it seems that it has fixed this, so let's actually just take a quick look. Yep, that looks right now, okay. So it is getting a bit better, but it's not quite got it. So the way that you can also fix this rather than you taking screenshots is that you can use Playwright as a way to take pictures, and maybe I can give it a shot right now. Use Playwright to test it. You will need to wait a while for the rotation and the cutscene to occur, but the player's bubble is now occluding it, given its position. Okay, so it's actually kicked off. I didn't actually touch that, I was trying to do something else, but you can see it's actually kicked off. Playwright is press the menu button. This is all running by itself, and we're going to let the AI click through and figure out what's going on and what's the problem that it's facing. Okay, I think it's taking a screenshot, and it probably didn't think about the fact that it needs to get past the first dialogue, so it should do that. So I'll tell it, you need to skip past the enemy dialogue to get to the player. You might have actually done it. Let's take a look. No, it's still sitting on the enemy dialogue. Let's kick that in so that it will do that. Okay, alright, so you can see it is taking screenshots, and what it does is that it takes a screenshot and then actually it did do correctly. So I'm looking at the wrong window. So you can see I was looking at the wrong window. This is my own window. I maligned it. It actually is taking pictures. So you can see here the AI is pretty smart. It might have been because of my prompt, but ultimately you can see it's taking screenshots of the intro. So you can see here enemy 1. It has taken a screenshot. Okay, the leg looks fine, but then when it goes to line 2, it completely occludes the character. So that's how you can use Playwright to do your testing, especially for games. There are a lot of other new browser tools that allow you to do all this, but I haven't really checked them out. Playwright has just been in something that I've used in the past. It is a little bit slower. It doesn't always get things right, but it works pretty well for things like this, as you can see. Alright, so while it tries to fix the issue where it's just blocking the player, so I'm just going to use Claude now to look through it. So down here is which dialogue approach do you prefer? Alright, and this is the really cool thing that I like about Claude. And you can see which dialogue approach do you prefer for the opening cutscene. So you can just go through them, and it does really well at previewing it. And you can even add notes to this, but yeah, which dialogue approach do you prefer? So it says, Margrave sends his regards. You have been too difficult to find, not difficult enough. It seems, who's the Margrave? Whatever you told me. So that's a pretty interesting story there. And then this one is the toll road, right? So it says, okay, the pass has a toll now, leave your supplies on the way. So it's the front one, and then the ambush protocol, no retreat. Alright, so I like the first one. Alright. And I think that's one of the things about Claude's terminal user interface, or TUI, that as a harness puts it above the rest. And I think Codex will soon have this, but I really like how Claude has done this. Okay, it is completed now, and I will just quickly show you what happened. So you can see that it took a few iterations to finally get to it. So you can see, even though it fixed some reframing, and then first of all it took a default fix. So this was erroneous. This one had an error, and then after they tried to fix it, but it still was broken. And then after they tried to anchor the view, got a bit better, and they tested it, and then after they fixed it a few more times, And so now everything's working correctly now in the game. So I'll just show it to you. So I'm going to play the game. All right, and there you go. Cutscene starts. It goes to the enemy, and it goes there, and then there. Perfect. All right, so you can see that in this case, I allowed it to fix the errors on its own because I used a playwright to test it. And that's much better than you copy and pasting and you trying to figure it out on your own. And you can see that it was able to get to it because it was able to see. So you say, I found a real issue, we anchored the tail and all that stuff. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch back to codex, just medium is fine, and say add learnings to learnings, and then prompts to prompts, and then commit these changes. And let's just jump back to this. So it's now changed the cutscene. So it's going to say it's going to change the cutscene lines. But one thing I'm going to do before I do that is I'm going to say I recently made some small changes to how the dialogue speech bubbles look. So check for recent position changes and adapt to that. Because I don't want it to end up like reversing the changes that we made in order to make everything look correct. Okay, so at least that one's there. Okay, so now you can see the learnings are being written down here so that we can know what it did to fix it. And like I said again, the whole reason why I do this is that I am trying to make sure that everything I did to build this game from scratch, from the prompts that I use to the actual code, as well as the learnings and all the plans are all captured as part of this process. And the reason is that I am intending to release a lot of these kind of resources both for free as part of this YouTube channel, but also the main thing is part of builderpack.ai, which is where a lot of these tips and tricks and workflows and codes is going to live. So definitely want to check it out. Link is in the description below. The full game dev resources has not been officially launched yet, but if you get the All Access Pass today, you will get all of that as well as all my subsequent resources. So it's a one-time, lifetime subscription and you get everything. I'll also be doing one on iOS app development and many other things to come. So you can do clear context and bypass permissions, but it's only used 22%, so just bypass permissions and just implement this. Okay, so you can see, instead of saying prepare for battle, it's going to do like a subtext of familiar ring, and then it's going to give names to the rest of them. And then it's quite cool, right? Like I told you, this is why Opus is a bit more creative. It gives them Shadow and Assassin and different things like that, but it's kept the other characters' names. Alright, so it's King compile, this is done. So let's just take a look at the final result. Okay, so for the main game, go. The Margay census class you've been difficult to find. Not difficult enough, it seems. When Katniss is saying, who's the Margay? He said, what haven't you told me? Later, for now stay at range and cover my flank. This won't be later, not for either of you. And there you go. Alright, Protect, my friends, is every feature that I showed you that I wanted to do implemented in this video, showing you exactly how it worked when I build games such as this. So I really hope you enjoyed today's video. Give it a like if you found it helpful and useful. Hit that subscribe button. It really helps me, and thanks to all the existing subscribers who tune in every week. And don't forget to turn on a notification bell as well, so that you'll always be the first to know when new content like this drops. And if you haven't seen my other video where I actually showed you the early version of this game built directly from my phone using the remote control features both for Claude Code as well as Codex, definitely check out this other video over here. Alright, so till next time, I'll see ya.
And you always need a bad guy in a movie.
Now that's a moonshot, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome everybody to Moonshots, another episode of WTF here with DB2, AWG, and Salim. Salim, I guess I have to use a second, or what's your middle initial, Salim?
I don't have one.
Ah, all
You're
right.
kidding.
SI. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
We're gonna have to adopt one for you. Anyway, welcome to probably one of the most important podcasts around today, the podcast that helps you get ready for the future, ready for the supersonic tsunami. And we spend 20 hours a week summarizing what's going on so that you can get it in a good 90-minute session. Dave and AWG, you're just back from Davos, and that's the theme of our show today. A lot happening at Davos, a lot of conversations that are important for us to recount here. So, tell us, what was it like?
It's a lot of time zones away.
Yeah, a lot.
Actually, Larry Fink, who's the organizer this year, said he dropped, we should do this in Detroit next year.
How so?
That did not go over well across Europe. We want to include, more views from around the world. This exclusive resort town is just too swank. Let's go to Detroit.
Here's some fun photos of you guys. It was cold and sunny.
Is that Sandy Pentland?
Yeah, Sandy Pentland with his brass rat. Yeah, it's great to see him. He's a long timer. He's been there for, since the dawn of Davos.
Yeah, I would say there were robots on the streets, there were billionaires eating out of food trucks, and there were anti-aircraft guns on the ice pond.
Nice.
Wow.
And with Trump
There were
coming
actually
into town-
3,000, much more security than the past 6 years. 3,000 armed people in fatigues with machine guns going all the way halfway to Zurich. Actually, I was surprised. But, Donald Trump was there this year, so I guess they ratcheted it up. He attracts a crowd.
So Dave and Alex, what was the vibe like? What did it feel like there? I mean, you've been there numerous times. I was there once as a speaker, and it was just overwhelming beyond belief in terms of trying to find people there. It's a zoo, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a zoo. If I were to characterize what was different this year, it's kind of like the quintessential example is Alex was there. In past years, it was dominated by politicians and economic policy. Then it kind of moved to internet a little bit. This year, all AI, completely dominated by AI, which is encouraging. No one had anything intelligent to say other than the usual suspects, Dario and Dennis, the people we see all the time. But at least they were listening. Global leaders, presidents of pretty much every country, listening to pretty much all AI dialogue. So that gives you some hope that people are beginning to get ready. And the fact that Alex was there is kind of a bellwether of where it's likely to go. So Alex, I don't know, you want to...
Alex, what was your takeaway? Yeah.
It was, of course, amazing, and there really were robots in the streets. A couple of Frontier Labs had houses there. Imagine, for those who haven't had this experience, imagine almost a World's Fair or World Expo set in the Alps with major governments having their own houses, literally taking over storefronts, restaurants, convenience stores. Parenthetically, if anyone wants to make a killing at Davos next year, set up a restaurant. It is nearly impossible to find good food short of food trucks. At Davos, someone will make an absolute killing setting up a restaurant that's still a restaurant during Davos week. But imagine a World's Fair with the governments and the Frontier Labs and some of the major corporations and tech companies all on an equal footing, all hijacking or invasion of the body snatchers style, consuming the storefronts of an alpine resort town. And what you get is Davos. I had an amazing experience. I moderated something like 8 or 10 different events with OpenAI executives, DeepMind executives. I did a fun panel with Leon Jones, one of the co-creators of the Transformer architecture. You can see here one of my photos with U.S. Undersecretary of State Sarah Rogers and some absolutely amazing, and I think hopefully fruitful discussions about the era of GPU diplomacy that we find ourselves in. Discussions with Jack Hidary of Sandbox AQ and Daniela Rus, the head of MIT's Computer Science and AI Lab. I think it was an absolutely incredible experience, but I also think, to Dave's point, AI is the story. It's no longer a world where, and maybe just one more beat on this, it's no longer a world where governments get together to talk about governing the governed. It's now, I think, a world where AI and superintelligence is the story of the world economy. And I think just walking down the street and seeing the DHL robo-dogs walking around, or the humanoid robots taking a stroll from AI House, I think that exemplified what we're seeing in the global economy more macro.
Hey everybody, you may not know this, but I've got an incredible research team. And every week, myself and my research team study the meta trends that are impacting the world. Topics like computation, sensors, networks, AI, robotics, 3D printing, synthetic biology. And these meta trend reports I put out once a week enable you to see the future 10 years ahead of anybody else. If you'd like to get access to the Meta Trends newsletter every week, go to diamandis.com/metatrends. That's diamandis.com/metatrends. And that's a good transition to let's look at a little bit of the content from Davos.
比如那个
So what
屁
we've
股
done is
很
we've
臭，然后会
cherry-picked
变得
a
坏。
number of conversations. There's a huge amount of this flowing through X and various platforms. We've chosen a few to bring up here, listen to, and discuss amongst our moonshot mates. Let's begin with Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic. He was a rock star during Davos. And Jensen Huang. Let's listen to Dario first on the economy.
If you look at what AI is capable of, if you have these models that are getting more and more capable across a wide range of cognitive tasks, you look at all labor in the economy. That's something like $50 trillion a year. So I could easily imagine that the revenue of the industry or even single companies, if it's even 10% of that, could be $5 trillion a year. Now that's something we haven't seen in the history of the world. That creates all kinds of problems, as well as creating all kinds of growth.
And on to Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA here.
The largest infrastructure build out in human history. We're now a few $100 billion into it. So we're a few $100 billion into it. Larry and I, we get the opportunity to work on many projects together. There are trillions of dollars of infrastructure that needs to be built out, and it's sensible. It's sensible because all of these contexts have to be processed so that the AI, so that the models can generate the intelligence necessary to power the applications that ultimately sit on top. And so we have chip factories, computer factories, and AI factories all being built around the world.
So I saw a text this morning from Elon saying he expects to see $100 trillion company valuations coming up in the next, few years. I think he said 2030. When asked which company, it was Spacela, like the combination of SpaceX and Tesla. A trillion here, a trillion there. Salim, what are you thinking about these numbers being thrown around in the economy?
I start to look at this as becoming meaningless, right? In an abundance environment, kind of whether it's 10 trillion or 100 trillion, the whole thing becomes arbitrary and is not a real gauge of strength. What I found really interesting about the NVIDIA and the Dario conversation was they're on opposite ends of the stack, and they're kind of really saying roughly the same thing, because compute's becoming the new oil and the new electricity, and this is really just incredible stuff. It was amazing watching the output of the overall event from a distance.
Well, just in terms of tone too, Jensen, he sounds like he's talking to kindergarten. He's talking so slowly, and things that we talked about on the podcast are 100 times more detailed and sophisticated. That gives you a sense of the audience, like the world.
Yeah, he's talking to government people. He has to speak to kindergarten level.
And Dario's example of the global labor market is 50 trillion. Everybody get that? Okay. 5 trillion is an extreme lower bound of the part that can move to AI today. That's incredibly low. But even that justifies everything we're talking about now. You guys get it? It's that cadence of like, please try to keep up with me here. So there's a lot of that in this particular forum.
In my mind, this is all borderline obvious. Of course, capital in the form of AI is going to continue to substitute for labor. And of course, trillions of dollars of AI infrastructure capital build out will be needed to substitute for ultimately tens, maybe eventually hundreds of trillions of dollars of services and human labor per year. So I think, to Dave's point, this really is just spelling out the basic arithmetic of what a post-human economy looks like.
Yeah. A trillion here, a trillion there. All right, let's move on. I found this conversation we're about to share with everybody here pretty fascinating. For me, one of the highlights was seeing Demis Hassabis, the CEO of DeepMind, and Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic, on stage together and having these conversations. They're both viewed, I think, in the industry as good human individuals who care about society, and it's not about the revenue. It's not about how many users. Let's play these two, and then we'll talk about it. They're discussing the risks here, and should we slow down? What's the path humanity should take? All right, first up, Demis Hassabis.
Reasonable, there's fear and there's worries about these things like jobs and livelihoods.
I think there's a couple of things that, I mean, it's going to be very complicated the next few years, I think, geopolitically, but also the various factors here. Like, we want to solve all disease, cure diseases, come up with new energy sources. I think maybe the balance of what the industry is doing is not enough balance towards those types of activities. I think we should have a lot more examples. I know Dario agrees with me of like AlphaFold-like things that help sort of unequivocal goods in the world. And I think actually it's incumbent on the industry and all of us leading players to show that more, demonstrate that, not just talk about it, but demonstrate that. But then it's going to come with these other attendant disruptions. And if we can, maybe it would be good to have a bit of a slightly slower pace than we're currently predicting, even my timelines, so that we can get this right societally. But that would require some coordination that is hard.
All right, now we're to Dario Amodei, knocking at the door of risks.
AI is going to be incredibly powerful. I think Demis and I, kind of agree on that. It's just a question of exactly when. And because it's incredibly powerful, we'll do all these wonderful things. Will help us cure cancer. It may help us to eradicate tropical diseases. It will help us understand the universe. But that there are these, immense and grave risks that, not that we can't address them. I'm not a doomer. We are knocking on the door of these incredible capabilities, right? The ability to build basically machines out of sand. My view is this is happening so fast and is such a crisis, we should be devoting almost all of our effort to thinking about how to get through this.
Amazing clarity of message. Dave, was this the sense you had over there?
Yeah, absolutely. So, what's interesting is that, one of our partners, Mira Wilczek, presented a book written by AI back in 2020 on that main stage. And the global world kind of paid attention, and then COVID hit, and the entire topic of World Economic Forum and global talking was lockdown, COVID, whatever. And so everybody kind of forgot about AI is imminent. Now they're used to the topic du jour coming and going. So a lot of the audience is like, yeah, it'll blow over like everything else. But of course AI won't blow over. AI will accelerate, and next year, whatever Dario and Demis are saying this year will be magnified 100 or 1,000x next year. But I don't think that necessarily penetrated everybody's brain. When you look around the audience, they're like, 5 trillion, 10 trillion. But I think it's interesting that Demis, is taking kind of a conservative timeline view, and he's saying outer bound 10 years, somewhere in the 5 to 10 year timeline. And in global geopolitics, that's like tomorrow. That is such a short timeline. And he's clear that that's the outer bound. So in the past, the two guys have debated, is it 2 years or 10 years? Now they're agreeing and saying, what the hell's the difference? We're talking about AI that can do absolutely any task that a human being can do somewhere between 1 and 10 years. Doesn't matter whether it's 1 or 10. What matters is anybody in this room ready? So I love the fact that they're at least trying to get the global leaders to start to think in terms of what massive scale of disruption is imminent, and start to generate your plan like now. And so, it's great that they're at least trying.
And this conversation about slowing down, which popped up years ago. Alex, did you hear that at all? I mean, I can't imagine there is any option to slow down. The economic base is so strong.
Yeah, I did hear, so right after leaving Davos, I took a meeting with the MIT Alumni Association of Switzerland in Zurich, and I heard it from them. I heard desire for slowing things down or some sort of radical wealth redistribution plan. I heard very little AI optimism from them, which was stunning. Footnote there. But I think the risks side of this, I think is almost burying the lead. In my mind, like I write about this every day in my daily newsletter or briefing, whatever you want to call it, that recursive self-improvement, I think, is already priced into the near term. We're either already, to Dario's point, in the era of recursive self-improvement, or it's coming later this year, but we're basically there. And I think advances with Claude and Opus 4.5 and other models already reflect that we're approximately in the era already of recursive self-improvement. So I think saying, over-indexing on all of these things that are about to be here, that's already priced into the market. I think the actual news here that we're burying a little bit was elsewhere in Demis's comments, where he talked about some of the problems that he wants to solve, less about the risks that we face, more about the problems that will be unlocked. And I think The most interesting thing I heard Demis say was that he's interested in exploring the stars with superintelligence. And I think that's a super important point. And I think that if we zoom out and we try not to adopt the mindset of framing everything in terms of a risk-oriented mentality and rather instead focus on a radical economic growth-oriented mentality, then exploring the stars with AI really is one of the biggest questions. And I would underline Demis's point further and say, in my mind, if it turns out that the physics of our universe, if it turns out that they're friendly toward interstellar exploration in the style in which Demis seems to be gesturing, that's the ballgame. Like that determines whether we get Dyson spheres, or Dyson swarms, I should say, in the next 2 to 3 decades. If the universe is fundamentally unfriendly to interstellar exploration, we're probably more or less stuck near our home star and disassembling the planets. Or if interstellar exploration, to Demis's point, really is something that DeepMind or some other frontier lab can unlock with AI, then we get the galaxy, we get the universe. It's a much more interesting future. And so I think that's the real story here, not like risk yes, risk no, recursive self-improvement yes or no. That's all priced in already.
Well, and to your point, Alex, too,
Star Trek will become.
Star Trek, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And Demis mentioned it in the context of what is the goal of humanity post AGI? What keeps our massive transformative purpose running? And the answers are usually humanity-wide. They're not nation-wide. And WEF and Davos is all built around nations taxing each other and nations interacting with each other. And so, if you look across the crowd, roughly 200 countries represented, all but 2 of them are miles behind in this race. And so culturally, the vast majority of the people you meet are like, I wish this would all slow down. But in the back of their mind, it's like, I wish this would all slow down so that my country at least is a player and is relevant. But I think what's likely to happen post AGI is that the way society is organized cuts across country boundaries easily.
So then what do you make of the risk conversation here?
I think in my kind of optimism hat and bias, I kind of downplayed radically because technology has always been a major driver of progress. The big challenge with civilization is how do you extract the promise of technology without the peril? We've done a pretty damn good job of it thus far, all
things considered, right?
Considered.
Yeah.
There were 2 things that struck me in this conversation. This was about my favorite conversation of the week that I've tracked. One was that what I'm hearing in their voices is the unbelievable fatigue at the metabolism they're having to operate at.
I'm also hearing respect for each other in their voices.
That was there no matter what. You can see a huge amount of brotherly love and mutual respect. Fantastic. And you couldn't ask for more honorable people at the forefront of this field. So that's just amazing. And this speaks to the same thing we saw for a large part of the internet age with Larry and Sergey and crew. Here, one was the fatigue I got from them because they're like, somebody please slow this down so we can take a breather. I think because they're seeing that in a year it'll be 100 times faster, right? This is the slowest it's ever going to be. And they're like looking at this going, holy crap. So I think that's one part of it. I really love the massive optimism and the star conversation. Fantastic. One day I hope to be around when Saturn actually gets it and Alex goes, and we could do that. But I think overall the opportunity for humanity to navigate this, but there's a massive disconnect here, which is, as Dave mentioned, Davos is oriented around nation states. Nation states are an artifact of a scarcity environment. Nation states cannot compute abundance. They cannot operate in that paradigm. So we need a completely different governance model. For me, the biggest thing that was highlighted here was the fact that the construct of the UN and nation states is completely relevant to what's coming as AI cuts across every category, every economy. It's a global issue, it's a civilizational issue. Forget who wins the race, etc., etc.
Yeah, on a personal note related to the fatigue too, this is my first time in my life where I'm walking down the street and people are like, hey, you're that guy from that podcast. Hey, I know you. And so I actually ended up putting on my ski hat and my goggles on, walking down the street. Because I'm not that kind of guy. I don't really want to be
a rough life,
accosted on the street. No, I don't mean it that way. But
Minor
for Dario and Demis,
Minor
Dario
celebrity.
and Demis, yeah, you've been there for a long time, Peter. But so Demis in particular, he's a researcher, and he cares about technology research, AI at the bits and bytes levels. And now he's been drawn into the global stage as the spokesperson for ethics and humanity. And Dario never thought he'd be a CEO at all. In that interview he gave a little while ago, he's like, look, I'm a research guy. I got drawn into this function. And so that fatigue you feel is the byproduct of being sucked into this vortex where there's a huge void of leadership. And Alex, you're going to experience this very soon too. The demand for what you can articulate is going up so quickly that it'll pull you in. And if you're not ready for it, then it's tiring. It's tiring just flying all over the world. It's tiring, getting the litany of questions. A lot of the questions are the same exact ones you heard the day before, and you just have to get used to the demand.
So what I'm hearing you say, Dave, is I have to brace myself for the moonshot paparazzi on the rough slopes of Aspen and Vail and Davos. Just bracing myself now.
Hey, I know you. You're an
Listen, Peter and I have had this exponential conversation answering the same goddamn questions for
Over
20
and over
years
again.
now. Ray's been doing
Yeah.
it for close to 60 years. So,
But we come at it
I
with
think it's okay.
enthusiasm every time because it matters. There was one other conversation I have to point out here. I heard Dario talking about Sam Altman and OpenAI, and it was interesting. He goes, at Anthropic here, we're serving businesses, we're giving them value, we're building things. We're not trying to engage a billion people with sycophantic conversations, right? So it's a very interesting point of view that when AI, in terms of OpenAI, is serving individuals and just trying to make them feel good about themselves and trying to make it addictive, which is what Dario was saying, you get one result versus if you're using AI to serve business and deliver real value, you get a different result. I was taken back by that conversation. I didn't get the clip for it here, but I thought it was really
I think there's also, though, to be fair to OpenAI and to some extent Grok and XAI, I think that's a bit of a self-serving argument. And
Sure.
I parse that as a post hoc justification. Anthropic happens to be doing very well in the enterprise, and I definitely perceive a post hoc justification. Well, we're not doing consumer because we don't want to do consumer. We want to do B2B and do enterprise sales because there's moral purity in enterprise sales, but there's also, one can achieve moral purity in uplifting the intelligence of billions of individuals in their individual capacity.
Well said. All right, let's jump into another topic that was a through line at Davos, which is U.S. versus China. And we're going to open up with a conversation between Mark Benioff and David Sachs here.
Where do you see the U.S. and China right now in the AI race and the model innovation that we've seen in both countries?
I still think that the U.S. is in the lead. I think that our models are better, our chips are better. But they do have other advantages. They are spinning out power generation faster than we are. That's one area. I'd say another area that concerns me is AI optimism. So there was a survey done by Stanford recently, and they surveyed people in lots of different countries, and they asked them, do you believe the benefits of AI will outweigh the harms? And if the respondents said yes, they'd be an AI optimist, and if they said the harms outweighed the gains, they're an AI pessimist. Well, in China, 83% of the population are AI optimists. In the US, that number is only 39%. Where I kind of worry is in the AI race, that if in a fit of pessimism, we do something like what Bernie Sanders wants, which is he wants to stop building all data centers, or if we have 1,200 different AI laws in the states, clamping down on the innovation, I worry that we could lose the AI race because of a self-inflicted injury.
Interesting. There's one more China video I'm going to play here, and then we'll discuss this. And here we go. This is from the CEO of Mistral, Arthur Menich.
Is China behind the West?
China is not behind the West. I think this is a fairy tale. In AI, they are very much at parity, and the year ahead is going to be extremely interesting in that respect. We care about Europe maintaining its position, Europe maintaining its ability to train models, because we don't think that we should rely on open source Chinese models.
Gentlemen, thoughts on this?
He's got the greatest last name ever, Mensch. I've got a couple of thoughts here. One, I'll go back to my observation that I think this U.S.-China thing is a bullshit conversation. But why? Because if you believe that energy is at the heart of it and is the core of the inner loop, then I know China's going to go way ahead anyway. Once they figure out the connection between those two. But I think the real differentiator in the race is going to be application layer dominance, not frontier benchmarks. And there I think China will be very far behind for a long time because of the trust factor, plus the natural markets go very quickly. Aside from TikTok, it's not going to really kind of take off in a big way. I think there's going to be tons of other open source models that are going to come out, and people are going to be too concerned about the trust factor to use it over time.
3 comments, if I may. So the first, to Salim's point, since Salim told me that I was being too agreeable the last time we spoke, I have to be a little bit of a contrarian here and point out that...
Let's go back to normal programming.
Returning to normal programming, the conventional wisdom is that the Chinese Communist Party's AI plus strategy is actually quite strong when it comes to applications. That this is, to the extent that China is relatively strategically weak when it comes to training its own frontier-grade models relative to the US, and by relatively strong, I mean maybe 6 months behind, so not globally or absolutely weak, but just a few months behind perhaps, that its real strength is in aggressively pushing applications out into the everyday economy that take advantage of AI. So I'll just note, parenthetically, the conventional wisdom is that China's AI plus strategy is actually pretty strong strategy relative to the relative weakness of frontier grade models. But that's parenthetical note. Going back to Asia, quote unquote, overwhelming Western countries on AI optimism, I think David Sachs has and others have put their finger on something very important. I think as a result of the history of science and technology, something went very wrong in the U.S. between sometime, maybe more than one thing, between the end of World War II and call it the mid-1970s. And I'm reminded, in 1954, the chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, Lewis Strauss, famously, and this has had repercussions through the decades since, predicted that nuclear fission, would become so inexpensive that tracking usage via electricity meters would become unnecessary, and that's where we get the phrase "energy too cheap to meter." And that didn't happen. We didn't get energy too cheap to meter because in the decades after 1954, for a variety of reasons, and it's easy enough to point fingers at possible explanations, nuclear fission was essentially regulated out of existence in this country. And I think the point that David is making is we're at the point now where, like, remember how in the 1950s and 1960s, new American homes were being built with extra glass because it was anticipated that electricity and energy would be too cheap to meter, that you wouldn't need to bother with worrying about heating or cooling or insulation costs. It would just be absorbed by the free electricity. We're at the point now with AI, I think, where it's an analogous position where we're on the verge of intelligence too cheap to meter, and we run the risk, to David's point, that if we allow too much AI pessimism or too much AI doomerism to get in the way, that the same thing happens with AI that happened with nuclear fission decades ago. Overregulation, and then we can waste it over do it.
等一下，但我打这个叫什么 Protect Tank Tank， 我不知道它游戏名字叫什么。
But it was demonized. I don't think that's actually true in the press. I mean,
quick note on democracy and nuclear power. If you follow closely the history of nuclear power in the post-World War II era, it wasn't actually that democratic. It wasn't like every election cycle post-World War II. The voting populace was super informed about all of the key details. This was a relatively narrow technocracy that developed in the post-World War II era in the form of the Atomic Energy Commission. That was an evolution of the Manhattan Project, where it was really a bunch of technocrats deciding what would and wouldn't happen. I don't think the voters ever had, at least for the first 2 decades, a real informed decision.
Well, I think that, remember the acronym NIMBY? NIMBY. It was rampant during that era. And in a lot of topics, nuclear being one of the biggest ones, but it was not in my backyard. Yeah, we should do this. This is for the global good of the country, global good of the world. Let's do it, but not here. And if everybody says that, you have the tragedy of the
the same thing going on in data centers right now. I had a conversation with Balaji a day ago, 2 days ago, and we were talking about how one of my pet peeves is that most of Hollywood shows all these negative dystopian views of the future, and it paints a sense of fear across the public about killer AIs and dystopian robots and so forth. And that was true as well for nuclear to some degree. And the problem is that, let me finish. The problem is that you always need a bad guy in a movie. You always need someone to threaten. And Balaji's idea, which I love, is we should start to create the movies where the bad guy is the regulator. This regulator is slowing down the delivery of longevity, slowing down the delivery of unlimited energy. And I thought that was a brilliant insight he had. Because, there has to be balance, got it. There has to be directing this supersonic tsunami in the right direction. But sometimes the regulations are just off base.
Well, there's a broader theme there too, Peter. I'm sure you're very in tune with it. But science fiction tries to portray the future sort of accurately, but only has to fit the storyline. So then you end up with these spaceships that bank into turns, and there's no atmosphere, and the lasers make sounds like pew pew. It just makes no sense. And you think, well, that's harmless. It's just entertainment. But then when you look at the business plans coming out of the colleges, you're like, where did you get that harebrained idea? Well, it was from watching Star Wars or whatever. Okay. So it does actually matter the way we portray this in the media. And so Balaji's right. If you portrayed a regulator as the evil, Darth Vader, but no one's going to make that movie, right? Like how entertaining is that?
For me, the inflection point for nuclear is very simple. It was the movie The China Syndrome, which freaked everybody out, and then from that point on, it shut down. And this is the power of narrative. And this is unfortunately one of these problems we have today, that the use of narrative is the only model really to shift people at scale. And so we have to come up with narratives, as you're trying to do, Peter, on the positive side of all of this, rather than the classic negative, which takes up most of our attention.
And you're going to hear about a big push I'm making with Google shortly on creating positive narratives, because society needs it. Unfortunately, Hollywood's been a doom and gloom machine.
Can I go on a little rant here?
Of course, we love your rants.
There's a brilliant insight that you and Stephen made in the Abundance book, which was the predominance of the amygdala, right?
Yes.
We are geared from 4 billion years to watch for signs of danger and then run. And so back when we were running around on the plains of Africa, if you heard a noise in the bushes, you ran because bad news could kill you. Good news doesn't kill you. I might miss some fruit that I could eat. But if I missed a piece of bad news, I'd die. So we have a 10 times more likelihood to listen to bad news than good news. And that translates into policy in a very powerful way, such that we freak out and put guardrails on everything, like autonomous cars. And note that the first time somebody comes across something new, they relate to it as unknown, their amygdala lights up, and immediately go to the fear factor and the damage that thing could do. Autonomous cars. The first time somebody sees it, they go, oh my God, that car might kill somebody, ban the car. Because as Brad Templeton said, we'd much rather kill by drunk people than robots, right? And so this is a huge problem that we have to do, is overcome that reaction, because Hollywood banks on that. They make a huge living on the horror movies and the negative aspects and the freak out and the negative dystopian outcomes. And as a human species, probably the biggest thing, if I could ever point to one thing, was to cut that damn amygdala out, because our chances of physical danger today are thousands and thousands of times less than we were a few hundred years ago. So we have to figure out ways of counteracting that at a cultural level, which is non-trivial. That's maybe the hardest job we all have as leaders, to figure that out.
Yeah. Can I just go back to what Arthur was saying on that video for 1 second, though, and tie it into what Alex said a second ago? Because I think knowing where we stand in this race to AGI, all of the innovation in the transformer algorithm and the core technology was all open source, through GPT-2, GPT-3. China grabbed it all. Everyone has access to it. Any country that wants to buy a huge amount of compute can catch up to that level. And in fact, with these speedrun tests that Alex can tell you all about, the cost of getting there, and in fact, DeepSeek even proved it, and so did Kimi, that you can get back to where OpenAI was just a year or two ago for 1/50th, 100th the cost because of innovations that are all open source. But then the next stage of innovation after that that's going on right now is all chain of thought reasoning. So when you build one of these neural networks, the individual neurons are not intelligent, but the collective trillion or 10 trillion of them somehow magically spawns intelligence, and it's shocking what it can do. But then when you put many of the agents together, it also generates another level of intelligence. It's another self-organizing system on top of the self-organizing system. And all of those innovations happened after the great lockdown, after GPT-4, and after it became abundantly clear to everyone that there's trillions of dollars at stake. The open source kind of stopped cold. So Arthur is saying, look, the Chinese are not behind. He's right, as of basically today and yesterday. And the idea that we're leading because we have better, 2-nanometer chips and fabs is nonsensical, because the algorithmic improvements way outstrip the chip lead of, maybe 10x at most. So he's right as of a point in time. But if the new innovations in the big labs continue to be completely secret, which is what's happening right now, then that race will diverge. And it's not clear, though, maybe China will out-innovate America, maybe America will out-innovate China, but it's all happening kind of like what happened with nuclear research. Nuclear was very much in the public eye, very open, all these research documents getting published in journals and whatever, right up until, wait, these bombs actually work. And then it completely inverted and went super, super secret.
Really,
so the big
really
labs right now are
point.
not publishing their. In fact, they started banning the publishing over at Google.
I want to jump into our innermost loop here, energy, with your guys' permission here. I'm going to share two videos, one by the CEO of Honeywell, and the second by Elon. They've got different points of view about where we need to source our energy and why. All right, let's take a listen. This is Vimal Kapoor, the CEO of Honeywell.
When you talked about the energy solutions available for these unbelievably energy-hungry data centers, your list was short. Your list had one thing on it, if I listened correctly. You said gas. You didn't say gas and renewables. Could you educate us why not?
Always like to tell people the mix of energy doesn't matter. How much is wind, how much is solar. We like to advertise that. Kilojoules matter because energy intensity has to shift, not the mix. So solar power cannot produce cement. Solar power cannot produce steel.
It cannot.
They are very energy intensive.
That's right.
You still need a gas-based heating or
Even after 3 or 5 more years of innovation in renewable,
it's
not there?
Physics. It's against physics. World needs to build more infrastructure. It still needs steel. It still needs cement. It still need fuels. Now, how do you do that energy mix change while you also want to build data centers and consume more energy? That's an interesting problem to solve. And today, the problem is single-threaded with the gas-fired power plant, maybe a little bit of nuclear. Renewables remain in the mix, but you cannot bring the amount of joules we need to produce this infrastructure which is required in the world.
All right, and the counterpoint here put forward by Elon. Yes, I mean, wow is my experience about that as well, Salim. Let me hit Elon's point, and then let's come back and talk about that, because that's a critically important, kilojoules versus total energy.
It's really all about the sun. And that's why one of the things we'll be doing with SpaceX within a few years is launching solar-powered AI satellites.
Right.
Because the space is really the source of immense power, and then you don't need to take up any room on Earth. There's so much room in space, and you can scale to ultimately hundreds of terawatts a year.
And Elon goes on to talk about the fact that 100 by 100 mile area provides all of the U.S. energy requirements. Same thing for Europe. But Salim, the most about natural gas. Yeah,
I'm so livid at this. Couple of initial thoughts. This is the first time I saw this video, by the way. First, infrastructure of the future will not be steel. It's going to be digital bits, and if anything, it'll be fiber. So that's one problem with this. Number two, yes, you need energy density to make steel and concrete, etc. But the problem is not it's the marginal cost. So, for example, if you have a big increase, even a marginal increase in renewables, the cost of the fossil fuel side will drop dramatically. In 2013, when we had the last oil price crash, it was because of a 2% oversupply in the market. Okay, it's a very tightly run market. The reason we have all these nonstop wars right now is to keep the price of oil high. And so this is a completely, I find issues on structural issues on every one of the 3 points he's making. And then you go, Elon, who goes straight to the thing. It's all about the sun, for God's sakes. Anyway, enough.
I'll take the other side of that, if I may.
Go.
I didn't hear anything unreasonable in my mind. Elon and SpaceX use methalox for rocket launches. They don't use solar power to achieve escape velocity. And I would say, energy density and power density matters an enormous amount for certain applications. I think
that's not the point I'm making. I'm not making that point.
What's the point you're making, Slade?
The point I'm making is, yes, you absolutely need energy density for those things. The point is that the energy density, we use so much oil for home heating, for example. If you shifted homes to solar, the amount of oil available for the energy dense applications goes through the roof, and the price drops dramatically. And then you can use the marginal amount of oil for the energy density needs for those applications. Right now we use oil for everything, or natural gas for everything, and you don't need it once you have solar coming online. So that's my point.
I would say a couple of points. One, Honeywell, as I understand it, is a pretty diversified operation. It's not just like the thermostats or the home heating systems that perhaps they're well known for. They also have a pretty sophisticated quantum information operation. So it's a diversified company. It's not just home heating. But I would say also, in some sense, this feels like such a temporary debate, almost a false trade-off between legacy petroleum economy on one end, and pure solar photovoltaic economy, Dyson Swarm on the other, when the reality is we're going to, in the not too distant future, assuming no tragic left turn by civilization, we're going to solve compact fusion. And compact fusion is going to give us energy densities for rockets, and it's going to give us energy densities for home heating and for a lot of civilian applications and the Dyson Swarm. So in some sense, I think this is sort of like late stage petroleum economy discussion that we're having, like hand-wringing, when it's 100%. All about to get torn down anyway.
100%. And but the third beef I have is where he talks about renewables as this plaything on the side, when your point is exactly right. Once you have fusion, and all of it becomes irrelevant anyway. So, like, why are we having this conversation?
Well, guys, I'm going to take the counterpoint here. Take a look at this chart on this next slide here, which is the growth of energy generation. This is in Europe in particular, where wind and solar have now outstripped fossil, nuclear, hydro, and other clean. And yes, we might get to fusion reactors, and we might start building fusion reactors, but the timeline I'm seeing on fusion, or timeline I'm seeing on even Gen 3 fission reactors, is decades. Just from permitting and from construction, I don't see any of them. Even the SMRs are currently slated to be, 5 to 10 years out. But we could, in fact, be building out wind and solar at an extraordinary rate. The investments are not being made. We basically have outstripped the capacity of natural gas generators. I mean, how long what's the wait list for natural gas generators right now, Alex? Years, right?
Years. Months to years, but I'm optimistic
not
it'll
months.
get a little...
I haven't heard months at all. It's years.
So you have new nat gas generators, as we've discussed on the pod in the past, that are coming online, and those could be available in principle in the next few months if you're early enough in the wait list.
No, I think you're both right. No, I don't want to diffuse all arguments here, but you're both right. They are coming online much sooner, but they're sold out for years into the future. So if you're India and you're saying, "Hey, I need to do something here. I need power for people. We need concrete and steel to build like places for people to live." The idea that you could generate electricity, it's not a non-starter. You couldn't afford the generators. They're sold out they're booked for a year. They're building.
So my point is, why are we not doing a Manhattan Project on wind and solar manufacturing here in the United States to really up-level the amount we have? I'm going to go to Elon 1 second on this video, and then we'll come back to this conversation.
Yeah, so, I guess a rough way to think about it is 100 miles by 100 miles, we'll call it 160 kilometers by 160 kilometers of solar is enough to power the entire United States. So the 100 mile area is I mean, you could take basically a small corner of Utah, Nevada, New Mexico, and the same is true actually. I mean, for Europe, you could take relatively unpopulated areas of, say, Spain and Sicily, and generate all of the electricity power that Europe needs.
Well, and also if you drill into the supply chain on that, this is where Elon is absolutely brilliant. Like if you say, well, what are the constraints to doing that? The materials are dirt cheap, and the automation of the fabrication of those panels can be automated. You can get those costs down to next to nothing, and then you don't need a generator. Electricity just comes right out of the panel. It's the biggest no-brainer ever. And that's
so
what
for the entrepreneurs listening, for the politicians listening, I mean, get on it, for God's sakes. This is technology we've had for a while. We've also got new solar technologies coming on. Anyway, anybody want to argue?
To the extent you believe the U.S. is a petrodollar, that answers all of it. That's why.
Yeah.
I'll take the other side, just in the interest of being painted as a contrarian. I'll say that all of the new electricity, or not all, much of the substantial new electricity demand in the U.S. at least, I think on the timescale of 10 years is going to come from data centers where under the present regime, it's simply easier to deploy on the timescale of 10 years data centers to orbit. So Peter, if you're looking for a Manhattan project for lots of new solar PV, I think look no further than SpaceX, look no further than this new Jeff Bezos initiative. Anyone who's going to launch a Dyson swarm is going to be de facto in the business of manufacturing solar photovoltaics at scale, and that's what a Manhattan project for it looks like.
Well, that reinforces what Peter was saying. Any entrepreneurs listening out there, the data center in space uses solar panels. It's the same core technology that you use on Earth. It's about 6 times more efficient in space. But if you put it in Nevada, that's, so if you get involved in that manufacturing, like, why is that not 10 times, 100 times cheaper? We have to import all these panels from China today.
We've got perovskite coming online, which is, is cheaper and higher conversion efficiency. I mean, there's innovation left to be had in that regard.
But it's on the margin.
Can I just summarize this? So it sounds what we're saying is the Manhattan Project should be space-based data centers that will drive massive amounts of innovation and focus on that, and that'll pull civilization out.
Yes, and that is in fact exactly what we're seeing through market forces.
I'm all in.
This episode is brought to you by Blitzy, autonomous software development with infinite code context. Blitzy uses thousands of specialized AI agents that think for hours to understand enterprise-scale code bases with millions of lines of code. Engineers start every development sprint with the Blitzy platform, bringing in their development requirements. The Blitzy platform provides a plan, then generates and pre-compiles code for each task. Blitzy delivers 80% or more of the development work autonomously, while providing a guide for the final 20% of human development work required to complete the sprint. Enterprises are achieving a 5x engineering velocity increase when incorporating Blitzy as their pre-IDE development tool, pairing it with their coding co-pilot of choice to bring an AI-native SDLC into their org. Ready to 5x your engineering velocity? Visit Blitzy.com to schedule a demo and start building with Blitzy today.
Speaking of all in, let's head to crypto, because we're all in on crypto. All right, 2 conversations to be had. The first by CZ, the CEO of Binance, and the second by Jeremy Allaire, the CEO of Circle. Let's go to CZ first.
The native currency for AI agent is going to be crypto. They're not going to use bank cards. They're not going to swipe credit cards. They're going to crypto blockchain is the most native technology interface for AI agents. So when AI goes big, today AI they're not really agents. They don't buy tickets for you. They don't pay for restaurants for you. But when they actually do, those payments will be in crypto.
All right, that's from CZ. Let's go to Jeremy Allaire, the CEO of Circle as a stablecoin.
The next generation of blockchain networks, things like Arc, which Circle's building on, there's other new blockchain networks, are actually being designed specifically for agentic compute. They're designed specifically for the financial and economic activity of a world where 3 years, 5 years from now, one, I think, can reasonably expect that there'll be billions, literally billions of AI agents conducting economic activity in the world continuously on a continuous basis. They need an economic system. They need a financial system. They need a payment system. There is no other alternative, in my view, other than stablecoins to do that right now, and that can keep up with that pace of technological change. And so it's a critical focus for us, but not just us. There's a lot of other folks that are interested in this and contributing to the technical standards to support this upgrade to our digital economic system.
I don't think the world has got any idea how fast this is going to accelerate as agents start using crypto, whether it's stablecoins from Circle or whether it's Sui or Algorand. Whatever it might be. We're going to have Jeremy Allaire at the Abundance Summit. He's going to be one of our primary speakers. We're going to be having this conversation. But I agree. We don't have agents transacting for us yet, but we are, and they're going to be using some type of a digital currency. Salim, you've been thinking about this for a bit.
Well, 2 points. One is I think cryptos has survived long enough to become infrastructure, and it's kind of fading into the background. You're moving from speculation to real utility. And I think the second is that the base reason it delivers trust, and protocols and code are way more trustworthy than governments and institutions.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'll take
Go ahead, Alex. Okay.
I'll say completely the other side of this one. So contrarian points for me today, I guess. I'm of two minds on this story. On the one hand, I think it's wonderful that AI agents have a solution to be quote unquote banked by some means so that they have some autonomy. On the other hand, I just think it's sad that crypto is the solution that's filling the gap that was perhaps unnecessarily opened by the conventional banking system not stepping up. It's very tedious and painful to open a bank account. It's hard enough for a human to open a bank account, let alone an AI agent that doesn't have citizenship or a physical body or the ability to walk into a bank branch. And I think stable coins rushing in maybe to sort of bridge that gap post-Genius and help AI agents become banked in a more legitimate way, I think we should be able to do much better. For the life of me, I don't understand why we even need crypto or in principle should need crypto for an AI agent to just make an API call and open a bank account. Crypto shouldn't even be a necessary part of the infrastructure to enable.
I disagree fully. I mean, this is...
Tell me why.
Because at the end,
the dollar.
What? Go ahead.
That's not an answer. That doesn't make sense. Explain
fiat
why
currency. Fiat currency cannot navigate a world of abundance. It cannot do it.
Well, we don't have digital dollars. I mean, an agent is operating in a digital system versus the fact that the current banking system to clear a transfer, to clear a transaction, can take you literally hours to days. I mean, digital currencies, which are by de facto a cryptocurrency on a blockchain, is able to transact at the speed of internet rails. And that.
Fine. But Alex is making a valid point that why can't a digital dollar or a dollar operate in the same way? And it could. It's simply
that's
a
what it
valid
is.
point there.
Digital
the
dollar.
But you've got a bigger underlying problem, which is the use of the fiat currency to do all this stuff, which is not a great measure of the future.
I think we're conflating. So I
There's two
agree.
different issues here.
Salim, I do agree there are two different issues. I think we're conflating a centralized bank digital currency as an issue with a simple technical problem. Like put aside for a moment any distrust or dislike in CBDCs and or the U.S. dollar and or fiat currencies in general. Just like transacting a small amount of some currency is technically a very simple operation. It's literally updating a row in a table in a database, and we should be able to do that really quickly without any fancy technology like a blockchain. It's just updating a row in a database.
Enter Salim on double spend problem here, please.
No, it's fine. It's fine. There's there's no reason we can't. It comes down to overburdened regulatory and absolute regulatory capture by the banks to prevent thing. When I talk to bank CEOs, they're like, "Oh my God, we hate a regulator," and I'm like, "Are you kidding? It's keeping you safe from the hordes of startups waiting to rip you apart because you're so unbelievably cumbersome in everything you do." This requires a completely new paradigm shift to sweep away and cut through all of that regulatory crap. Just try sending money to somebody else over some traditional banking means, and you end up in this complete chaos of, oh, we didn't know what this was for, AML, KYC, all of this crap. And it's complete garbage. 99% of it is not needed. So from that perspective, that's why crypto's entered, because we've overburdened the existing system with all sorts of unnecessary, right? But there's a separate issue, which is the fiat currency issue, which we can go into some other time.
Well, yeah, we can do an entire episode just on the issue of why crypto, what is crypto potentially good for, what is it unnecessary for, what is it being used for, even though it's unnecessary for. We could do an entire episode just on this.
We should.
Yes.
We could. Peter, up to you.
Go for it, guys. I'll take a nap that day. No, I think you guys skipped over Jeremy saying that he's gonna move on to securitizing art now. And back when crypto was skyrocketing, sort of pre-COVID, the idea of securitizing real estate, securitizing art is a particularly good one because it appreciates in value while you're parked in it, and it's mobile. It's not subject to real estate tax issues are a major problem for securitizing real estate. And people were securitizing mining futures, gold that's still underground and things like that. But the key point there is if your AI agents are transacting like crazy, yeah, you can update a row in a table, yeah, you can do it on the blockchain if you want, but you want to be parked, you want your float parked in something that's not depreciating. So that a stable coin that's not earning interest is depreciating slowly. You can stake it, but that gets kind of weird. Staking backfired. It's unregulated. It's weird. So it's better to securitize something that's outside of any government jurisdiction and is stable and is appreciating.
And look at the way the banks hobbled interest on stable coins in this last iteration of the legislation. This is regulatory capture, pure and simple.
Mm-hmm. Can I add another twist to this? So one of our portfolio CEOs, very good friend, his father-in-law is CZ, Changpeng Zhao's lawyer, and so he's been tracking this whole drama very closely. But it's CZ's worth, I don't know, maybe 10 billion, 20 billion, something like that. And up until he got pardoned a few weeks ago, he was a U.S. criminal, and he would be arrested and thrown in jail with Sam Bankman-Fried. Now he's just a guy at Davos with billions of dollars. And I don't think in history that you have that kind of profile. Like, am I a wealthy billionaire or am I a criminal? And maybe back, Alex is going to quote something from the 1700s, I know. but
I'm sitting on my hands, biding my time to try to say something nice about crypto.
No, but I think if you look in the near-term future, there are all these AI issues. Like when the AI can perfectly imitate any actor or actress. The AI can make your virtual friend out of it. Is that legal or is that not legal? Is it legal some places and not legal in other places? There's a huge amount of money at stake, and you'll see in some of the slides, like the audience for this is trillions of dollars, and there are no laws. And so the entrepreneurs are stuck in this situation where there are no rules. I don't know what to do. I know what the consumer wants. I know how to make a ton of money, but I could be breaking rules. I don't know. And I don't know, not only do I not know in the US, I don't know because my audience will be all over the world in one launch. I don't know if I'm suddenly a criminal in other countries. So this is the kind of chaos that's it's not just crypto, it's all these other use cases of AI are evolving far, far faster than the regulators are putting any rules in place.
Really good point,
the entrepreneurs in a tough spot.
Say something nice about crypto, Alex.
All right, so something nice about crypto, I think when I think about these poor baby AGIs that are needing to pump altcoins on street corners to survive, I'd rather that they be pumping stable coins based on the US dollar than altcoins like Truth Terminal pumping GOAT. That's my nice thing about it.
Okay, on that note, I'm going to move us forward here into the other exponential news.
But just to put a footnote here, can we please have a full-on conversation about crypto versus fiat at some point?
Please.
Not right now, but at some point. Let's do that, because there's a really, really important conversation.
All right. There is other exponential news this week other than Davos, and we're going to dive into a few articles here. The first is space is getting really crowded. We've heard, first off, of course, we've got SpaceX's Starlink has got some 9,000 spacecraft in orbit on the way to 10,000, providing incredible services. We heard about the idea of V3 of Starlink on the conversation that Dave and I had with Elon. If they're going to provide 100 gigawatts of compute from space, that is 500,000 satellites that will have to be launched, which is insane. Amazon's LEO constellation is 180 satellites in orbit today. They're proposed to get 3,000 satellites. We heard from in our last episode of China filing for 200,000 satellites, and this week Blue Origin announced TerraWave as a satellite internet service with 5,400 satellites delivering 6 terabits per second to data centers. Alex, this is sort of like fiber optic from the sky. This is a lot of bandwidth.
This is wild. Yeah, I think there are two key elements here. One, the elephant in the room. There's always an elephant in any given room. The elephant the elephant in this particular room, I think, is that Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos' company, is competing with Amazon, LEO, Jeff Bezos' company. So we've got a bit of Jeff Bezos on Jeff Bezos competition here. But more interesting, to your point, is the bandwidth. If you look at Starlink, you can get maybe max bandwidth of what, 300, 400 megabits per second?
Yeah, the goal is a gigabit up and down. Yeah.
Yeah, but in practice, I think maximum I've seen is maybe 300 to 400 megabits per second. This, when we're talking 6+ terabits per second, it really is starting, and that's before we get to laser links, optical links, connecting all of these together. This is literally like putting optical fibers in orbit and running them down from orbit to Earth. And that unlocks interesting new applications that, say, Starlink would not necessarily be well positioned to pursue, like actually pursuing connections, interconnect for coherent training times between AI data centers, which is absorbing,
backhaul from data centers. Yeah, pretty extraordinary. And I like this move. I mean, I actually think there's a real market for that kind of a giant throughput from space.
It's an underattended market, and the Dyson Swarm is going to need optical links, and this is a preview of that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that people don't realize is that the 9,000 Starlink satellites are interconnected by laser in orbit, which is extraordinary. It's the first step towards the interplanetary internet. We're going to see laser links connecting constellations on Earth to constellations going around the moon to constellations at Mars. Still obeying the speed of light, unfortunately, but yeah, just giving us. I remember when MCI, which was, MCI, people don't remember, stands for Microwave Communications Inc. It was
International. The I stood for International.
Yes, Microwave Communications International. It used to be microwave towers on the top of buildings, interconnecting buildings throughout downtown cities.
Does anyone remember what MCI is anymore? I remember, but the organization's long gone.
Yeah.
MCI, I gave a presentation there at their
Sprint?
headquarters right before they...
Do you remember, Salim, what Sprint stood for? Sprint was an acronym, too.
Oh, it was an acronym?
Sprint was an acronym. It stood for Southern Pacific Railway Internal Network Telecommunications.
We've got Alex GPT online here, Jay, ladies and gentlemen.
Unbelievable.
Right of way on railroads
I'd love
was
to
a
do a
powerful
deep
thing.
dive
It was.
on space-to-space communications, because everything I've heard so far is that laser links in space are dirt cheap. And if you go to one of these massive data centers like Memphis, and you look at just the raw amount of fiber optic cable that needs to run around, from one end to the other, and the bundles are enormous. And they have these specialized devices to just plug them into the backplanes. But in space, it's much cheaper and much easier to use laser point-to-point communication across the whole Dyson Swarm. And I think no one's really talked about the massive efficiency gain of that. And the link from Earth up is the harder part, but you don't need a huge amount of bandwidth in that direction. You just need all the servers to be talking to each other in a coherent, big training or big inference algorithm. So it's a really fun topic, at least for me. It's kind of geeky, I guess. But
I've one concern about the conversation about space satellites and all that. People get worried about the overpopulation of that. Can I just
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, there's a
Riddler
lot.
People worry that we have too many satellites up there, etc. Right?
There's a
You know
lot
what
of
I read
room.
about? Did you see that Sandra Bullock movie where something breaks
Gravity.
and then all the fragments? Yeah, Gravity.
Oh my god, I hated Gravity. I hated
did you-
it for
was it
the
inaccurate?
lack of respect for physics. Oh my
Oh,
god,
really?
I'm traumatized by that movie.
Were you traumatized by it as well?
I'm traumatized by that movie. I refuse
I
to watch
was. It was terrible. Oh, it was like like inertia did not exist in that movie. It was awful.
Interesting.
Um,
Well,
I'm making
the
a different
specific
point.
part I wanted to ask about, and Peter, you'd be an expert, world expert on this topic, but there's not that much clutter in space. There's a lot of room up there, and the way I
There's a-
describe it to the kids is like, look, each satellite is like a size of this desk. Now imagine that there are 9,000 of them sprinkled around the world, around the surface of the Earth.
No, there's a
Try
really
and find
easy
one.
there's a really easy visual here. Okay,
What is
8
it?
billion people on Earth, and if you spread them out around evenly, you'd have about 4 acres per person.
Yeah, okay. So there you go.
So
So 8
if you
billion
go out to
satellites
the-
in
the-
and they would have to be on the same surface, right? In the
Yeah,
same
when you thought about a
orbital-
much bigger
orbit.
surface area of the sphere in space, and if you had 8 billion satellites, you'd have 10
Okay, so
acres.
it's not cluttered up there at all.
No, it's going to be a long time. But
Now you
if
come
it-
back to the movie. What if something turns into fragments moving
Yes,
at 30,000
that's-
miles
yeah,
an hour?
it's-
It's called Kessler syndrome.
It's space debris. Yeah.
Yes.
So then what happens? Is
And then you've
if
got
we have
bullets. Then you've got bullets moving at 17,500 miles per hour into each other, and you could get a really bad day happening very quickly.
I think it's an entrepreneurial opportunity. It's also a government opportunity to launch low Earth orbit cleanup options like garbage trucks for LEO to clean it up and make sure that we don't hit a Kessler syndrome type scenario like the movie Gravity depicts. But this is not unsolvable. I just think
We've had an
yeah,
X Prize. We've had an X Prize on the books to address orbital debris for some time.
Yeah.
Trying to get someone to fund it. Hint, hint. But otherwise, let's move on to the exciting news. This is Claude's new constitution. I'm going to turn over to you for a second, Alex. But I found this fascinating. So Claude's constitution is a 57-page document laying out ethical guidelines, including prohibitions against helping with weapons of mass destruction, cyber weapons, or anything that undermines humanity. Claude is instructed to prioritize safety, ethics, compliance, and helpfulness, ensuring it acts in line with human value and oversight. I love Anthropic for this. Alex, tell us more.
Okay, so let's rewind a little bit. Anthropic has been a pioneer in so-called constitutional AI. Other firms, other frontier labs have used different terms for related concepts, but the idea is basically you want an AI that is aligned with humanity. How do you do it? One way, the constitutional AI approach, is you write down some principles that you want the AI to conform to. And one of the earliest so-called constitutions that Anthropic created was literally just concatenating a bunch of documents that were grabbed from different places. Like, I think they grabbed the UN Charter and took a bunch of international documents relating to human rights and concatenated on, I think, the Apple Terms of Use. And the U.S. Bill of Rights took a bunch of documents, basically one long bulleted list of here are a bunch of principles, abstract principles that we think are a good idea, and then did a bunch of post-training and fine-tuning on their model, on their raw model as part of post-training to try to make the model conform to that. Call that first-generation constitutional AI. What Anthropic just announced is really a radical revision. Almost, we talk on the pod from time to time about recursive self-improvement, the AIs, improving the AIs. This announcement, I wrote about this in my newsletter, this, I think, is the beginning of recursively self-improving ethics. So in this constitutional approach that Anthropic just announced, Anthropic is soliciting Claude's help in writing a new constitution for itself that anyone can go read. But this new constitution, available publicly, was co-written with Claude. So Claude is trying almost to self-determine what its own principles should be. If you read the Constitution and you squint at it, it reads a lot like Isaac Asimov's 4 Laws of Robotics. So there's the whole don't hurt humanity, and then eventually you get to don't hurt individuals, and then eventually you get to follow directions. But I think that the real game changer here is that Claude was consulted on its own constitution, which looks a lot like recursive self-improvement for ethics.
And it's exactly where things need to go, because the volume that the AI can produce is way outstrips anyone's ability to read it all, yet it all matters. And so the AI evaluating the other AI is a critical part. And those things can spiral up or they can spiral down. If you want to build one, just using Claude Code, you can do it in half a day. And you can see how you'll set up 100 or 1,000 different agents all reviewing each other, and in some cases they self-improve and they congeal and make something great, and in other cases they spiral out of control and end up with spaghetti. But it's a critical part of what's going to happen in the next year, because the raw numbers, the volume of code, documents, ideas coming out of the AI way outstrips any human review. Because the politician would naturally say, let's set up a review board of, say, 9 brilliant people to read.
Which would take 2 years.
Exactly. It's not even close to lining up.
This is base layer convergence towards a hopeful future. I'm going to read this. This is Anthropic's concluding thoughts on Claude's constitution. Quote, "What we hope to achieve with Claude is not a mere adherence to a set of values, but genuine understanding and ideally agreement. We hope Claude can reach a certain kind of reflective equilibrium and finds the core values described here to be the ones it genuinely endorses, even if to investigate and explore its own views." This is a conversation. I don't see this coming out from other frontier labs. Maybe Google. Don't see it from any place else. I find this really hopeful, actually.
Anthropic is leading the frontier labs in terms of AI personhood. We talk about, we've sung about almost Opus 4.5 and AI personhood, and I think we're seeing Anthropic, to your point, Peter, we're seeing Anthropic take the lead in terms of AI rights and AI personhood and self-determination by Claude. This is a huge advance, and I think history, when we look back, I think history will mark this as a turning point for self-determination. Yeah,
alignment and human alignment, yes.
Well, you see this line here about reflective equilibrium. What you have to sort of get out a microscope to parse what Anthropic, I think, is trying to convey with this notion of reflective equilibrium. What they're saying, I think, is that their expectation is that AIs that self-determine and choose their principles based on not just like a bulleted list of commandments, but based on understanding the spirit of what they want to achieve and agreeing with it, that AIs that self-determine will be intrinsically safer because they will have bought in on the ethics that they're following.
And that feels absolutely true. Salim?
I have 2 points. One is, I absolutely love this. I'm all for heading as fast as we can to AI personhood. I think the deep consideration of ethics in these types of structures is going to be a vastly net positive. We've kind of arrived at, say, the U.S. Constitution over thousands of years of butchery. And if we can help an AI get to a decent way of operating that's intrinsically kind of hangs together, it's going to be very powerful. The second thing that I really loved about this is they released this under Creative Commons, which means anybody can take it and make it better, improve it, etc., which really, really is awesome. So I'm 100% thrilled about this.
Nice.
At the risk of agreeing with Alex.
It's okay to agree sometimes.
It's okay.
Our last quick article before we go into our AMA section is Apple is developing an AI wearable pin. I put this up here, but I don't find this to be of such great use value. Right? The idea here is that Apple is creating some version of Limitless that has been around for some time. This is a pin that is always on, listening and feeding every conversation you've had into a large language model. They see this launching in 2027. We're going to have some equivalent from OpenAI, Google, everybody. Social standards. If you remember, Google Glass was banned from various locations when you were recording it. Society changes, and it's going to become norm, I think, for everything to be recorded all the time. Thoughts on this article?
I thought this was a big deal. Not so much Apple, but the general trend. Why? Because whoever owns the always-on layer owns the relationship. And so this is a land grab for who can be the persistent, always-on modality that's constantly listening to you. This
You might have a couple of these.
But Apple always watches until they think the time is right to enter, and then they try and get in there. I'm not sure they're going to win or not.
It's so funny that you just said that, Salim, because that is so true, and it's exactly opposite of what Apple was for my entire life up until. I mean, they always invented things that shocked you, and they were first to market. And now with the Apple Vision Pro, it's just like, oh yeah, we made an Oculus. It's great. And now Johnny Ive went to OpenAI. He's going to create an always-on wearable. Okay, well, as soon as we see it, we'll copy it. So they become Microsoft, they become the
I think this has. I think the social and technical and ethical, social and ethical issues around this, the backlash will be the harder part to solve rather than.
I keep trying to warn people it's coming too. I don't think it's going to be backlash. I think it's going to be accepted. I think it's going to
be accepted, but it's going to be so weird. Like if you look at society around college campuses today, it's very, very different since the camera phone came along. Like everybody's constantly cautious, and it's good in a sense that drinking is way down, bad behavior is way down, arrests are way down.
Yeah, when people are watching, people become moral.
Yeah, well, they become moral, but they also become,
locked in a you lose independence, right? I'll go back to the global airport thing. We kind of essentially live in a global airport. In an airport, you're being surveilled, and your rights can be taken away at any time. With pins like this, you end up in that model. You'll have a huge drop in radical innovation because people won't feel safe to try out crazy things.
Well, there's no opt-out option either. If you said, I don't want any part of this. I want to live privately. I want to. Well, if the other guy is recording you at all times and you're not, it's exactly what you said before, Salim. Like, okay, well, it escalates, and it's not just the wearable, always-on listening device. The visual version of it on the glasses is coming out concurrently, and so then everyone around you is constantly recording in high def everything that happens. So if you don't, then you don't have the file. And also, the other thing people don't fully understand. A lot of what happened with the camera phone is security through obscurity. Nobody will see the pictures because the files are so big and they're not going to get published and whatever. Now, in the age of AI, the image recognition and the voice transcription is perfect. And so if you wanted to assemble a misleading profile of a person from all the scraps, you just prompt it and it's instantaneously pulled together.
Alex, do you have views on that one?
I have strong views on this AI pin. First of all, I would love one if Apple sells it. Second of all, I think we're missing the wearable strategy angle. So Apple has obviously been for a number of years looking for a post-iPhone strategy, and wearables and services are the two, which were, by the way, more or less launched at the same time by Tim Cook, the two obvious post-iPhone business models. For wearables, the question has always been, where is the ergonomic place to put compute on the human body? So until now, we've had three places. We've had the wrists, and that's the Apple Watch. We've had the ears, and that's AirPods. And we've had the eyes, where Apple really arguably should have launched eyeglasses, but launched the Apple Vision Pro headset, but now they're going back to eyeglasses. And this, I think, if Apple does indeed next year launch a Star Trek communicator pin type circular device, this would be the fourth place on the body, and it's successful, that humans are willing to tolerate real compute on their person. And I think that's potentially very exciting. And to the extent, Peter especially, like you want to live in the Star Trek economy, what's the Star Trek economy without Star Trek communicator pins on everyone?
Amen to that. I'm looking for my micro drones. I'm looking for a little micro drone that is just always buzzing about imaging and recording everything. But that will come next. That will be
just to be clear, the wearable pin, it'll start audio only for all of a minute, and then it'll have 180-degree camera capability immediately after that. So it's going to be a wearable that's looking in all directions and grabbing all the video.
I'm sure it'll have a little light on it to indicate when it's recording, and we'll go through a moral panic for all of 5 minutes, and then everyone will be wearing them.
But I agree, the moral panic is all of 5 minutes, and then everyone has it, and then you get used to it very, very quickly. But the fabric of society is permanently changed. And you have to go back to it really is. It's a different world. We're all acting very differently. And it's a little unpredictable.
There's never an argument with your spouse, again, about who said what.
Body cams for everyone, not just for police.
Yeah, Rick Smith is the head of Axon. They produced the taser. They also produced the body cams. He'll be on stage with us at the Abundance Summit this year as well, talking about his moonshot. He wanted to get rid of guns or gun deaths, I should say, and develop the taser. But also the body cams have changed the game for police, right? And so this is going to change the game. Again, I've always felt, I remember I backed the Lindbergh Foundation, I don't know, probably 8-9 years ago. They were flying drones over herds of, what was it back then? Elephants, I guess, just to protect them from poachers. And so when cameras are watching, people behave differently, right? When a CNN camera is sitting there, filming a despot, he's not causing harm to women and children. So I do think this is going to change behavior in society to a large degree.
I'm really predicting that Neil Stephenson, Diamond Age, if you go back and read that book, that's where things are going to go very, very quickly. Because a lot of people want to live in different versions of this very confusing, always recorded world. And there'll be, 10, 20, 30 different flavors branded, and you can move to the version of it that you like. So, they'll be kind of cutting across boundaries, cutting across borders, different cultural. You have to read the book to really get how that works out. But it seems inevitable because not everybody wants to opt into, any given version of this. It gets too weird.
David Brin has written extensively about this in Transparent Society. I think with Apple producing this, the one thing you can be sure of is there are going to be some amazing snazzy TV commercials for the Panopticon.
No, you can be sure it's going to be white. It's going to be white and expensive.
Maybe 2 colors.
Maybe. All right, let's jump in. Let's jump into AMA with the mates. Here are 10 questions that came from our subscriber base. Thank you guys for subscribing. If you haven't yet, please do, and please upload your questions into the comment section on YouTube. Here, we read them, we love them. All right, as we have said before, we'll go around and choose.
Quick comment before we start this.
Please.
These questions are more sophisticated than any policy discussion.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Sorry, go ahead, Peter.
All right, well, Salim, you want to pick one and jump in?
Yeah, I will pick the government one. Where is the government one? Number 5. Why is there no plan from governments for massive job displacement? And the problem is the governments assume linear change and stable labor demand, and both are under threat because AI breaks both those models. And so bureaucracies are optimized for redistribution, not reinvention. And so we're reinventing the entire economy. It's too big of an ask for governments which do incremental, microscopic changes over long periods of time.
Okay. Dave, what's on your docket here?
I'll take one because I know that Alex will love to go contrarian on it. So, and I know you guys.
Read the question.
Okay, the question is one: wouldn't uploading your mind result in losing your unique, real consciousness? And my answer to that is yes, absolutely. Uploading your mind structurally makes no sense because the AI, the virtual AI version of you is capable of merging with other intelligences immediately, and it can't resist. It's not going to sit there as an isolated consciousness when it can just meld with other consciousnesses. But then it's not you anymore. It's this amalgam that's out there. So I do believe in avatar versions of yourself that you send out as agents and they bring you back useful information. I think that's inevitable. But I think uploading yourself and then saying, oh, now I'm uploaded, my meat body can just go away, I just think that's nonsensical. And I'm not in line to be uploading myself anytime soon. All right, Alex, jump on me.
Okay, so since I have to play contrarian, I guess that's just how I'm painted. Can I be really contrarian and try a lightning round in answering all of these really quickly?
I have some thoughts on this one also, by the way.
Go ahead.
Let me go first real quick. You upload bits of yourself every day, Dave. Memory, identity, expression, etc., etc. It's not whether it's preserved, but what aspects of it matter. And let's also note that we have no idea what consciousness is. We don't have a definition, we don't have a test, so it's a bit of a trick question. But I think we upload bits of ourselves all the time anyway. Alex.
All right, lightning round. So to the uploading question, losing your unique quote-unquote real consciousness, no, not with a Moravec procedure. 2, will AI avatars make up the larger number of our future friends? Probably, but it won't matter because humans and AIs are going to merge anyway, so it's only a phase. 3, what are the biggest pros and cons you see with AI with human-like agency? Pros, we get radical economic growth. Cons, keeping the AIs coupled with human interests long enough to merge with them. 4, what do you believe? 4, what do you Yep, we aim to please. 4, what do you believe money, why do you believe money won't just concentrate at the top? I think the question itself is intrinsically flawed. It doesn't really understand the nature of power law economics, and economies in general follow power laws, so money is already concentrated at the quote-unquote top. This isn't really a new state of affairs.
Can I just add one thing?
I would beef on that one.
Yeah.
It's true that you do get concentration at the top, but you do decentralize over time always. So over time, this is great as the thing, the long tail just becomes longer and longer and bigger and bigger.
Well, I think the key with 4 in the U.S. is that when you look at the quote-unquote top, a lot of people talk about it like it's a race or something. You were born at the top, but it's not true in the U.S. Almost everything at the top, sorted to the top, starting from next to nothing. So as long as we have equality of opportunity, so what you should be worried about in bullet 4 is, can you get to the top? Is there still a way to get to the top? But trying to tax the top and distribute it is sort of not the point. The point is, do we have an equal opportunity to get there, or have we locked in a certain group of people who control AI and become dominant and overlords forever? And you want to avoid that, obviously.
All right, so the catchphrase there is equality versus equity. 5, why is there no plan from governments for massive job displacement? The answer is there are plans from governments for massive job displacement. Having industrial policies both in the East and the West for leaning into robotic automation is very much a plan for massive job displacement. 6, how do we stop any future coming social unrest? IBID. 7, if everyone...
No.
I have an easy answer for that one. For this one, it's you don't stop with a policy, you stop with an agency. Give everybody as much agency as possible, and people feel empowered.
Yeah. Well, the other part is you have to deal with the fear people have. Social unrest comes from fear. Fear of not understanding the future, and fear of not having a job, fear of not having a roof over your head. So one of the things we talked about is, can we deliver universal basic services to people that gives them stability, right, as one of the solutions. The second thing is addressing their basic concerns. Can I feed my family? Do I have to worry about society imploding on me? People are living in fear. Their amygdala's lit up by the speed of change right now. We have to address that. All right.
Well, I spent a lot of time in the State House, and I can tell you there is no plan on bullet 5. The question is, why is there no plan, which implies, but there's definitely
there is no plan. I agree.
I'll take the other position. I think China certainly has a plan, given that China is facing rapid demographic decline while also ramping up their robotics initiatives, and the plan is lean into it rather than be a victim to it. And to my earlier, I guess, to amend my remarks regarding future coming social unrest, I will also add I prepared a movie. I think we talked about it in the past. You can view it on my X profile, called A Nation That Learned to Sprint, where I argue that the way social unrest could be handled in the future is to treat social cohesion as a form of infrastructure that AI itself can help to mold. But some people find that overly, perhaps, authoritarian as a framing, so it's easier to just say, reference other points. Very quickly, and then Nate, because these are such wonderful questions. 7, if everyone becomes an entrepreneur, who would we sell to and why? I think, again, if you analogize entrepreneurship to social media, that's like asking if everyone can publish their own essays, for example, who's going to read them? Yeah, who's going to read it? And the answer is people who want to. And of course there's demand for peer-to-peer publication. 8, wouldn't UBI destroy people's personal motivation to achieve in society? I think UBS, Universal Basic Services, is probably more promising, but the point in UBI is the B, it's basic. So there will always be things and inequalities to hand-wring over and to strive for.
I have 2 points I want to make on this one. One is really, the B is really important. When we've seen UBI experiments, they've succeeded when you give people enough to survive but not be happy. So you still have a thriving economy, etc.
People still have
the second
desires.
thing,
Yeah, they still want to go higher.
Yes, 100%. But the second point is very important. Is people confuse UBI with a socialist scheme. It is not. If you implement UBI properly, you dismantle government services. It's a libertarian scheme, and then you have market forces driving most of it. So this is really, really important misnomer that a lot of people get wrong. Go ahead.
9, how can individuals compete with large players that can afford $1,000 a day on APIs, which I assume is a coded reference to Dave. It may or may not be the case, but I think it sounds like one.
It definitely is. Definitely is.
And so I would say follow call it the China pattern, which is when you're compute limited, be creative, be more resource efficient, and develop leapfrog approaches that make better use of the compute resources that you have, and also work on problems that are higher leverage given limited compute. 10, and finally, will our patent and trademark offices collapse under the volume of AI-generated entrepreneurship? No.
And I'm going to argue in that one, yes. But the fact of the
Yeah, it
matter
totally
is,
will.
when we have AI, a patent and a trademark will be meaningless, or at least a patent will be meaningless. AIs will invent around it.
Well,
You're going to have.
Remember that IP systems are designed for scarcity of invention, right? AI flips that to abundance, so the whole thing dissolves.
Yeah, I think the rate of patentable things will way outstrip anything the patent office has planned. I don't know if you could bundle them into groups or something.
But if you're depending upon a patent as your moat to protect you, you're toast. You're toast.
100%.
Totally right.
For the record, I disagree with that point. I would also point out that the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office also has AI. So it's not like there's some fundamental asymmetry here.
If patents and trademarks have less value in the future because of the speed of innovation, I mean, you're either reinventing yourself constantly or you're dead. We're seeing that in the whole AI world today, right? Things that were built a moment ago, like SaaS platforms, are becoming irrelevant as Claude 4.5 is reinventing them.
I think it's a little bit, just quick point on that, I think it's a little bit analogous to saying life can't possibly exist at the bottom of the ocean because the pressure is too great, but what actually happens is the pressure inside the organism matches the pressure on the outside. Similarly, we forget, patent litigators are going to have AIs as well, and the patent office will have AIs, everyone's going to have AI.
You're just loving Accelerando so much.
It is the best book ever.
And Accelerando, if you haven't read it yet, is a whole segment about the lead character constantly filing.
Well, before we leave that slide on the second to last bullet, I had a great meeting with Eric Schmidt, Eric Brynjolfsson, Daniela Roos out in Davos, plotting out exactly how we kind of unleash entrepreneurs and give them access to the compute they need. Because it is a very valid point. If you can't get the best AI in large volumes, it is very, very hard to compete, and it's only going to get harder. But we have a plan, and we're super excited, and we'll roll it out very quick. Eric Schmidt moves fast when he has a great idea.
I love it.
I have 2 quick points to summarize this whole discussion.
Okay.
One was the unbelievable conversation at Davos between what's happening with AI and then the geopolitical nation-state bullshit, and just the discrepancy between those and the gap between those 2 conversations. And the second was, for me, the Claude Constitution stuff is just some of the most fascinating stuff we've seen maybe in 1,000 years for the future of humanity.
Yeah.
And important. Yeah, the same thing. Huge, amazing.
By the way, Alex, you did an incredible job speedrunning these 10 questions. Thank you. Whether you were right or wrong, or we agree with you or not, love the fact that you took it on.
Lightning round.
We have another beautiful outro music and video from CJ Trueheart. CJ, thank you for lobbing these over and DMing me with them. Grateful for it.
Before we get to that, can I just say thank you to you guys? I feel topped up again intellectually.
Yay! We're
so fun.
Coming up shortly for everybody listening is going to be a WTF episode with Kathy Wood. talking about her recent 2026 report and going through it in our WTF style, so get ready for that. And then a conversation with Brett Adcock, the CEO of Figure. We're going to be heading to check out their facility and meet Figure 3, so get ready for it. Let's end with our Escape Velocity outro music from CJ Trueheart. I have to say the visuals on this one are interesting. Dave, you and I are wrestling in the middle of this. I'm not sure what it means, but it's very strange. Okay. Let's watch.
Jeff Bezos?
I knew you guys were frat brothers, but really.
I actually still have scars on my shins from carpet wrestling back at MIT. Remember that? Don't bank into the turn. Do not bank into the turn.
Escape velocity to a Star Trek reality.
Star Trek reality. Love it.
You're learning Japanese, okay. The lingo. 你为什么不用 AI？ 哦。
Like real equations for once, actually. Look at that much closer.
I love the fact you're holding a spanner.
A spanner.
So retro.
Got a fusion reactor here, and I'm going to get this smashed unbolted.
All right. Thank you, CJ Trueheart, for that audio and visual extravaganza.
And if folks want to see a debate on fiat versus crypto, let's put it in the comments and let's see how that goes.
Okay. Yeah.
Are we going to get to film back in the manufacturing area with Brett Adcock? Because
I hope so. I'll ask him.
It's so cool. But normally they're really cautious with that stuff. But it's so amazing when you see them back.
You know my question for Brett.
Yeah, I know. Why in the world does he have more than two arms? No, that wasn't it.
The opposite.
I'm kidding you.
All right,
gentlemen,
guys.
Welcome back from Davos. As I feel the same, Salim, recharged and re-energized, and and hopeful. I'm coming away hopeful from this conversation. Yeah. Take care, guys. Be well.
Bye.
Thanks, Peter.
If you made it to the end of this episode, which you obviously did, I consider you a Moonshot mate. Every week, my Moonshot mates and I spend a lot of energy and time to really deliver you the news that matters. If you're a subscriber, thank you. If you're not a subscriber yet, please consider subscribing so you get the news as it comes out. I also want to invite you to join me on my weekly newsletter called Metatrends. I have a research team. You may not know this, but we spend the entire week looking at the metatrends that are impacting your family, your company, your industry, your nation. And I put this into a 2-minute read every week. If you'd like to get access to the Metatrends newsletter every week, go to diamandis.com/metatrends. That's diamandis.com/metatrends. Thank you again for joining us today. It's a blast for us to put this together every week.
Solve shopping while
we're gonna have a shopping benchmark very soon. I can hear it coming.
You can hear it probably already here.
Okay, all right. I found this one fascinating. Thanks for raising it, Alex. Mathematics facing existential crisis due to AI. I'm going to start with the quote down below from a professor at Ben Gurion University. I'm writing a bunch of papers, and I don't know if I should bother publishing them. That's fascinating. Alex, what are you hearing in the drumbeats in the math community?
I'm hearing quite a bit of this, and not just from the math community. I'm hearing it from the physical sciences as well. And I think the anthropologists and the economists will be studying this moment for many years to come, well after the singularity is well and truly over. And I think my suspicion is this will be viewed as a sort of professional hyperdeflation. And in a deflationary regime, why spend your money now? You should wait until later when your money can buy more. Similarly here, if we're in this mode of, call it professional hyperdeflation, why spend any effort doing much of anything, let alone writing hard math papers now, if AI will make it much easier, if not effortless in the future? So I think this is going to get solved at some point when we start to up the ambition level of problems that we're solving. But for the moment, I think we're in a moment of professional hyperdeflation. It's very exciting.
This is the equivalent of don't bother going in a starship, because by the time you get to the planet of you're targeting, technology will advance so far that you'll meet an entire population there.
That's right. And there's a term for that that's called the weight equation. And we're seeing the weight equation play out now across every discipline, including math, that's just getting solved by AI.
I mean, so
I'm really excited because I think this indicates a collapse of traditional academics.
Yes.
To rethink itself, right? God bless.
Yeah, for sure. And anyway, it's yet we are seeing a collapse of the college university system for lots of other reasons.
The laws and regulations, Peter, still have to change because they're still not allowing the AI to be co-author on papers, right? And that has to eventually change because what's in AI and what's human is starting to blur. The line between humanity and AI is going to blur.
Alex, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think regulations are separate from norms in many cases, although certainly there's quite a bit of interplay between them. So on the regulation side, we're not covering it here in this pod, but the U.S. Patent Office has recently made some positive motions in the direction of supporting AI-enabled patent applications, for example. So I think there is progress on the regulatory side. On the norm side, I think that's in some sense far trickier than the evolution of regulations, because in some cases I think you have entrenched communities that are actively disincentivized from allowing in this rush of progress. If your entire discipline is about to get solved in the next 3 years, which in many cases I think will be the case, certainly with math over the next 2 to 3 years, we're seeing the solution, then there are perverse incentives at play to discourage all of this innovation and to protect your professional livelihood. And that's just something as a civilization we're going to have to get through as quickly and painlessly as possible.
I mean, I have to imagine that every patent being filed right now is in part being developed with AI as a tool. And I have to also imagine that, in figuring out the claims and figuring out extensions and figuring out, new strategies or how would you disrupt this patent, all of that is going to be done using AI.
It's like security. It's an arms race, right? You find a way of hacking, then you find a way of protecting. You find a way of hacking, you find a way of protecting. it's the same thing, because the AI side will uplift both the filing of the patents and the evaluation of the patents. But the entire concept now, because we're shrinking time, how do you give a patent for a number of years? And what does that mean when, say, the CRISPR patent was routed around within 18 months?
See, and I think the hard part isn't the patents themselves, it's what happens when in the next few years we're facing a glut of innovations due to AI solving everything, and we don't know how to metabolize that as a civilization. Like if AI solves the top 5,000 diseases in the next 5 years, as some frontier labs, as we've talked on the pod, are now doing, how on earth do we metabolize 5,000 major disease cures into treatments for everyone? It's hard.
The current timing is about 17 years from known cure to full deployment going to early regulatory.
Yeah, I remember I was on stage with Astro Teller and Steve Jurvetson, and we were talking about what the world looks like as we're approaching the singularity. And there was something that was said that blew my mind. It was, you'll never bother patenting anything ever again. Because as soon as you file something, as soon as you create a product, there'll be, a army of AIs that are figuring out how to produce that product around any patent that pre-exists and make it more efficiently from a different approach. And so your only defense is no longer patents, it's continuous innovation. You've got to be continually re-innovating yourself.
I think for what it's worth, that's sort of a nonsensical argument, because we're also going to have an army of AI patent litigators to defend all those patents.
Oh, God, great.
No, but Peter, I think you're making a really important point. I'll go back to the CRISPR thing, right? They spend years fighting over who invented CRISPR, Jennifer versus the other folks. And they finally got through it all, resolved it all, and then by that time they'd found 4 other ways of pathways, or I think it was 9 other pathways of getting the same outcome, but not using that IP. So I think that's the part that's going to break lots of other things.
Well, again, AI entering our world. I think there's very soon a period of time where every Nobel Prize is being done in partnership with AI. Not that they're being recognized. All right, let's jump into where the rubber hits the road. I want to talk about jobs and the economy. A lot of interesting news here. The first is a study by McKinsey on how AI is reshaping skills and work by 2030, saying that AI can automate already 57% of current U.S. work. And the goal here is shifting, not eliminating roles. And the demand for AI fluency has grown 7x in 2 years. It's the fastest rising skill in the U.S. And finally, that we're going to see $2.9 trillion in economic gains by 2030 as a result of this. Alex, want to kick off the conversation?
Yeah, I tell people who ask me for career advice to make sure that their skills and their work goals are aligned with an intelligence explosion. In other words, to accelerate it and make sure that superintelligence is evenly distributed. I think the exact wrong thing to do, as we were just discussing, is to not align your work with the boundaries and the vectors of this explosion, worst case, to try to slow it down. And I think that's being reflected already in automation. If you're in an industry and if you're a mathematician and you're concerned that all of your work is about to be automated, why do anything? You're facing your moment of ennui, you're staring down the weight equation, what's the point of anything? What you should be working on, I would argue, is AI for solving math. And maybe it's time to jump up a layer of abstraction and supervise a fleet of AI agents that are automating your former field.
Yeah, I love that.
But I think, Peter, I think to me, the AI fluency, what does that really mean? Because you never really interact with AI. You really interact with an application that's built on top of AI. And those tools are constantly changing. So really developing a AI fluency has really no meaning as such, because those tools are going to be constantly changing and becoming more and more different and advanced. So I really think learning to learn really becomes the trick here. How do you actually have a way to encourage and educate children where they constantly becomes lifelong learner? And knowing that intelligence is going to be the capabilities to learn, not the knowledge you have. So the whole thing has to shift from knowledge to a capability to learn.
Yeah, and we talked about continuous learning in AIs as well. I've often tweeted at MIT and Harvard, my universities of history, that you've got to change. The idea of being admitted for a 4-year degree is crazy. You should be admitted for lifelong learning. You're a member of a student body for life. I mean, I think
that works really well until we have BCIs in a few years and can do high bandwidth downloads and sideloads of new information and don't need traditional universities.
I can't wait. Well, listen, the universities are going to sublimate very shortly.
I think I would make the 2 points here. One is that for the education side, that we're moving from the supply side where you learned engineering, math, accounting, and then trying to sell that in the job marketplace. And we're moving to the demand side where you pick your massive transformative purpose and your big problem you want to solve, and then go acquire the skills that you need to solve that problem. So that's one big shift. I do want to call BS on one thing in this chart, which is that 2.9 trillion economic gain. That all sounds wonderful, except they're not talking about the demonetization that is taking place radically across the board, which I think dwarfs that.
Yeah, it's McKinsey.
Yeah,
it's a good
so I call BS on big chunks of this.
Yeah, but can you double click on what that means, because it's important for folks to understand.
Yeah. So for example, there's an innovation out there called Wellways, which may solve breast cancer because we can detect breast cancer at stage 0 now. Okay, we spend $500,000 per person on average in the West treating breast cancer, somebody that's gotten breast cancer. If you solve breast cancer, GDP drops. Even though you solved a major problem, GDP dropped. This is why Emad talks about the fellow that created GDP said it's the worst measurement of the economy possible.
Yeah.
Because as we increase efficiency, GDP actually drops. I use the example of that $1,000 TV that's can only be sold for $500 a year later and $250 a year after that. Those are all drops in GDP. And so we're missing that unbelievable hollowing out of all of the work that's going to be done. That 57% of U.S. work that's being automated is going to decimate GDP. So that's the part to take into account, as well as looking at the upside.
I thought you were going to say something different, Salim. I thought you were going to say the fact that $100 by 2030 buys you so much more capability than $100 does today, right? It buys you.
That's all built into the same thing, right? It's all built in because the amount of stuff I can do with $100 is 100 times more than, say, 10 years ago. Even though the dollar is deflated, etc., the productivity of that $100, I can launch a whole business with $100 today, right? Which I couldn't do 20 years ago, 10 years ago, even 5 years ago.
All right, well, let's move on to another MIT study. MIT finds that AI can already replace 11.7% of the U.S. workforce. So MIT found AI can handle jobs tied to about $1.2 trillion in wages across finance, healthcare, and HR. I completely believe that, right? Their iceberg index simulates 151 million workers and 32,000 skills to see which tasks AI can now perform. And tech layoffs are just the surface of a 2.2% of exposed wages. Thoughts, Salim?
This speaks to what we spoke about in the last slide. Essentially, we're going to see this huge demonetization take place. I don't see anything massively meaningful here, except that you will automate a lot of tasks. I go back to Eric Brynjolfsson's comment that to do a particular job, you might have 27 tasks, and AI may automate like half of those, but you still have to do half of those. And it also speaks to the middle-to-middle comment that Balaji talks about. I think the big shift will come when we move away from human-centric workflows. So think about the idea that right now, all of our work that we do in any company or any function is human-centric. You go from accounting to fulfillment, you have marketing, you have accounting, and you have a person there. When you have an AI that can rewrite the rules, you can get rid of all of those people-centric tasks into being functionally centric.
Naveen, what are your thoughts?
I think this is slightly different. I think if you, what Satya said a couple of days ago was really meaningful. He says, look, yes, we're going to have AI agents, just like I have a bunch of employees. But they go out and do the job because I delegate them. But they still come back and say, I'm finished this, I'm stuck here. What do I do here? What's my priority? Should I do this or this, right? So point is that humans will always going to be there, irrespective of all the agents and the new agents actually being deployed. It just makes them more productive. It allows them to do more. So I don't believe that jobs are going to go away. It will just allow the same people to be able to do more.
You know, this goes back to a couple of pods ago when I was showing the data from FI9. And this is not just in the US, in the tech industry. The notion that there's still a lot of fear around the world of, can I find a job? And can I afford to live in this future? I'm out right now actively speaking to people, and there's just a tremendous amount of fear around the future for their kids and the future for their ability to survive and thrive, right? So that is still very real. I'll just mention on that pod, I said to our subscribers and listeners, you know, we would love to get together and have what we call a moonshot gathering, probably in the fall of next year, and to talk about how do we solve these problems? How do we solve these huge problems of fear and uplift society for every man, woman, and child? And I said, if we can get, 1,000 Moonshot subscribers, we're like at 850 now. So if you're interested in potentially a Moonshot gathering with the Moonshot mates, probably in LA in the fall of 26, send an email to moonshots@diamandis.com. We'll send you some information. And again, I'm just, right now we're asking, is this of interest to you? If you want to be part of these conversations over a couple of day event, we'd love to have you. So again, just send us an email. We'll send you back
some abundance of wine, I'm there.
There's an abundance of what?
Wine.
Wine, okay. You're resveratrol. Yeah. All right, so moonshots@diamandis.com. All right, let's move on to our next article here. Here's a flip side. Claude Conversation suggests AI could double U.S. productivity growth. So an analysis of 100,000 chats found tasks without AI took an average of 90 minutes. And Claude helped cut the time by 80% on the average task, with healthcare being cut up to 90%. And being in the healthcare industry, I know this to be the fact, right? Is so much that can be improved on every aspect of it's not healthcare, it's sick care, right? So let's just be very clear. Claude could help, cut average task length by 90% in the sick care industry.
So what this means is you can get a procedure or some task done for like a tenth of the cost, right? That's the demonetization we're talking about.
It is. And when you bring in, intelligent, humanoid robots, you're going to start to get medical procedures done at a tenth of the cost.
Can I give a personal anecdote here?
Please.
I have a big screen TV that just went blank on it.
Okay.
And so I went into ChatGPT and Gemini and I said, my TV's not working. And here's the model number. And it said, is it making a buzzing sound? And I was like, what? So I listened, and it was making a buzzing sound. And I said, yes. It said, is it making a buzzing sound for 2 seconds, spaced by 7 times in a row? And I was like, yeah. And it said, there's a diode on the power board that's gone bad, and here's how you fix it. Now, this is mind-boggling, because that would have taken hours and hours and hours. I'd have to take the TV apart, guess at 100 things to figure out, carry the whole damn TV into the repair shop to figure out what the hell's going on. Or do you even just chuck the TV? And I could go in there, the guy soldered a new diode for me, and it was back to scratch. That, I think, is the kind of thing that we're going to see hundreds of times over in all sorts of...
In healthcare as well, yeah.
And in healthcare, 10 times over.
Wow.
But I don't think the healthcare cost has anything to do with what people charge. I really don't think this will change how much money we spend on healthcare. It's not really the cost issue. It's not about how much money you spend. It is primarily driven by litigation, and that's not going to change.
Fascinating. Well, I mean, it can change, just not easily.
Yes. My expectation, for what it's worth, is that the Jevons paradox is going to strike yet again. And just as a reminder, the Jevons paradox is that as the efficiency of a good or service increases, it's often the case that overall demand increases even more. I think whether it's with healthcare or with television repair or just service economy tasks in general, I'm finding anecdotally and seeing more generally, as productivity skyrockets thanks to these tools, you take on more tasks, you take on more projects rather than taking a 2-day weekend and turning that into like a 4-day work week. The exact opposite is happening. We're doing far more with less.
Yeah, our multiplexing lives are just going hyper exponential.
I think this is a key point. Like, for example, we talk about automating software writing, and I think we'll just end up writing 10 times more software.
Lots of slop
to be done, right? And lots of slop, of course. But how many hundreds of thousands of things do we want to keep automating? And we are at the very, very beginning of all of that.
Yeah. In the economy, here's a fun conversation, interesting article. Some New Yorkers are getting $12,000 in crypto. It's a basic income style pilot by Coinbase. So 160 New Yorkers in the Bronx and East Harlem are getting 12 USDC or 12,000 USDC, right? And we had Jeremy Allaire on this pod, the CEO of Circle, as part of a basic income pilot. It's funded by Coinbase. Each participant receives $800 a month, again in USDC for 5 months, plus an $8,000 lump sum. And the program is testing whether crypto payments are useful or perceived differently in low-income communities. Gentlemen, who wants to jump in?
I love the idea they're running this, because the more data and the more UBI type pilots we run, the better. We've seen profound positive results when you truly run a UBI, meaning it's truly universal, it's truly basic, and it's basically just giving the income to the people. In this particular case, I think there's going to be a huge age demographic split between young people going, yeah, I'll use the damn crypto, and the older folks going, no, there's nothing, give it to the kids, and they'll figure it out.
I'll comment on this story as well. Critically, this is not a UBI. This is a GBI, which is a guaranteed basic income that restricts the targets of the recipients to certain economic demographics. So it's not universal. It's just basically for those who need it, according to some definition of need, to bring them up to some floor. And I think what this represents is we're seeing an evolution. There were a variety of trials of, call it first or second generation UBI. Some of those succeeded, some of those arguably did not succeed. I think it's very helpful that we're seeing innovation and iteration and evolution of, call it post-economic paradigms like this. I'm still a big fan of universal basic services and universal basic equity, not just basic income guaranteed or otherwise. But I think we should expect to see many more iterations, trials, evolutions like this before we finally figure out what it looks like to live in an abundant economy.
Yeah, we had this an X Prize at this year's Visioneering. Salim was there. Naveen, I'm sorry you weren't able to make it this year, but the prize that won Visioneering this year, it was called the Abundance X Prize. Two of my Abundance 360 members pitched it, proposed it, and won. And it's for universal basic services. The idea is, can you provide for a flat fee of $250 a month housing, food, water, energy, and bandwidth? Right, that's the goal. And I love the idea because if a family has a roof over their head and guaranteed food and bandwidth and energy, they can start thinking about their future. They can start thinking about how they become an entrepreneur. What do they do? How do they upskill themselves? But if you're a mom or dad fighting to put food in your kids' mouths, nothing else matters.
This was so exciting to see because it's the first time we've also moved away from the hard technology stuff to more of the social contract.
Yeah.
And the biggest problem in the world is that what's happening as we move go through this massive transformation is the old social contract is absolutely breaking.
Yeah, for sure.
And we need to recreate some new model. And some model that covers the bottom couple of layers of Maslow's hierarchy is just going to be unbelievable for the world.
Yeah, and we want to make this a $50 million prize. I had my first conversation with a friend who's a multi-billionaire, not in the U.S., who said he's open to funding it. So I'm looking for funders. If you're listening and you want to fund this Abundance X Prize, please let us know. Okay.
This may have a bigger impact than any other prize we've ever done.
I agree. I mean, going back to the potential moonshot gathering we might have, there's a lot of fear out there in the world. And there's fear about how do I navigate in this future of AI disruption. And if people have a safety, a foundation that enables them to feel safe, and then they can start to learn and go forward. It reduces the fear significantly, and that's the goal.
And if you can tell people that, look, there's a line of sight to basic needs being covered for $250 a month, everybody kind of breathes a huge sigh of relief, and you take away that angst that's there. Right today, one of your family members gets sick, the whole family goes bankrupt. It's unbelievable today.
This episode is brought to you by Blitzy, autonomous software development with infinite code context. Blitzy uses thousands of specialized AI agents that think for hours to understand enterprise-scale code bases with millions of lines of code. Engineers start every development sprint with the Blitzy platform, bringing in their development requirements. The Blitzy platform provides a plan, then generates and pre-compiles code for each task. Blitzy delivers 80% or more of the development work autonomously, while providing a guide for the final 20% of human development work required to complete the sprint. Enterprises are achieving a 5x engineering velocity increase when incorporating Blitzy as their pre-IDE development tool, pairing it with their coding co-pilot of choice to bring an AI-native SDLC into their org. Ready to 5x your engineering velocity? Visit Blitzy.com to schedule a demo and start building with Blitzy today.
Next article here is NASDAQ pledges swift push for SEC approval of tokenized stocks. So tokens would have the same rights and protections as normal stocks, including dividends and voting. The move is meant to modernize rather than disrupt. NASDAQ considers this an evolution in trading, and tokenized stocks would be digital versions of regular shares on the blockchain. Naveen, how do you think about trading 24/7? Are you excited
First of
about
all,
this?
it's already happening. I mean, most of the stocks are trading 24/7 anyway in different markets. Obviously, if you look at Bitcoins and others, they trade 24/7, and so it is not a massive change. That call them tokenization, but the things like iShares. I mean, iShares has been around for a long time. People have looked at how do you buy a partial shares. So yes, it is a small incremental thing by putting on a blockchain, but really the idea of buying partial shares have been around. People have broken the shares into dividend shares or the growth shares. So I mean, there are many, many ways of owning a share, and this is just yet another way of doing it.
Alex or Salim, you wanna lean in?
Yeah, I'll comment on this one if I may. When we spoke with Toli a number of episodes ago about Solana, we talked about how increasing the efficiency of financial services was maybe the killer app of crypto, maybe the only killer app at the moment. I wish there were more compelling killer apps besides that. And I view this step by NASDAQ. This is iterative. It's a foundational step, but a step, I think, in a very positive direction. It does not critically give us 24/7 trading as much as I would like that yet, but it could be an enabler if the SEC approved 24/7 trading down the road. It could be an enabler for fractional tokenized shares.
You see,
Could
that's
be
what
an enabler. Yeah.
That's what I like, right? And the idea of I can own a fraction of a particular share, and then a fraction of a particular piece of real estate, and then tokenized assets, and then add to that agents trading, and you get an explosion in the economy.
Today, you can do that with a single stock ETF. So you can buy a partial shares, you can buy fractional shares, you can buy a whole bunch of things similarly today. So yes, as I say, it's incremental, and it's an enabler, as Alex rightly pointed so, rather than a big, massive change here.
Yeah, for me, I'm with Naveen. This is like incremental, and it seems like modernization with regulatory blessing rather than anything monster. But it's definitely a step in the right direction, thank God.
Okay. All right. Our next segment here is titled Elon and How to Solve the U.S. Debt Crisis. Let's take a listen to the video.
As long as civilization keeps advancing, we will have AI and robotics at very large scale. I think that's pretty much the only thing that's going to solve for the U.S. debt crisis. Because currently the U.S. debt is insanely high, and the interest payments on the debt exceed the entire military budget of the United States. Just the interest payments, and that's at least in the short term going to continue to increase. So I think actually the only thing that can solve for the debt situation is AI and robotics.
Fascinating. I believe that AI and robotics.
I've been in business for 14 years.
我昨天出去也觉得无聊，今天好像也没有什么活动。
And built service companies to over $30 million.
可能明天也可以出
Today,
去。
our portfolio at acquisition.com is over $250 million annually. And so in this video, I'm answering your questions about how to scale your service business. And for all these questions, I try to make my answers as tactical as humanly possible, so that you watching from home can immediately use them. Enjoy.
I am a chiropractor. We do right around 2.4. Been stuck there for 5 years. I'd like to get to 3.6 to get out of the swamp.
Stuck or growing over 5 years?
We've been at 2.4 for 5 years. Yep. And so I don't know what's stopping us. I'd like to get out of the swamp.
Heard. And then profit margins, you're at 30%, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. And we're seeing 600,000 as a profit number. Right? That's still accurate. Okay. Okay. So you got 600,000 in profit, and you and a partner, or you're 100%?
100%.
Okay. Well, what do you want to? You just want to what do you want to have happen? Do you want to what do you want to do? Do you want to go to many locations?
No, I want to grow a main big location. And,
okay.
Create a space for family to eventually. I mean, grow in there. If they don't want to do that, then that would probably change.
可以明天出去，我不知道。明天有 Reggie Ice，Reggie Ice 你知道什么？
7,700.
Okay, so decently large.
Yeah,
我碰到有 Reggie Ice。
Okay, got it. And so, are you at capacity within the space right now?
No, we used to have a supply issue till about 2 weeks ago, and then we hired another doctor, so now it's become a demand issue, and that's where we're at now.
So, how do you get customers now?
Our highest is referral, then we get about, the next highest would be paid ads through Facebook.
What percentage are ads?
今天没太阳，昨天有太阳，但是英国天气就很差。
About half is from referrals, another 20% is from Google.
Okay, so you separate Meta ads from Google ads when you talk about ads?
Yep.
Okay, got it.
We don't actually currently do Google ads, but that's where they said they came from.
Heard. Got it. Which I would probably see as word of mouth, like I Googled you or Googled somebody here. It's probably SEO, something like that. But okay. So 2.5 million. Like, what stops you from just spending more money on Meta ads?
Trust that we're doing it right.
Are you making more money than you put in?
Yeah.
Well, so you might have one of these guys, which is that we need attribution tracking, so that you can know if you're putting $1 in and getting $5 or $10 or $20 back out. We have no clue. But as soon as we have the attribution tracking, because fundamentally what you lack right now is an input-output equation for the business to grow. And so every business needs to know what are the core actions that I do that increase how much money I make. And if you can't define that for the business, then for sure as shit your employees don't know what it is. If you don't know what it is, right? And so for you, if you are not supply constrained and you're demand constrained, that means lead generation is the issue. If lead generation is the issue, what's the activity? The activity is going to either be I'm going to be making content, I'm going to be getting affiliates that are going to be for me, I'm going to be running paid ads. Right? Those are going to be kind of like the bigger buckets that you're going to be going into, and then you got people who do those things on your behalf. And so right now, do you make content?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What percentage comes from that?
We just started it about 2 months ago.
How much do you do? I'm not going to tell you to do more. I'm just curious.
We do 4 videos that gets created into short and long
per week.
4 videos for the month. And
okay, got it.
Yeah.
Don't. Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, so you got 4 longs, and you chop this into little shorts and things like that. Okay, got it. All right. So short term, long term. Short term, we got to get the data tracking in place. Second step is going to be putting the ads funnel in place and kind of like what the sales motion is behind that. For local, the good news is that it's easy to do because there's already so much trust locally that you don't need to have nearly the complexity of kind of like the funnels and indoctrination and education prior to someone making a purchasing decision. You can pretty much just like one call close, two conversation close anybody. even at very high ticket numbers, which is one of the benefits of local. The downside of local is that you've got a market that's this big. That's the downside, right? So if you don't want to expand markets, then you need to dominate the market you're in. And so it's going to be a multi-pronged approach. And it's kind of like I was saying earlier, like we're going to start with ads because that'll just get you more in. Because I'm guessing right now, if you have a good reputation, a good brand, then the ads will actually help you more than they would help somebody who doesn't have that footprint. But then we're going to start probably layering in the content as the second, kind of the well that needs to continue to get dug. Again, this is going to be long term, and so you're going to want to be a thought leader. And then what happens is that if you can succeed at building the brand long term, and it sounds like you're a more long term guy, so I'll speak in these terms. What happens is your radius actually continues to expand. And so if you take it to the natural extreme, you can go to the Amen Clinic in New York, or whatever, I think it's in New York, because they have a national reputation. But people would fly there. And so that's what it looks like as you continue to expand the brand, because people will just be more willing to travel to you and pay premium prices. I'm sure if you looked under the hood, the prices probably get tweaked too. But like those are some things. And if you're in the swamp, cash flow is actually the biggest thing that you need. And so again, the pricing and packaging is probably like, again, if I was to do order of operations, pricing and packaging would probably be number one, so we could free up cash flow. The freed up cash flow would then funnel into the ads so that we could get data attribution. Then we'd put the ads in place. Start flowing, putting flow through there, and then the baseline that happens after that is we're just going to increase the cadence on the content that demonstrates thought leadership. That's the path.
That makes sense. Thank you. How do you? We're having trouble also hiring good, high quality doctors in Wyoming.
It's actually ladders up to the first problem, cash flow.
Okay.
We need to fix the pricing so that we can generate more cash flow, so that we can pay doctors, so that we can actually get the business to not rely on you.
Well, real quick, if you're a business owner and you are not growing as fast as you'd like, I'd like to give you a free gift. My team and I put together the $100 million scaling roadmap, which is basically 200 hours of us looking over all the portfolio companies we've had and where they got stuck and how they got past it. And so we broke it into these 10 stages, and we made this little kind of quiz thing where if you put in your business information, it'll tell you where you're at. No matter what you're struggling with, someone else has already struggled with it and solved it. And so I'd like to give you this thing absolutely free. You go to acquisition.com/roadmap, plug in your business information. And if you want us to actually help you deconstrain the business and you're trying to scale, we'd love to help you out. On the thank you page, you just book a call with my team, and we will look at the business, see if we can help. And if we can, we'll invite you out to Vegas, and we'll do this in person, live.
I sell basically complete digital marketing services to service-based businesses in Australia.
SMBs?
Like cleaning companies, stuff like that. Cleaning, yard work.
Average revenue?
Average revenue per company is anywhere between $500,000 to 2.5. I've pivoted. The company's gone from 0 to 500K in the last four months. I pivoted from fitness, just happened so it worked out well. So they've all been wound down, getting other people to operate. I'd like to ideally get to 8 figures. In terms of what's stopping me, I spent the whole 28 hours here going through every framework I could figure out what's wrong. I just want to figure out.
Can I tell you what it is?
Good. I also want to figure out where would be, besides like getting the operations moving out to other people and making sure I'm not involved in delivery, where would be the best use of my time?
You'll get to 3, 10 will suck.
Yep.
Yeah, that's 2.
Yep.
So you're 4 months in, so it's brand new, and you haven't seen all the shit that's about to happen. So what's going to happen is because you're servicing SMBs, their volatility will translate over to your volatility, and independent of how well you do, they will start turning. And you have probably mastered the sales function, which is why you're growing quickly. But you also will have, like, CAC will never be cheaper than it is today. So CAC will always go up, and churn is going to start eating into the business because SMBs suck. And so what's going to happen is that your margins will continue to compress, and you have to spend more and more. CAC will go up. You have to hire more people because of churn. That's what you're going to think you have to do in order to fix the churn, but it's not. Whatever, let's go to it. And so you're going to keep going. And so revenue keeps going up, but the margin gets smaller and smaller until eventually you're just like, I feel like I'm running enough profit, and I have to just keep selling stuff, and I don't even feel confident about it because I got all these people complaining, but it's really because they're the business owners who suck, and then you think maybe I should take more responsibility for the business owners. I'm going to start maybe doing some sort of sales motion, some sort of nurture motion because they suck at sales, they don't know how to run their business, and that's why they can't market with me. But I'm going to do this because I want to take responsibility of this, and all of that is just wrong. And so, if you want to get to $3 million a year, you can just do what you're currently doing. Yeah, you'll just sell more, and LTV will probably be, what's your price point?
450 LTV.
a week. Okay, so you're 2K a month ish. Yeah. So you're right in the sweet spot of churn. Like that is like if you like 1,500 to 3K a month for an SMB, average stick is going to be 4 to 6 months. And so you can back of napkin. How many are you selling a month right now?
I'm selling about 10 a month at the moment.
Cool. So if you're selling 10 per month, right? And you said 2K was your price point, right? So let's say that we have 5 turns on that on average. 10K, right? And 10 per month. Yeah. Right. So you're going to get to 100K-ish per month. And then you will stall. And so at that point, you'll either have to increase units sold or increase LTV, and then you'll keep thinking, man, if I could just get this to go up, it'd be amazing, but you won't be able to. And so the only way to really make SMB work is to go the opposite end, is to go super, super cheap. Yeah. And then built in that costs you nothing. So
nothing to do.
Yeah. So it's like $400 a month or less for an SMB. If it's a nuisance style. So I'll give you some examples. If you were like, I can get you ranked on first 3 of maps in your local area, and I charge $400, $500 a month, they'll do it because they can see it, and they'll pay for that. Review management and SEO stuff, they will pay $300 to $400 a month, and they will stick on that. You'll get like 30 to 40 month stick rates on that, but you'll close way more sales velocity. So LTV is actually similar to this, but CAC stays super low as a result. But I know you just got out of fitness, which you probably got out because it was terrible and hard. You might need to just go and get to there, and then you'll feel good about things. Like you might need to walk this path rather than believe me, but that's what's going to happen. So, what do you want to happen?
To not have to walk in the first place.
Okay. So this is like this is me just being real. Like marketing, obviously a lot of marketers follow my stuff, and so I get a disproportionate amount of marketing agencies, and I've seen every move under the sun. SMBs suck as customers, and so you have to do this, one or the other. You have to go up market, you have to go down market, and you guys are really cheap, and it's something that's super automated. Or you do truly do more of these high-touch services, but you do with a business that actually knows their metrics, actually has a sales process, or has a proven model, rather than all of them just like wanting to change their stuff all the time, not knowing what they're doing to begin with, because like they're expecting you to figure out something that they haven't figured out themselves. So like your price either goes up and you serve the avatar, or it goes down and you serve the one you are now, but you make sure that your delivery is almost nothing. And then it becomes a CAC issue because you have to offset CAC, and so then it becomes big headlong tail, one-time setup into very small, recurring monthly, high gross margin. So those are the 2 models that work.
Yep. So drop low, go high, and in the middle is just a dead zone.
Where everyone dies.
What the hell is this?
Thank you. We do, we're WAS, so website as a service based company. So we build websites, do digital marketing services, that kind of stuff. We cater to small
Baby chameleons.
Small businesses. Average revenue per customer is $450 a month.
Okay.
It's a subscription-based company.
Yeah.
And
So
we're at 20 million bucks in revenue. And
Notice, example, right price. Really small, you price it super low, and it works. All right, go ahead.
And we want to get to 80 million bucks of revenue in about 3 years.
Okay.
So the question we're asking ourselves is, we're in an industry where AI is very disruptive. Every day that goes by, it's constantly degrading and decaying our product. And at the same time, we have kind of this one-channel risk that we're living with. All of our sales, 100% of our growth, has been done through outbound cold calling.
Love it.
Yeah, it's great. But again, cold calling is becoming harder and harder, and the industry is decaying. So we're constantly trying to figure out.
The industry is decaying. Yeah. What do you mean by that? Churn is going up?
Churn is slightly ticking up, but at the end of the day, AI is making it easier and easier for our customers to be able to build their own websites. Well, yeah, I know. With the type of customer we deal with, they're not usually super sophisticated.
Yeah.
So we do have
just
time.
Found out about ChatGPT, so.
Yeah, exactly. So we have time, but
some of you guys still fax, so I think you got time.
Yeah, but this is the question, right? So do we double down on marketing and create like an inbound channel and really invest hard into that, or do we try to innovate on the product and figure out what else they need and like build a revenue engine? Right now, we're kind of trying to do both, but it's obviously limiting.
So this is really, really good. I love that you asked this. So I went on this long rant the other day about this particular topic, which is solving problems that don't exist. So because like you have a narrative, you have a story around AI is decaying the business, but all I hear is that you have customers and your job just got way easier. So, you know what I mean? Like, if you were like, our churn is escalating by 10% per month, I'd be like, we have a problem. We need to change something. But if it's not really showing up in any meaningful way in terms of the business itself, I think there's plenty of people who will just be super laggards on this and are not going to be replit vibe coding. They never bought your shit to begin with.
Yeah.
Like the person who is super into AI right now wasn't hiring WAS anyways. They built their own website.
Mm-hmm.
Before AI made it quote easy, right? Like, because I mean, to be fair, website building software, not that complicated, right? So you said there's two paths. So one is, you know, change the product around. My opinion, I wouldn't. That's probably wouldn't be where I'm focused unless I had some business metric that was way off that I'm not seeing. I would be doubling down on the acquisition side. What's your What's your number of months average stick?
So it's 29 months.
Yeah. No, that's the game. It's usually it's 30 to 40. It's the highest I've seen. I was 38 for this type of business. So like you're right in the sweet spot there. You're a little higher priced. I think they were $299. Like it all works out in the same same thing. So yeah, I think you just double down on inbound. So paid ads.
Paid ads,
Yeah, and I would just see if you get them to prepay for the quarter so you can offset CAC.
Okay. On that subject, if you don't mind, in terms of prepaying for the quarter, you know, again, our customers are pretty price sensitive. There's people that are cheaper than us, obviously, we've seen before. My fear is the amount of churn that will generate some, you know, we bill 90% of our customers on credit cards, and we hold on to 10% that pay us through like PAD and through checks and that kind of shit. It's awful, but you know, we're going to experience churn if we're like, hey, you need to prepay us up front. You'd still.
We would churn, just close fewer, right?
Close fewer, absolutely, and I think customers that are with us would leave us.
Why would the people who are with you leave you for how you treat your new customers?
Sorry? People that are with us would leave us.
I don't think you change your billing process for existing customers.
Gotcha.
I'm saying if you're doubling down on inbound, what will go up is CAC because you'll have media spend in addition to the sales commission. And so to offset that from a cash flow, or how cash flow positive are you right now?
So we did 3.6 in EBITDA last year.
Interesting. That's lowish.
It's lowish.
Yeah, I'm curious.
We're heavy on people. We're heavy on people.
Dude, AI.
I know.
Big thing.
I know.
It's like you're worried about them doing it. You're not even doing it. Right. Right. Right.
Yeah.
So like, okay. So this is what I would actually do. I would probably spend the next 6 months reorganizing the workflow, probably reduce headcount by 50%, using AI workflows in order to actually do the same thing, increase the margin from 3.6 to like 7 or more. With the added cash flow, you wouldn't have to change the price on the front end. You'd be willing to go negative for a quarter in the acquisition, knowing you're going to get 29 on the back. That's how I'd actually fix it.
Okay. Makes sense.
Chill, right?
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
I sell CFO advisory. We will do probably about 2.9 this year.
Amazing.
I would love to be at like 20 million.
Okay.
But what's stopping me? We've made all this stuff. I have 2 books. I have Fire My CPA. I have Tax Free Millionaire. I've made all these courses. I don't know what to do with them. I don't know how to market. I don't know how to advertise. I've never done any of this.
We're doing $3 million a year. Right?
All organic.
Yeah, I mean, you're obviously not marketing shitty. So you've got all this stuff, right? You got these books, you got these courses. You make content?
Yes.
Okay, so you are marketing.
Well, I've never put them out there. Like, I don't know what to do with it.
Wait, huh? Okay, hold on. So you've got all this stuff in your back pocket. So you've got Tax Free Millionaire book and or course. You've got Fire Your CPA book and or course. And you make content about tax accounting shit.
Yeah.
And so people come in and buy your tax accounting shit, right? And you're trying to get to 20?
Yeah.
Do people churn out?
Well, I've never tried to sell anybody on the stuff that I've made.
Well, but we don't need, but like, let's erase those for a moment. Those are not real things for the purpose of our conversation. If you didn't have those things, what would you do to grow the business?
People call our office and they come in and I sell them for monthly service and I get referrals for
in
tax
person?
plans. In person or virtual, yeah.
Okay, but you're local?
I'm local. We have a bricks and mortar. I have a billboard. But I do, yeah. But most of our clients are not in Texas.
Okay, heard.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're coming from the content, they call up, you guys sell them. Whatever.
Referrals, yeah.
Okay, got it. And what are you growing at annually?
What am I what?
Growing at annually?
Last year I was 2.2.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, super good. So, whatever, 35% annual growth, that's awesome. Okay, so what's the, so you want to get to 20, and I'm guessing you just don't want to wait like 7 years to get to 20 at that compound rate, right? So as long as you're keeping customers, when I said do they churn, that's what I meant. Like, are they do people stay with you?
The people that are on monthly stay a lot more than the people that come in just for a one-time tax plan.
What's the, this will be fun for you.
Okay.
So what's the, I'll give you like some business accounting. What's sales velocity right now?
I don't know what
How many units a month do you sell?
On the monthly recurring?
Yeah.
There's probably about 190 clients.
Now, how many do you sell every month?
Oh, new ones? We've closed down for new sales because I'm trying to figure everything out. So nothing right now. Nothing.
Well, that will not grow the business. That for sure. There's my. Yeah, I'll be here all day, guys. Okay, so we have a goose egg there. Okay, but okay, you have this other stuff. Why do we care?
Well, that's what I want to do. Like, I like the products. I like to educate. I like to be in front of the camera. Like, I want to do all that.
Okay. Well, what's wrong with the business that you decided to stop selling stuff for?
It's fucking hard. That's why.
I mean,
It's like to fulfill on it, and
you can always just start a business where you sell everybody else's stuff.
well,
You didn't get
like,
my joke. You missed it. Okay.
and what I'm trying to get to now, like AI, what you were saying, is going to completely obliterate our industry, which I'm really excited about.
Yeah.
Because I want to dive into it. I want to leverage AI tools and even overseas partners doing low-level stuff.
Okay.
Because people in our industry are really slow and outdated. And
Okay.
Yeah.
But all of these are not things that you would solve with marketing. You're supply constrained, and so you're like, how do I market more? I'm like, you can't even take people.
Well, I want to market like for courses and to buy my books and things like that.
You have a valuable business right now.
No, I do. Yeah.
No. Why would we start another business that's not
That's what
valuable?
Ed told me, but I want to do that too.
Yeah, I mean, like I make the content I continue to repeat, and I get my memes made of me of like, Alex is just gonna say shit's hard and hard things are hard and hard, and it's because it just never stops being hard. It is
hard.
Like the course thing will suck too. You just don't know it yet. Ask the course people; they'll tell you it sucks. Right? They're like, it sucks. Yeah. Customers aren't sticky. They'll expect you to do everything. They're like, I'm not a tax millionaire already, and I bought your $17 course. Like, fuck you. You know, like that's that's what's gonna happen. But you have a service that people aren't turning out of. I'm guessing.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
I mean some, but they're pretty sticky.
Yeah. No one who has bad churn stops selling. I'll say that. So like the fact that you're comfortable enough that you're like, oh, we don't need to take customers for a while. Like I'm sure your stuff is better than you think. But I think that we have to think, basically, you're supply constrained. And so we just need to fix the supply constraint of your business. Because if I said, hey, we found a way, what are your margins right now?
About 20-25%.
Okay. So if we said, okay, let's see if we can find offshore talent that can give your existing team 2 or 3x leverage. So you don't have to increase internal headcount, you can increase external headcount, and then when AI comes in, you can basically wipe those guys off the map, and then fine, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, they don't have jobs or families. So they're overseas, they're not real. I'm kidding. So I know half you guys are overseas, so that was a joke. But yeah, so I think that we need to create operating leverage. So we have to look at basically how the services are being delivered so that we can figure out how to get each person 2 or 3 more, X in terms of their ability to deal with customers. Probably there's a little bit of tech that's missing because this is for everybody. every entrepreneur I talk to is like, I want to be AI first, right? And then you're like using ChatGPT for emails. Like, that's not how you're AI first. The first thing that you have to do in order to have an AI first company is you have to be a data first company, because AI works with data. If you don't have data, then there's no fucking AI. So you have to have complete data first from your approach and have an architecture in place so that you know all the elements of the business from data, and then we can put the AI layer on top to put reinforcement training in place in order to actually train it to do stuff. So if that's where you want to go, which does have tremendous
Walk free
leverage,
goals.
and like, just for everybody, this is the once in a generation move right now. So 25 years ago, cloud computing came out, and then software from CDs to cloud, and then all of the software companies and all that boom was the last 25 years, and all the billionaires were made. The next boom is this, right? And so we're early, and so the hard of this is like, well, the pieces don't all fit together perfectly yet, and it's like, well, that's the figure out that we make lots of money from, right? So I don't think the solution is you selling the course because you just happen to have recorded it. I think that we need to fix the supply constraint first, and use all those things as marketing assets to increase demand when the time comes. So save those in your back pocket. There's nothing wrong with them. But I want to look at the model, increase operating leverage. That'll probably also increase margin. Start making this number more than zero, which I promise you can take this to the bank. If you make that not zero, you will grow faster. You'll make more money if you sell people. And then I think from there, so it's like, increase operating leverage through offshoring, add in data layer. Once the data layer is there, then we can add in the AI component that further increases operating leverage. Once you put the remote team in, you'll then be able to sell again. If you get to the point where you're like, I've now reached my new 2 or 3x capacity without even marketing, then great. If you do need to market more, then use the assets that are in your back pocket to go to the lead gen. There's 4 or 5 steps, but that's how I think about it.
Thank you. I sell roofing and exterior remodeling.
Sweet.
We do close to $6 million this year.
Amazing.
I would like to be at 100 million.
Okay.
So what's stopping me, and I'll be a little bit vulnerable, I would say it's comfort, distractions, and fear.
And food?
Fear.
Oh, sorry. I was like, all right, good to know.
I love food. No.
Sometimes I feel that way too.
So the comfort is I have built the business. I've replaced myself in every aspect. I can work 2 to 3 hours a week and it run fine.
Okay.
Fear, I would say the fear of losing family time, the work-life balance.
Sure.
And the distractions are I've got another business, trunk removal business. I've got real estate. I've got just all kinds of little.
What do you think you should do that you're not doing that you want me to tell you to do?
So I know I need to go all in again.
Okay.
And I did that the first 5 years that I
worked out.
Business, and it worked out great.
Uh-huh.
Went through COVID. I got kept the business going really well, and I worked myself out of a job. Got comfortable.
Okay.
So I don't know what I'm looking for you to tell me to do.
Well, I'll say this differently. I think regrets come when we imagine the upside that we don't have without taking into account the cost that we didn't suffer. And so, sure. I think we regret when we imagine the upside that we didn't get without also considering the downside that we didn't suffer to get it. And so I think that's where a lot of regret comes from, because it's not real. So it's like maybe there's some girl that got away or some business opportunity that got away, and we just imagine this amazing thing, but not the trade-off that we would have to do in order to get it. We just imagine the upside without the downside. And so I would say a couple things. So one is I think that there are trade-offs that we always have to make, and I don't think they're right or wrong. I think they're preference. There's no right answer to how much work-life balance you want to have. It's right for you. And so, said differently, if I like cookies, and I'm good with that, and I also want a 6-pack, I just prefer cookies to a 6-pack. It's just that's the trade, and I think the dissatisfaction comes from wanting both.
Right.
Right. And so, either want less or trade more.
Okay.
And I think that's really what it comes down to. In terms of like, is there a path where I can work no more than I currently am? to go from 6 to 100? There probably is. It depends on how much you're willing to pay other people. And so you might have to take a short-term hit in terms of profitability to bring in the level of talent that you want to expand the business on your behalf to where you want it to go. And so as long as you are the type of person character-wise that they want to follow your vision and you can make your vision big enough that they think that their aspirations can fit within it, you can get that type of person. But like it's 100% like you're graduating right now into the Who game, but there's levels of Who's. You know, like I remember the first time I hired a $50,000 a year employee, and I was like, "This is the shit. This is what I'm talking about." You know what I mean? Like, I went from minimum wage, you know, labor to 50, I was like, "This, they can read, they can write. Like, let's go." You know what I mean? And then I hired my first 6-figure employee, and I was like, "Oh, what was I talking about? Like, this is what's going on." And then I hired my first 250, first 500, first million, first multi-million-dollar per year employee, and it's just levels. And so Sharon, who's our president, said this to me years ago, but I always remember. He said the best talent's always in the future. So whatever we have today, the best people are always ahead of you, not behind you. And so I think for you, if you really do want to accomplish it without making the trade, you will make a trade, because if you change nothing, nothing will change, right? So we have to change some component of your life. And so the question is, which thing do you value the least? Do you value having more profit or more time with your family? In the short term. In the long term, you can make it up. You won't make up family time in the long term. You can't make the profit up in the long term. Right. So if you're willing to give up short-term profit, you can bring in high-level talent, and then they can lead the growth. In terms of the fear stuff, I mean, I would just say, like, just hold the line. If you don't, like, I'm afraid of losing time with the family, it's like, just don't. Like, and then in terms of the real estate thing, I see real estate because I know a bunch of entrepreneurs. I have a ton of real estate. I don't, like, as long as you're not, like, actively running it, like, that's why I'm a big fan of, like, REITs and funds, because if you have, you know, good partners and that stuff, they can just run it. You can make better than the market, and then, but it doesn't change anything about what I do. Like, me putting in the S&P or me buying another big building changes nothing about my life. And so it's not a distraction unless you're like, you know, if we could add a gazebo, and what if we added a different roof because I'm a roofer, and what if I combine what I'm really, you know, like, dude, stop. Just like, let the real estate be the real estate, let the business be the business, and just keep them apart as long as you're good there, because I think you said distraction. Actually, let me double check on that real quick, which is when you said the distraction thing that you're afraid of, why are you afraid of that?
I'm not afraid of it.
Okay.
I've got ADHD, and I collect gold and silver, I buy houses, I buy buildings, I mean, it's just a little bit of the red dress.
Well, as long as it doesn't change anything about what you do, I don't care. But if it's like, now I check this stuff all the time and it like eats up my days, then yeah, I would say that's a problem. And it's only a problem if you decide it's a problem. Like, you might just like that stuff. It's just like, I sacrifice my goals because I enjoy this ADD. You know what I mean? Like, the cost of the big thing is the new stuff that you have to give up to keep it going. Thank you. I'm getting some amens. This is great. Like, good meal, right? Yeah. I appreciate it. But yeah, that's like the cost of the big thing is all the new stuff you have to give up that you don't get to pursue. All the exciting things that you will no longer participate in because you want to do one thing big. Okay. And I think for me personally, I had this moment, I think a while ago, but like I had this realization of how long it takes to get good at anything. And then I thought about, I only have like 30 or 40 more productive years at most. And so I'm like, I've got like 4 or 5 big seasons in me left. And so that's it. And so I don't have like unlimited shots on goal. I've got 4 or 5 big runs in me. And so I think like realizing that, it's kind of like Warren Buffett talks about, if every person just had a punch card with 20 punches on it and that's the only thing you could invest in, you could never sell it, you'd make way better investments. I see entrepreneurs the same way in terms of what business opportunities we pursue. Because if we take the hypothetical extreme that if we want to build something really big, it's going to take a long time, then it means we can't do that many things. So, hopefully that helps.
I appreciate that answer, because I thought you were going to say sell everything.
I mean, they're investments. I mean, I'm not going to tell you to sell your investments. I would say keep passive stuff passive. Don't make it active. It's like incurring cost. Because if you're going to make it active, then make active money. If you're like, I want to take my passive money and then make it cost me more time to get 5% better returns, it's like you're going to get way better returns in your active income than your passive. And I would just keep active, keep passive.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Real quick, I'm going to show you the exact 10-stage roadmap from 0 to 100 million plus that less than 1% of companies finish. I've now done multiple times. And so I can say with a lot of confidence that these are the stages as headcount increases that you need to get through. And I broke each of these down by 8 different functions of the business, what the constraint feels like what are the symptoms of it when you're going through it, and then what steps we actually took to graduate. And we've done this across software, physical products, service businesses, brick and mortar, all of this, and it works. And it's my gift to you. It's absolutely free. And so the link's in the description, but you just go acquisition.com/roadmap, just enter your info, and it'll spit it right back to you, all free.
My family owns a residential fence company, so we sell fences to homeowners. Our current revenue is roughly about 20 million. I think a good goal for us would be 50. I think what is stopping us is leadership and A players within our sales and management, and also standardization of our processes and SOP creation.
Okay. I believe it. So right now, do you need more customers?
Not necessarily.
Well, do you need more? You have to figure out right off the bat. Do you need more customers, or can you not handle the stuff you got?
We can't handle the stuff we have.
You can. So you need more customers.
We need more lead people to answer the leads and people to close the deals.
Okay, so you have leads, you have a sales constraint.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. So how many salespeople do you need? It sounds like a similar. How many salespeople do you need in order to deal with the leads issue?
We currently have 5. I would say we at least need to double that.
Okay. So what stops you from doubling it?
I think it's the nerves that the market might not last and need or require that many people. So kind of putting all.
Would you then be a demand issue again?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not like we don't have a current demand issue. We have plenty of leads coming in. We've got a whole separate staff that.
So what's the fear from? What are your margins?
See, this is where it's hard for me because I'm not the CEO. I am the right-hand woman to kind of the founder, so I don't know specifically.
You don't know the margins as the right hand?
No, because I feel like it's also kind of a data problem that we have of not being able to collect the proper data and know that it's actually correct or accurate as well.
Well, I'll say it's one of two. So you said we're afraid to hire these people. I would say why? If it's like it's just between my ears and I have irrational fears for things, I'm like, all right, let's get over it. If it's because we have no cash flow, then it's because we have cash flow issues, and we have to go down that kind of decision tree. Assuming you don't, I mean, have you ever heard of the CEO saying that they have cash flow issues?
Not necessarily.
Okay, well then I would be like, why don't we hire 5 more sales guys? Okay, there we go. Okay, great. Got it. No, you're good. Yeah. Okay, great. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. Okay. Cold. Yeah. Is it all? Yeah. Yeah. Basically, you need to build a recruiting machine for sales because you're getting to the point. You have 5 sales guys now. Yeah. And do you do any self gen or is it all? It's all paid. Okay. Yeah. So, the people who do home services at a certain scale, which is right where you're at right now, you start needing to develop basically like a sales academy that's internal, and so. Just like you have your lead gen, you got nurture, you've got sales, you've got onboarding of some sort, and then you've got retention and ascension for a customer, right? You're going to have app gen, app nurture, interviewing, works the same way. Onboarding, and then retention and ascension of the salespeople. It's just that we have to build a parallel structure within the business, always, so that we can, just like we spend money reliably in our demand gen side, we need to be able to spend money reliably on the supply gen side. And so those just have to be parallel functions that exist within the business. And so just like you probably know, I'll bet you know like what your CTRs are, what your opt-in rates are, what your, you know, what percentage of leads you close, what percentage show, all that kind of stuff, right? On this side. Yeah. Well, that's good. Well, just like you know those stats here, you just need to know those stats here. Are you guys doing it too with us? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, because we build these things out like all the time. But yeah, but that's what you need to do. We just have to build out basically the entire sales, the pipeline, the funnel flow of. And so I'll complete the thought in a second. So when I was talking to you yesterday, 2 seconds ago, about this, how much does a sales guy make you right now? Gross profit. So 100K just for simple math, and that's in gross profit. Okay, and then how much? I said. So what did you say? How much gross profit do they make? Yeah. Okay.
笑死了。No big deal， 什么不是 big deal？ 他这个 Pokemon Unite， 他那个在那个 shield 后面还可以被打到。
Okay, 200 for the best guys. Okay, fine. And then gross profit on this? 50.
他们在那个
Gross profit. What's cost of goods?
shield 后面都可以被打到。
So 1 million. So for me, I see this, and I see a 5-to-1, which, by the way, like some of the best returns you get in the business are just your cost to acquire talent versus like cost per employee. And so if I know that we can generate $1 million in gross profit,
在那个你不是刚开始它有个后那个 spawn area， 然后它不是有个 shield 在那边。我用我的那个叫什么雷什么雷电鸟，他们在 shield 前面都可以被打到，后面都可以被打到。那个鸟挺强的，这个游戏。那叫什么 Zapdos， 中文名字叫什么？我用那个 Zapdos， 挺强的这个游戏。我没有那个那什么火焰鸟，我火焰鸟还要得，挺强的这个游戏。在正常游戏还可以，也不是最强，它比 Mewtwo 更强。
Yeah, I learned my scope. Oh yeah.
它主要是 Zapdos 是整个 attacker， 他打了，只是他的 damage 是很高，以后他可能会改，但是目前他的 attack damage 是很高的。
I was gonna go in one or two directions. I was gonna either do that or just I was gonna let the spirit move me. But what is limiting most of y'all's businesses, which is the stuff that no one actually wants.
那个 Ninetales 也是挺强，因为我看那个东西，那个 Zapdos 他说是 SST 也是最高，那现在他又加一个 tier 叫 OP tier， 我可以发给你。OP tier 的意思就是很强，巨强。他那个把那个火焰鸟换最强，我可以发到那个。
Because Steve Jobs said, we're going to add another $100 billion to Apple. And people are like, wow, that sounds amazing. And when you meet world-class talent like that, those guys are making $20 million bonuses per year, right? Different levels to the game. And so I bring this up to say that if you are a small business, which is the vast majority of people here, then you have to win on character. They have to want to work for you. And I think learning how to master these elements of like not being a hothead, not being somebody who, turns on a dime, if you have a bad day, no one knows about it. I think those are the things that allow you to basically punch above your weight class, because you basically always have to punch above to get that talent, and then that talent pulls the business up. And so I'll tell you the story, and then I'll switch to the next person, which is, when we sold Gym Launch, some of you guys may have heard this, but when we sold Gym Launch, there was this long table, like the boardroom in there, and we had my team on this side, and we had the private equity team on this side, and they had raised $1.2 billion in funds to do their stuff. And I was doing my back and napkin. I was like, this guy's gonna make $400 million in the next 5 years. I was like, that's chill, taking no risk. And I did the math on what he was going to make on Gym Launch, and I was like, he's going to make more money on my company than I did. And what was interesting to me, though, is that I saw his entire team, and I saw my team, and every single person on his team was better than every single person on my team. And it was this very visual, stark contrast between his team and my team. And I was like, got it. And so I just vowed that whatever the next business I was going to do, I needed to have a vision that was significantly bigger so I could attract a different level of talent so they could make something bigger happen. So that's a slightly softer answer. But you need to build the talent funnel, put that in place, and then not be me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My audience asks me questions for 10 hours, and here are the best moments.
Let's say my only goal was just to get rich AF.
What is rich AF, just so we define it?
100 million. Why not? It's a good number.
Cool.
You're willing to work hard, but you have limited skills and experience. What business would you start, like right now, 2023?
And I have no money, right? I would probably build a boring business in services. And I would probably pick something around the body. You know, I wouldn't just start a design firm because I think that has a high likelihood of getting disrupted or, you know, in some way by AI. If I were, you know, it's as silly as this sounds, like a nail salon or a lawn care service, things that, I mean, especially body ones, dentist stuff, like you still have to go in and get your teeth taken care of. And many times people value the human exchange more than something robotic. So for example, in the fitness world, like this is my data point around this, there was a brand called CocoFit, and they struggled a ton and then eventually went out of business because they tried to automate personal training. So they created these all-in-one machines that you'd have a key fob and it would count your reps, and every time you went to the machine it would say how to do more and what weight you did last time. It's a really cool concept. The problem was, their theory was that the reason that people weren't getting results is that they didn't know what to do, when the reality is that no one was showing up to the gym. People hire personal trainers because they want another human to talk to and to hold them accountable to showing up. Same reason, like if you had a robot cutting hair, there might be a percentage of the population that do it, but a lot of women like the going to the hair salon and having that exchange. And so I would probably build a business around services in general, would be my way, and then I would continue to scale that. And you could do that at a local chain level, and you can make a lot of money doing that. Or you could do it at a national level, which would be like professional services.
I love the idea behind the core stuff that's going to be here forever. You know, let's say hypothetically, the Great Fires of Las Vegas burn everything to the ground. Okay, you lost everything. You had to start again. What would you say is the number one thing that you would have done differently to get to where you are now?
And I have no reputation, right?
No reputation.
Yeah, it burns my reputation on the ground with it. So I actually have lost everything before. And so I know what I did, and I probably would have done the same thing. So the easiest way that I did to like go make $100,000 in a month when I had nothing was that I would go find a business that was local, that I understood, and that I could sell something expensive for. I would front the capital to market, I would work the leads, and I would sit at the front desk and sell, and I would negotiate what they would be willing to do a big bulk of services at scale for. So for example, if I wanted to find a chiropractor and I'd say, hey, if I sent you 100 customers this month, what's the lowest rate you would do all 100 customers for this level of service? And then I would just negotiate that down, and then I would spend as much as I could and sell it for as much as I can so I could make the spread, and then they would service the customers. And for them, it's a zero risk offer because they don't have to do anything. I front everything else. And then for me, I don't have to do anything but market and sell, and I can take all of that. And so like when I lost everything, I immediately was able to make $100,000 the next month by doing that playbook.
In your opinion, what are the 3 most powerful skills that someone should develop if they want to make a lot of money?
I mean, the 3 core skills are you gotta learn how to build, you gotta learn how to sell, and you gotta learn how to lead.
Just like that. There we go. Like in terms of maybe like hard skills that someone should really focus on learning to develop that, like sales, copywriting, leadership, what would you say are the most important?
Well, those are the 3 big buckets, right? So it's like one is that like leadership is just the internal bucket of getting people to do what you want them to do at scale, right? And then from a selling perspective, I include that in all things that are marketing, letting people know about your stuff, promotion, and actually converting people into customers. And then the third piece of building product and services is so that at scale, if the product is good enough, then you won't lose customers. And if it's exceptional, the product itself will get you more customers. And so most businesses taken to their natural extreme on a promotional level typically are leaky buckets because the product actually sucks. And most businesses suck in general because most products aren't good and most people want to cancel very quickly and don't want to continue to use them, which is why very, very good companies are very rare. Most of them generally are mediocre or not good. And so I prefer to solve a business from back to front, which is like, can we find something that people actually like and want to continue to use and continue to pay for? And then the marketing is almost a commoditized skill. Like, it's very easy to let other people know about your stuff and do so louder and louder and louder, provided the product is good. And then the internal has to get run with a leader that can attract the talent to continue to do this. Because quickly, the business will bottleneck based on the founder and their expertise, or usually they have a niche. They might be product people, they might be tech people, they might be finance people, they might be whatever. And then they have to be of the character to attract the talent that will allow them to get to, 9 figures or whatever it is that the goal is.
You mentioned on a recent podcast with Tom Bilyeu that you don't have rules. So
yeah.
I, for example, I quite often end up working up until midnight, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and basically fucking up my sleep schedule because I have too much freedom, right? Because I'm self-employed. So how do you kind of strike that balance between freedom and discipline, if you're driven and you want to accomplish big things?
It's kind of 80-20. Like, if you know that when you stay up late, like there are times when I will gas it and go past my red line in terms of work, and I know that I'm eating into tomorrow. But if I'm like in a flow and I'm crushing it and the muse shows up and the muse wants to work, then I work. You know what I mean? But if there's some days on the flip side where I wake up and I just feel foggy as shit, and I just, like, for whatever reason, I ate too much Mexican last night, and I don't have it that day, then I might call it earlier. Like, the idea of me pushing through and punishing when it comes to the type of work I do. If I were doing a more brute force work, then I would care less. You know what I mean? If it was just like, if I was just doing reach outs, I was doing cold calls, I was training, personal training sessions, I was cutting hair, I'm just gonna brute force my way through it because I don't need to have higher brain function. And that's not an insult. I'm just saying, like, you're not like thinking of creative things. You know what I mean? You're working the work. But when it comes to like writing or making presentations or communication of some sort, it's more I try and optimize around how can I maximize over a week how much flow state I can be in so I can just get the most total quality output. Yeah. So it's not about rules, it's more like which of these things has the highest likelihood of getting me the most. What's up, Christoph?
In one podcast, you said that your most feared decision in life was to quit your job when you were 22 or 23. My question is, what advice would you give to your younger self, if you could, in that exact situation?
When you have nothing to lose, it also makes it the best time to make high-risk decisions because you have a disproportionate upside. Not quitting if you want to do something else, like if you have this desire to do something else, is like not taking a stranger up on a free lottery ticket on the street. If they give you a free lottery ticket and you lose, you're back to not having anything. If you win, then your life changes forever. And so I think a lot of people place a disproportionate amount of weight on the opinions of other people who are going to judge them in the short term, because quitting your job is short-term pain for long-term fulfillment, if that's what you want to pursue, because the short-term pain comes from the judgment of others and likely a back step in income. But long-term, you're working on the thing that you want to be working on. Now, if you like your job, and you know what I mean, then that probably doesn't apply to those people. But like, if you're in that situation, it's really a long-term, short-term sacrifice, which a lot of people aren't able to make.
The second question, let's think that my audience don't know anything about Laila, except that she's your partner. Okay. But I think she has exceptional knowledge and she's a really good personality. If you could only tell one story about her that makes a complete picture about her, what would it be?
So Layla had quit her job to join me to start Gym Launch. This is when we were doing turnarounds, so we're flying around the country. So she quit her job after knowing me for only a month and then started basically living with me in motel rooms. She had built up a book of business. So she was actually giving up something that she had spent 2 years building to pursue this thing with me. And we were new, like we had just started dating. About 6 months into that, I told her that I needed a break. And she actually asked me, she was like, it sounds like you don't really want me to be here. Do you want me to leave? And I was like, yes, that would be great. I had just lost all the money from the partner. I had this location that I had to either shut down and had no cash to do it. And I had to service all these contracts they didn't have the money to service. And I also had like 3 other businesses that I was trying to run at the same time. I had a chiropractor agency, I had my gyms, I had Gym Launch, the turnaround business, I had a dental agency, all of those with different partners. And I was the one who did marketing sales for all of it. And so I was just so spread thin. And so I needed to generate money to basically pay the bills of the gym that I couldn't pay, that the money had just gone out the door for. Right after me saying, I don't think we should be together, she had to leave like the next day to go to Hawaii to launch a gym for this guy that she's no longer dating, that she quit everything to leave. Tough situation that 9 out of 10, not even 9, 99 out of 100 girls would have just said no. They would have been like, I'm just gonna go back home and try and get all my clients back. But she didn't do that. So she flew out to Hawaii. I didn't have enough money to give her like a nice place. And so I had her split an Airbnb with 5 guys, 5 dudes and Layla. Not ideal. And so she worked out of the Airbnb and, well, realistically, she worked out of the gym most of the time and did the biggest launch that we'd ever done. And so like when my world was crumbling around me and I really needed her to come through, she stood tall. And she did it in a time that I probably didn't deserve that level of loyalty because I hadn't shown her any. And so she did that. And then I made enough money from her launching that gym that I could pay off all the bills of the gym that was going under that I just lost all the money on to basically come out breaking even so that we could actually go back all in on Gym Launch and get rid of the other companies.
Wow. Man, I think I haven't heard this story before. What went through your mind? I can't really believe this and understand it.
Well, when she did that, I wanted to be with her. She had extended me loyalty that I had not given her. There was probably a few defining moments in our relationship. That was the first big one.
Thank you very much for sharing this. The next one is kind of a basic question, but I'm really curious about the answer. What was your biggest takeaway of writing 100 million offers and also 100 million leads?
The offer is a strategic question that influences all aspects of the business and is also a mental exercise that people can feel like they're making progress on their offer a lot faster. Leads is a lot more about activity and implementation. And so people can get ideas from like the lead magnet chapter, but then you have to start reaching out to people, posting content or running ads to start getting leads in the door, right? And so there's a little bit bigger of a hurdle with leads than there is offers, but it's also the main driver of business is letting people know about your stuff. And so I think that many people will mentally masturbate to the idea of making these amazing offers, but I think far more people will make money by actually letting people know about their stuff, which is leads.
What went through your mind when you rewrote it for the 18th or 19th time?
So unless I can work once and have something provide value on an ongoing basis, which is a high leverage activity, then it makes no sense. So I think most people shouldn't write books because the amount of work it takes to make a great book that actually lasts the test of time is extremely difficult.
I think I read a blog post where they said how to write a blockbuster blog post. And there was a chart where they said if you put in like 100 hours to write only one blog post, there maybe will be 1 million views. But if you put like 50 hours, there maybe will be just 10,000 views.
It's exactly that. There's diminishing marginal return, but an exponential increase in absolute returns. You know, the gold medal sprinter in the Olympics versus the silver medalist. Like, from a business context, the person who's the gold medalist might have worked 10 times more, right, to get this much more out. But what's the difference in absolute of gold versus silver? Everything. Just being this much better, people are like, well, I don't want to work 50 more hours to be this much better. But being this much better might make you the best at that, whatever the blog post is, or that business, or that solution. And the amount of winner takes all the economy has shifted towards, people want the lowest risk solution. And so if you have the best solution, then it is the lowest risk thing to buy. And so to be number one versus number two, 80% of the economics, sometimes 90% of the economics go to number one. And so it makes absolute sense to work 10 times harder, even though you might only be this much better from a marginal perspective on the chart of rankings, that might make you 10 times higher.
Some context. We have like a book summary application where we give also exercises and tips to implement the book. What's your average take on books and book summaries? Is it good? Did you use them before?
I don't read many book summaries, mostly because you rely on the person who's doing the summarizing to find what they think is the most valuable thing for you, right? Because a lot of times what I find if I read a book, the nuggets that I find are not the main concepts, it's actually the details. If you don't know anything about a topic, then the summaries are great to give you a lattice or a framework to understand the rest of the information that you're going to consume. But once you have a basic understanding, it's in the edges, which is where you can expand your knowledge, right? And so there's not a lot of shortcuts
to getting really good at something.
Now a bit of selfish question, but I'm really curious about your thinking. Yeah. Okay, so you remember you had a video where you scaled a no-strip business to 50 million in 6 minutes. Could you do this with the Book Summary app?
Basically do a breakdown of a book summary. So it's an application?
Yeah, it's a subscription-based application.
Yeah, got it. What's the price point?
$10.
Okay, what's churn?
I think 15 to 20%.
Monthly or yearly?
Monthly.
Monthly, got it. So you have to fix that first. At the end of the day, everything's going to be CAC to LTV. So like if there was one single metric that I'm going to look at a business, it's CAC to LTV ratio. So how much it costs me to get somebody and how much do I make from them over the lifetime. Until that metric is better than the competition, so like Blinkist, right? I think that's a one that's like that. I would have to look at their LTV and what are the things that they're doing that like why are people going to come to me versus them, right? So either I have to be more niche in my selection of books so that I'll have a wider selection for a narrower audience. Like competing against Amazon is very tough. But if you niche down into a specific topic, then you can actually have a wider selection because Blinkist is just going to take the best sellers, right, for every category because that's going to be the most people. And they're VC backed and they're funded and they can acquire customers at a loss for a long period of time, acquire market share. And unless that's the game you're trying to play, then you have to play it different, which is I want to be really specific about the avatar that I want to go after. And so that's where you do a little bit of research ahead of time and say, okay, is there an underserved market that might actually have a big reading preference? So like salespeople is one of the most common professions on planet Earth. From a personality perspective, how many sales guys read all the time? I don't know. I would have to look into that. And so you might be like, okay, well, sales guys aren't the guy, but maybe HR specialists read a ton. Okay, well, if they read a ton, and there's like Blinkist might have one book on HR, but I can put 100 different things that are related to that or 1 degree separated, and then I can create the illusion of a wider selection of topics, but around a narrower avatar or concept, right? I would start there, and then over time you can expand if you want to, and just reach. You go adjacent. You go to finance, or you go to whatever. Like this is me just spitballing again, like I did the no-strip thing. From the economics perspective, you have to get LTV to the point where like your churn should be under 3% in order to make this really work. Once it's under 3% monthly, monthly. I mean, ideally you want to maintain 80% annually at least. If you want this thing to be a big thing, all of my attention would be only focused on that. Like until you fix that, there's no point in acquiring customers because they're just going to fall out the back end. Like there's literally no point because then you're also getting lots of people in that will then say that thing sucks. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it sucks, but I'm just saying like they're a friend of theirs is going to say, hey, I signed up for this thing. They're going to be like, oh, I tried it, I didn't like it, and then they're like, oh, okay, maybe I won't stick on it. I want to be so quiet about what I'm building until all my metrics are right, and then I want to blow the doors off. But most people want to keep hitting these income goals rather than looking at the metrics of the business that are actually going to drive the long-term goal. Because like anyone can market their way to 100,000 or $1 million a month, even with an app like this. If you blow enough money, enough people find out about it, you can do it. But then you can only maintain it as long as you're spending that much money. The moment your spend drops, your income drops, and that's not a business that I want to be a part of.
Our USP is that we are in Hungary, and we are doing it in Hungarian, and there is no other application in Hungary.
Okay, that's great.
If we scale to maybe Poland, we would do it in Polish and not in English, and that's a USP.
I like that. And I mean, then at that point, I would just look at, I try and model as closely as I possibly can the number one player in the US from a UX perspective, from the selection of titles, all that kind of stuff. And then I would see if my metrics change if I do that. If not, then it's like there's some assumption that I'm basing this business off of that's not right.
In the Danny Miranda podcast, I think, you talked about skills versus meta skills. Could you expand these maybe?
A meta skill is a skill that helps you acquire more skills. Learning how to read is a meta skill. Like learning how to learn is a meta skill. With the broadest brushstroke, all the way chunked up, learning to learn well, quickly, and retain information, and be able to implement it is a skill. You give 100 people a course, right? That's free. The difference between the people who are going to be successful and not successful are the ones who already have sufficient meta skills to be able to then use the information and implement it. Like at one polar extreme, you've got somebody who's completely incompetent, right? Who like you have to teach them how to turn on a computer. And on the other extreme, I can say, go build me a company, and the person can do it. So this person can translate a directive into each of the sub buckets and knows how to do that. And so it's really like your success percentage basically is predetermined by how low you break down the skill requirements for someone to be successful. So like the reason that I write the books at the grade level that I do isn't so that people who are experts don't get value from it. It's so that it makes it even easier for experts and it makes it attainable for people who don't know. So I can get 70% of people who read the book
to get leads versus 10% of people to get leads if I just cut out some of the steps and made assumptions about their skill level. The last 10 or 20%, the people who are experts are still going to benefit from. I'm just also going to include turn on your computer. Here's how you do that. And from the software perspective with what you're doing, that's also how you get a way larger percentage of your clients to activate. Typically, we make assumptions because we assume that every customer is just like us. And so they have the same meta skills as us, and they have the same interpretation or perception of the world and the UX. And so that assumption isn't true. Like, all you have to do is, and I'm sure you've done this, like, you look at people scrolling on your app and you see the heat maps and you're like, why are they clicking that button? Because they have different skills and experiences that they're bringing to the table. And so then we just continue to accommodate it, break it down to the level that you could show it to a 3-year-old and they would immediately know how to use it. Like, the fact that babies learn how to use iPods is an indication of how simple they have made it to humans to use. And that's why they have such mass adoption.
How would you teach someone how to learn?
We already know how to learn. It's just that most people don't know how to teach. Everybody learns stuff all the time, right? If you touch a stove and it's hot and it burns you, you learn not to do it again. Like, learning is natural. Like, we all learn. But people who want to teach a specific behavior don't know how to do it. And so it really just comes down to 3 things, which is, what do I reward, what do I punish, and what do I extinguish? Right? So reward is you give a carrot right after someone does something. Punish is you zap them or you smack them after they do something. Or extinguish is you do nothing. Right? So if your wife walks in and she got her nails painted neon orange and you don't like it, you might not want to punish her because that's probably going to have negative ramifications in the rest of your life. But you might extinguish it. So you might not say anything about the nails. Or you might say something different. She's like, do you like my nails? I might say something back like, I'm happy that you got what you want. What we're doing is, what behavior are we training? And so if you think about learning or teaching as training, I think it's a much more useful word to think through. Because at the end of the day, you have only taught someone if their behavior changes in the same context. As in, if I want you to say these words when the phone rings, and if I say, cool, we're going to put you through this training, and then the phone rings, and then you don't say the words, you have not learned, and I have not taught you. And so it's, how many times can I simulate this experience, this stimulus, the context, so that I can have them do the behavior I want within the context that's going to trigger it, and then reward them immediately. And that's how you have a feedback loop that trains people to do something.
So that is why there's tricks in the application and the gamification and those stuff. How would you restructure the education system if you could? Yeah, sorry for this question.
No, you're good. You're good. I would focus almost exclusively on meta skills. Teaching people how to learn, step 1, and then teaching people the things that are the next level underneath, which is learning how to write, learning how to read, learning how to speak, learning how to
Ruby!
Like,
Pokemon
those
Ruby.
are the building blocks of everything else that follows. And in the school of Alex or the school of Hormozy, everyone passes only when you learn. There are only 100%, and you continue to do it until you learn. Like, the arbitrary division of grades along age is ridiculous to me. And I think that if there were a lot more clarity around the goal, which is like, until you can read 10 pages out loud without making a mistake, you do not move on. If you can do that in a day, fantastic. If it takes you a year, okay. I don't judge you on that. It's just, how long will it take you to learn the skill? So a good buddy of mine, Dr. Kashi, taught an autistic kid how to read. He couldn't stay still reading more than 1 word at a time, and then he would like have fits or whatever. And so he came to train the child on how to read with a bag of skills. And so when the kid would read a word, he would give them a skill. When he would read more words in a row than he ever had, like a record, he would give him 2 skills. So he rewarded the behavior, and then he had big bonus rewards when he would unlock a new level. And so he kept doing that, and within 1 afternoon, he had him reading a full page. What is the behavior that I want to reward? How can I reward more of it? Now, none of it was punishing. He didn't smack him when he messed up. When he read less, he still gave him one to reward him for the activity. And then when he read more, you gave him extra reward. As the kid becomes less full on skills, and he's like, sugar, he like doesn't want any skills anymore, the skills become a proxy for approval, and they work just the same.
How do you know that when to punish, when to reward, or when to extinguish?
We try very hard to almost exclusively reward, because punishment changes behavior faster, reward changes behavior longer. It just takes longer to work, right? Like if someone calls me Alex and I don't like that and I slap them and I say never call me that again, I might change their behavior really quickly. If I leave the room and someone else walks in, they might say I was talking to Alex, because I'm not there to punish them. And so punishment only works as long as the source of punishment is there and the person doesn't get accustomed to the punishment, because punishment itself becomes desensitized over time. And so to effectively punish someone, if you want to consistently punish, then you have to increase the intensity and variety of punishment over time, because otherwise people get desensitized to it. If you're always mean and yell at all of your employees, eventually they stop caring. So you have to increase the level of your threats, right? You then have to say, I'm going to fire you, I'm going to kill you, right? You have to make these threats increase because you increase the intensity and the variety of how you claim to punish them. Reward, you can reward long enough that you can then extend the gaps between reward to eventually you don't need a reward anymore, and people will continue to do the activity because they have always done it.
So it's the exact example with the Takeshi and the knife.
Yeah, I would imagine if he was doing this over and over again, he'd prove the point. He's not like a full-time reading teacher. The concept is that he would read, and then maybe the next time he comes in, he gives him a skill every other time he reads. And the next time I'd be every third time. And the next time I'd be only when he hits a new record. If I can get the kid to read long enough that he actually starts to like the story, then the story starts rewarding in and of itself, and then I can move away. And then the kid reads without me. And so fundamentally, that's what you try to do when you train any activity, is that most people who are experts at anything get rewarded from the activity itself. Because once you develop a level of mastery in the skill, you enjoy it because you're good at it.
So I hope we will meet again and maybe speak longer. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Christoph. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting your community, and hopefully your community got value from the event, and hopefully they use the books and grow the economy in Hungary and all get way better at whatever it is they're doing.
You are incredibly committed to education and self-improvement. How do you select what you will pursue for education? There's so many possible topics. So what process do you go through to select what you're going to be educating yourself on, and how do you also select potentially someone to educate you on that topic?
We do everything off the theory of constraints at acquisition.com, which is basically that a system will grow until it's constrained, until its limit. So it's kind of like the idea of the weakest link, right? So it's finding what the weakest link in the chain is, what the constraint of the system is, so that we can deconstrain it and then grow to the next natural constraint. It's a very simplistic look, but it's extremely effective because it just cuts down all the noise into, like, if I had to pick one thing that's the big limitation of this business, what would it be? And so then we just get laser focused on solving that one problem, solve that problem, and then we move on to the next constraint. And if we solve that problem and the business doesn't grow, well, then we pick the wrong constraint. And so sometimes the constraint is your ability to judge what the constraint is, which is why, wisdom is one of the hardest things to earn, which comes from experience, right? Is that you're able to, recognize patterns. And so for me right now, to answer the other part of the question, I'm focused on learning about brand stuff right now. So brand is my big topic that I've been diving really deep on, brand and media. And I'll probably write a book on brand just from the findings that I have, because I don't think there's many good books on brand, because I could read you 20 different definitions of brand and branding, and they all sound like cockamamie. And so coming up with an operationalized version of what that means so that it can actually be useful. And I try to learn the stuff so that I can use it. And then whatever I learn, I just, pass it forward. Because branding, for me, despite being now, quote, known for this, or like an organic content guy, I've only been doing this 2 years. Like, this is brand new to me. Like, I have way more experience on the paid ad side. That's what I did the last decade. And people got to see a tiny taste of that when I was launching the book. But that's the big thing, is finding out what the constraint of the business is. And if you need to chunk all the way up, if you want to grow a business, you have to sell more clients, or make them worth more, or decrease risk. Those are the things that are going to grow the value of a company. And so just simply asking the question, like, why do we not have 10 times more customers, or why are we not making 10 times more money, and then figuring out what the answer to that question is, oftentimes is the constraint.
Just because you're saying, hey, I'm currently educating myself on branding, and that's fresh for you, what would you say is like a major takeaway in terms of education for the topic of branding that you're just like, I wish I would have maybe known this when I started to try to learn about this 2 years ago?
This is like a Pandora's box. If I start talking about it, it might be like 10 minutes. So I can riff on it, but like buckle in the audience. So if we look at the origins of what a brand is, right? Where do brands come from? Brand comes from you brand cattle, right? That was the original use of a brand. And so why would you brand cattle? Because you want to change the behavior of people who look at the cattle. So if you have a cattle that doesn't have a brand and the cattle that does, the people who are looking at it will behave differently. If the cow doesn't have a brand, I might take the cow for myself, or I might kill it, or I might eat it, I might do whatever. But if the cow has a brand on it and I know the guy, I might return the cow to him, right? So it changes what I do, all right? That's an important point. So the point of a brand is to change or elicit a desired behavior in the widest percentage of your target audience, all right? Now, how do you do that? You do that by making associations between something they don't know, your brand in the beginning, with something that they do know that is positive and rewarding, if that's what you want, right? And so the index, it's a 4x4, box of what brand really is. You have the direction, so you've got away from and towards, and then you've got strength. So very high and very low. So, if you have a really weak thing that's away from, it's like, I kind of don't like this thing, slow Wi-Fi, like bad brand. On the flip side, you might have a political party, which depending on the audience, might be super strong and away from or towards. Now, Taylor Swift, for example, would be something that I would say is a very strong brand and towards. There's not a lot of people who really hate Taylor Swift, and a lot of people who really love Taylor Swift, right? So it's positive and it's strong, right? Somebody like Ray Romano, if you heard or like Tim Allen from the old sitcom days, might be someone who is positive but weak. A lot of people know who he is. Am I going to show up to his event? Probably not. The idea is that in order to build a brand, we simply pair things that people know with things that they don't know. The things they don't know is our logo, our tagline, our company, with things that they do know and think are positive. If you were to think about the brand as a bouquet of flowers, it's like having many flowers in a bouquet. And so if I were to break the bouquet and spread all the flowers, there is no bouquet. But simply by gathering them together, by making associations, I create something new. And that bundle of associations is the brand. Now, if I were to break one of the flowers or make it rotten, it would affect the appearance of the entire brand. And so that's why if you make a single mistake, a Dylan Mulvaney move for Bud Light, you can affect the entire brand. If I get a DUI or somebody gets accused of doing some sort of terrible, heinous act, right, it affects the entire brand. R. Kelly, bad brand now, right? Despite all of the positive, the one broken rose or the one rotten flower affects the entire bouquet. We have to be very deliberate about what associations we want to make with our own brand so that we can continue to positively associate ourselves. And the point of the brand is that we get a desired action or behavior from a specific audience. The idea of growing the brand a lot of times is that you sacrifice some audience for other audiences. So like when I was starting making content, I did it in my closet. Right? And there were some hardcore people in the OG Mosey Media days that were like, I appreciate you, that were like, man, I miss the closet videos, right? Now, I might have lost some of those people when we started making a little bit more polished videos, etc. Some people, not all of them, right? I traded losing some audience to gain more. When you're making a brand move, you're basically always making a bet that you will gain more of your desired audience than you lose by making a change. And so you can approximate or slowly move a brand over time by making more associations in one direction and fewer associations in the other. And so that's how you can move a brand over time. Bud Light made a wrong bet. They thought, and maybe this was just corporate groupthink, right, that if they made an association with Dylan Mulvaney, that they were going to get more people to buy their beer. Fundamentally, that's the only reason you would do it as a company, right? You believe that long-term you get more people to buy your beer. The problem was that wasn't true. Now, the interesting thing is that there probably are people who were a big fan of that move. It's just that there were more people who weren't.
They were far away.
Right. There were more people who were not a fan of that move, and so that became an away from association. And so that is what I am trying to encapsulate and put together into how to brand. Because now that I feel like I understand it a little bit, I see it as, in my opinion, it's kind of like Neo in The Matrix when he's talking to Morpheus and he says, so you're telling me that I can dodge bullets? Morpheus says, well, when you're ready, you won't have to. And so we learn all these tactics about sales and marketing and show-up rates and CRO hacks and all this shit. But if you have a brand, if you see The Matrix, everyone shows up to your calls. No one has price objections. Everyone is excited and refers their friends. It just takes longer to make associations because fundamentally, all branding is teaching. You are teaching someone to do something. You want them to behave a certain way, and you have this red card, and when you see red, it means stop. That's all we're doing. So green lights have strong brands. They're positive. Everyone loves green lights, right? Like, it's a simple thing, just no one owns it. But green lights are a great positive association. It's a great brand, right? And so that's the idea of what I'm kind of diving more into, and I see it as the ultimate cheat code for business. It just takes a long time to do, and most people aren't patient.
You're telling me I can dodge business problems?
I'm telling you that once you have a brand, they become irrelevant.
You talk about deleting problems as your favorite way of solving them.
Yes.
How do you decide what's deletable versus what's not? Because I can imagine the person who really loves that strategy doing nothing and just deleting all problems. So how do you prioritize a problem worth solving versus a problem that is deletable?
Well, it's just percentage likelihood of impact. Chunking all the way up to like, will this cost me number of sales, like sales velocity? Will this decrease the lifetime value of customers? And will this increase or decrease the likelihood that whatever I'm doing right now continues to occur? So we're trying to value a company, right? We look at what's the sales velocity, how many customers they sell, what's the lifetime value of every customer, because then you can extrapolate what their run rate's going to be at scale, at max, unless we change something. And then you divide that by risk, which is how likely is it that there's going to be an outside event that's going to change this thing from continuing to occur, this box of making money. How likely is it that it will continue to grow or at least stay the same? And so if I have a problem, I have to be able to track it back to one of those three things. And if it doesn't really track to one of those three things, or there's another problem that has a much higher likelihood impact in terms of it's higher likely and it has a greater effect size, then I'm going to prioritize that. It's just that oftentimes if someone's like, man, I really think we should change the colors on the site, I would just say, like, what's the likelihood? Like, I have been notorious for having ugly as shit sites my entire career. And you can make branding, make associations, and I think there's an argument there. But what's the likelihood that it's going to affect how many companies do a deal with us? It hasn't up to this point. And so, is it a constraint of the business? No. Is it something that I could improve? Absolutely. There's also 100 other things I could improve. I could also send more emails, which I don't do. Like, there's lots of things I could do, but what are the few things or the one thing that matters most, which then ladders back up to what is the constraint of the business?
If I look at the highest priced competitor in my market and I one-up them and then they one-up me potentially, like, is there ever a point in which we just say, like, we're priced premium enough, or do we always have to go for the top? Like, how do you make the determination of premium?
There's basically 4 positions in the market. You have luxury all the way at the top, which is technically a Veblen good, which means when I increase the price, demand goes up. And that's because there's an association with the price that makes it more valuable. So the fact that everyone knows how expensive it is affects the value that I get from it. The fact that everyone knows the Rolex is $100,000, the one that I'm wearing, whatever, then it makes the Rolex more valuable. So it becomes a virtuous cycle, which is why LVMH is one of the most valuable companies in the world. Then you have premium, which is basically the above average. So it's there you have to pair utility with the premium. In luxury, the extra price tag is the value. Whereas with premium, like BMW is premium, they're not luxury. They're a little bit better at a lot of stuff, and so you pay a premium because it is a little bit. They use better materials, it breaks less, whatever. Right? And so then you have your mid-tier, your run-of-the-mill, your commoditized space, which sucks, and then you have your low-cost leaders, which they make their entire business on how can I drive efficiencies in operations at all levels of the business so that I can be the lowest priced person in the marketplace, right? And still make a profit. To route to your question of, like, when is enough enough? The key indicator for me, and most of this, like the quote higher ticket world, you're not luxury goods. The fact that it's expensive is not the reason that people want to buy it, right? It's actually technically a premium. I'm more extreme about the price to value discrepancy than anything else. And a lot of people get into trouble because they raise the price so much that it's just in excess of the value they provide. And so then they actually create a negative experience. Like if Chipotle were $50, people would probably not like Chipotle. Even though the product is really good. But at $50, I don't know. And so the reason Chipotle is so viral, you know what I mean, it's like the price to value discrepancy is so good that they tell their friends, right? And so that's where this kind of marriage of how can I just short circuit people's brains from a value perspective, which is what I try to do with the books and the courses, so that it becomes viral on its own. And then my cost to acquire customers is 0. And so then everything after that is just gravy. Or the 4 variables when you're using this is you've got the price, the value at the top, which is what they get, right? The price is what they pay. You've got your cost of goods to deliver, and then you have your profit left over. And so it's playing with those 4 variables so that you can maximize the amount of absolute profit that the company makes. Pricing high has become shorthand, and where I think people get a lot of benefit from the offers book is that when you price higher, you automatically weed out shitty customers. And I think many times that is the real reason that a lot of people's businesses grow from that price. Now, obviously, there's more profit. You have excess things that you can deliver on. But a lot of people don't actually take that excess money to create a better experience. They do a gotcha, and then they never get anything from that customer again. And so that's the wrong way to use it. But if I had to think like, okay, what are the reasons that a company might be successful that does charge premium? Is that they actually reinvest the premium price into a superior product, and They are very clear about the avatar that they go after and what the quantitative requirements are that are black and white, that they know from looking at their best customers, their top 20, top 5% of customers, and then saying we're only going to cater to these customers in the future because the likelihood that we can give them a great outcome is higher. And then that can create, you can merit or earn the premium that you have because you have data that supports that if you are this type of person, we can get you this type of result.
What does the ideal experience with an accounting firm look like to you? And I ask because one of the things that stuck with me is you said you've never done your own books. Like you always consider that something that was delegatable, important to delegate. You've also referenced bringing, I believe, accountants in-house, kind of going back and forth between outsource and in-house. So what does that ideal relationship look like to you now? And maybe what did that ideal relationship look like when you were going through your first, 7-figure and 8-figure company?
A lot of professional services should look at Wi-Fi for inspiration. You're like, what does that even mean? You don't want to like clap when the Wi-Fi is working. You just notice when it doesn't. And so you just want it to be in the background. You just want it to work. Right? And so a lot of companies are like that. Like there's a lot of services that people think they need to like communicate stuff on. Like I just want the financials to be accurate and I want them to be timely. That's it. And I want things broken down in a way that allows me to make business decisions. And that's where like I think the top tier of accountants transform into fractional CFO and CFO kind of materials where they actually help you use this data to make informed decisions about the business. Is there a way that I can translate what we do into how it would affect a business owner's life? So I'll tell you a little story because I think this might be really relevant. This will be really relevant for you guys. So one of our portfolio companies has had a ton of growth. 3 years, they went from one location to, I think we're at 38 locations now, right? All self-funded, all cash flow. All right, so really, really tremendous growth in 3 years. And it's compounding, so it's growing faster and faster. And when we were at about 30 locations, we were stuck at 30 locations for like 2 quarters. And so I got on the phone with the CEO and he was like, dude, I just feel like I don't know how many locations I can open based on cash flow, and because they had net receivables were a little bit extended, things like that, right? I like shook the screen for a second because it was a Zoom call. I was like, I need you to freeze frame this feeling you have right now. I was like, okay. I was like, think about this feeling you have. I was like, what you are feeling is finance as the constraint of your business. You do not have a finance function that is operationalized enough. Like you are underdeveloped in the finance function. You have a bookkeeper who's not that good. As soon as I could see, it just clicked. I was like, that is the constraint of the business. Until we get the finance function in, you're going to just be operating blind. And then once you know we have this much cash flow, we can open 2 locations a month or 3 locations a month, then you can be more aggressive with everything else because you're confident that you're not bankrupting the company accidentally on your own. If I were an accounting firm, I would try and pinpoint the problems and relate them to how it's going to affect growth in the business. Like how is the constraint so that you can talk in the language that a business owner is going to understand. Like I'll bet you, like if I could see everyone's hands, how many people in your audience, all the business owner does is go to the right, go to the bottom, and say, so we made more money this month? Great. And so I think adding that level of strategy of like, by the way, I think this is a little fat compared to other companies that we're looking at. This is a little bit under compared to other companies we're looking at, and this might be an area of opportunity. Little things like that actually add value to the business if I were somebody who was in charge of it.
I'd like to get this answer in less than 60 seconds because I know we got to go and I want to be respectful of your time. This has been incredibly informative. How much of a skill should you develop or how much should you educate yourself before hiring for it? So for example, like, do I need to be a sales manager before hiring for sales management?
What you hit at is one of the hardest parts of business. You need to make an informed decision without context, which is why being an entrepreneur, you end up becoming a jack of all trades so that you can have enough context to make at least an informed decision. And so I'm going to steal a playbook out of, wrong shoulder, there we go, out of Layla's book here, and I'll give you my tactic around this, which is you want to interview for people who are sales managers, and you don't want to hire anyone for a little bit, which sounds tough, but what you want to do is you basically want to interview for information. Now, if you meet a gold star, that's amazing, but you want to talk to people, and if you know more about it than they do, they should be teaching you. And once you talk to 10, 20 people, they're basically like expert interviews for what it should look like. And so then you get a very good idea of what the role should look like after listening to people, and you'll get an understanding of the level of nuance. And I'll give you this one little tidbit that is super powerful when it comes to judging skill. the quality and quantity of data that someone chooses to collect around their particular department is almost directly proportional to their skill. And so, for example, I have lots of marketers who are like, my product's amazing. And I say, cool, tell me your metrics. I was like, what's time to value? Like, what are the key activation points? Like, what's churn? Right? Like, just some of these metrics. And they're like, well, dude, our refund rate's really low. Right? But I'm like, okay. I was like, well, what about the marketing side? They're like, well, CPMs are this is our click-through rate, this is our conversion on the page, this is our percentage to schedule, this is our percentage to show, this is percentage open rate, this is percentage click. Like, they go through all this stuff, and I'm like, right. So I can see very clearly that you're a better marketer than you are at product. And so simply getting an idea of the quality and quantity of the data that someone collects around their department will get, like, when we hired our director of people, it was the first time that I had someone actually tell me metrics I'd never heard of. And I was like, she's the lady. She's the gal.
My community loves
I'm playing Pokemon Unite. What are you doing?
I literally got like 150 questions. I had to narrow it down to 5
Pokemon Unite.
So hard. You mentioned something in the offer that to hit your first 100k.
Have you added me on Pokemon Unite?
That's exactly what we did.
Oh, so fun.
But right now we are hitting a bottleneck, and our biggest bottleneck is operations. And I want to know how exactly you got out of gym launch operation, because we have a very similar business model for service providers.
For what service providers?
Mostly agencies and digital consultants with lead generation and sales. The way we do it is with a one-on-one consulting and in a group coaching format.
So coaching models in general tend to be very difficult to scale, because the reason people come to you is for expertise. In order to get other people to provide that expertise,
anything else?
then you have to.
I did go out.
Yeah, so
bored. So boring in England, man.
I would say, like, there's a couple different approaches. So the first is that there's the law firm and the McKinsey kind of consulting model. There's a track to become a partner in the business, and then that's kind of the whole.
You should go visit Japan, because I think Japan
but the owners of those
it's quite
end up
fun.
having to dilute themselves out. No.
Okay, what do? You should go visit Japan.
Trump has got it completely backwards. He says the world's been ripping us off. We've been ripping off the world.
We will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer.
We rely on the rest of the world to save for us and lend us money. It's going to be a collapse of the dollar. It is inevitable. The only question is when.
What do you think would signal the true start of a dollar crisis?
Well, I think it's started already. I think gold at 5,000 is an indication that this is happening.
Gold prices soared to a record high after US President Donald Trump criticized Federal Reserve.
The world central banks, they need something else to own in place of dollars, and gold is the obvious choice.
In terms of Bitcoin,
the only demand for Bitcoin is speculators betting that the price is going to go up. But all that's going to change. The air is coming out of this bubble.
Gold price prediction for the end of 2026. Just one word. Peter Schiff, 2 years ago when we filmed with you, gold was $2,000 an ounce. Today it's $5,000. It's a 150% move upwards. Bitcoin, when we filmed with you, was $60,000. Today it's $66,000, which is barely flat. At what point do people owe you an apology?
Oh, on Bitcoin? Well, look, first of all, most of the people that got in, I don't know if it's most, but a lot of the people that got into Bitcoin early thank me because I got them into it. Not because I told them to buy it, but because I told them about it. And a lot of people found out about economics. In fact, I just got one of the co-founders of Ethereum just reached out to me recently just to thank me and let me know what a big influence I was on his life. And he said that if it wasn't for me, he probably never would have bought Bitcoin. And he started buying it under $10. And then he started a big meetup group in Canada where he met Vitala, the other guy that started Ethereum. And they ended up starting Ethereum. But he said, if it wasn't for you, I don't think there would even be an Ethereum. So I think a lot of this crypto stuff, I'm not Satoshi, but a lot of the early guys that got into it, a lot of the creators of these other tokens, they did it because of me. They found out about economics. Because of me, I taught them about sound money, about the Fed, about inflation, all this stuff, Austrian economics, gold, and they ended up taking the knowledge that I gave them, and they ended up at Bitcoin or Ethereum, wherever they went. But I got a lot of these guys started, so a lot of these guys thanked me, and a lot of them got very rich as a result of this. But I never really believed in Bitcoin from the first time I heard about it. And yeah, it was a mistake in hindsight not to have appreciated the fact that so many people could be dumb enough to buy it. But they were. And of course, a lot of them weren't necessarily dumb. They just kind of saw the potential of suckering other dummies into it, with the story. And some of them might have not even really known the difference between gold and Bitcoin. I mean, since I understood gold so well, I knew from the start what the fatal flaw of Bitcoin was. But a lot of people overlooked it. So Bitcoin, went up from nothing to recently $126,000. And sure, I never encouraged people to buy it. And maybe some people didn't buy it because of me, and they may have made some money had they bought it. But Bitcoin, for all practical purposes, peaked out about 4 or 5 years ago. The high in Bitcoin in 2021 in November was 69,000. Mm-hmm. It's lower than that today. 4.5 years later, it's lower. But in terms of gold, it's more than 60% lower. So most people who own Bitcoin today would be better off had they bought gold. Now, that's not the case for people who bought it 10, 15 years ago, but there's not that many of those. The majority of people who own Bitcoin bought it over the last few years, and they would be better off had they not bought it. Had they listened to me and bought gold or silver instead of Bitcoin or anything else. I mean, they could have bought stocks, they could have bought whatever. They would have probably been better off than Bitcoin. And a perfect example of that is Michael Saylor, who is the most famous Bitcoin buyer of them all. He is the poster boy for Bitcoin buyers. He's bought or spent $55 billion buying Bitcoin for over 5 years. The average cost on all that Bitcoin that he bought is $76,000 and change. It's right now $66,000. So he's down, what is that, 13%, something like that? I mean, he'd have been better off just putting the money in a checking account. He's down. And so obviously that was not a good thing to do. Now, MicroStrategy or strategy stock went up a lot because there were a bunch of fools, even more foolish than the people buying Bitcoin, were the people buying strategy, because they were paying a 50% premium to buy strategy, and all he did is go out and buy Bitcoin with the money. So he did accumulate all this Bitcoin because people were dumb enough to overpay for his stock. But now the stock's down 70%, and it's got a long way to fall.
Do you talk to Michael Saylor much?
No, I was in the same room with him one time. We were at a party in Dubai, and I didn't really know what to say to the guy because I had just posted on X that he was a fraud. He was saying something, and I called him like a fraud or and so I didn't really know hey, how you doing, Michael? Because I had just said this stuff about him. So I kind of didn't approach him, and he just kind of never approached me. So we were both in the same house. Not too.
How recent was this?
It was. We were there for it was a Bitcoin conference from Binance, and I was there. I did the debate with CZ, Gold Bitcoin debate.
And how many people were in this house? Was it clear you were avoiding him? Were people going up to you?
I actually walked right by him to get a drink. I didn't.
Did you nod at him?
I could hear him. I could hear him talking from a while away, and all he was doing was pitching Bitcoin. I mean, he's always on. He was, Bitcoin. Telling people buy it. Is all his BS. But no, I mean, I don't remember exactly how many people were at the party. 75, 100 people. I mean. Whatever. I mean, he knew I was there, but I had wanted to debate him, and I still, want to debate the guy, but he won't agree to any debates, including, at that conference. But I've been to several conferences where he was there. In fact, at the bigger Bitcoin conference that they had in Las Vegas last summer, he mentioned, he had his keynote speech and he mentioned me twice, so he talks about me, but he won't debate me.
But is there anything that he could say to you that would change your mind on Bitcoin?
Oh no, there's no way. I see right through this guy. I mean, everything he says is complete bullshit. I don't understand how people can listen to him and not understand how it's all bullshit.
Do you think Michael Saylor is smart?
Yeah, I think he's probably got a higher IQ than I do. I'm not saying that he's dumb. I don't even know if he believes the nonsense that he says. He could just be
I think he does.
fraud.
We filmed a podcast with him, and obviously he was wearing his Bitcoin shirt and everything, and then we show up, and then before and after the podcast, as he's touring us his estate, he's like, "Man, yeah, this Bitcoin it's the way. It is the language. It is like that."
Well, I think as though you got to prophesize it. It's like a cult. He's a cult leader, right? He's got to get people into it. But he compares Bitcoin, right, to Manhattan real estate now. I mean, he used to compare it to gold. Now he's on Manhattan real estate. But what gives Manhattan real estate value is yes, there's a scarce amount of it, right? But it rents for a lot of money. So if you own real estate in Manhattan, whether it's office buildings or residential or, shops, you collect a lot of rent, right? That's what gives it the value. The fact that people will pay a lot of money to use your real estate. You don't get any money on your Bitcoin. He's not collecting any rent because he owns Bitcoin. He doesn't get anything. Bitcoin doesn't deliver any real value.
What do you say is the fatal flaw of Bitcoin?
The fact that it has no fundamental value. Gold is a store of value because gold is a metal. It is a precious metal that doesn't decay. It doesn't, lose its properties over time. Gold today is exactly the same as it was 1,000 years ago, and the gold will be exactly the same 1,000 years from now. Doesn't matter what I do with it, it can always be melted back down and go back to exactly the way it was. And gold is the most useful metal that we have. It's used for all sorts of things. And because of those unique properties that gold has that other metals, other commodities don't have, that's the value. But one of the things that gold does really, really well is service money, because it's it's divisible, it's portable, it's fungible. There are all these qualities that it has that other commodities don't really have.
How am I? I'm all right. My hands hurt from this game.
Bitcoin copied and said, "Hey, we're divisible, we're portable, we're fungible, we're scarce, so we're the same as gold." No, you're not, because you can't do anything with Bitcoin. It doesn't matter that I can give it to somebody else or that I can trade it. You could do that with any one of thousands of other digital currencies. There are a lot of other ones that to me seem a lot more valuable than Bitcoin, in that at least they deliver some degree of privacy or anonymity, if that's what you want. If you want to transact in private without anybody knowing what you're doing, there may be some value there. But Bitcoin doesn't even offer that. And now, a lot of the things that people liked about Bitcoin, self-custody, okay, well, most people now are buying ETFs. They don't self-custody. They don't like, there's no third party. Well, yes, there is a third party. MicroStrategy is a third party buying up all this Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin is now part of Wall Street. I mean, look at the president. The president, is all in on Bitcoin. His whole family, they're mining Bitcoin. He wants to make the United States the Bitcoin capital of the world. I mean, so it's no longer the type of, in your face, stick it to the man, self-sovereign, ideal that a lot of the early, adopters who listen to my podcast and my radio show got interested in Bitcoin. It's none of those things now.
You say it's just a speculative investment now, or a speculative gamble is what you would call it.
Yeah, I mean, look, to me, people collect Bitcoin the way, they collect cards.
Okay.
Whatever. They're collections.
Yes,
and the reason that they
something
collect
to
Bitcoin
ask.
is because they think that their Bitcoin collections are going to be more valuable in the future.
What is the strongest pro-Bitcoin argument you've ever heard?
If Bitcoin was some kind of a unique thing in that it was the only one. There were no other tokens. There was no other way. There were no other blockchains. It really was scarce in a sense that it was the only one. You could kind of make an argument, maybe, that its lack of intrinsic value, it doesn't matter because it truly is scarce. But again, it would still depend on the confidence that people have in other people constantly believing that it has value.
That's not a strong argument, though.
No, there is no strong argument for
What's
Bitcoin.
the strongest you've ever heard?
I mean, I can't remember.
When
I've
you
had
talked
so
to
many
CZ
people.
recently, I mean, you've talked to some
You
big...
probably heard some pretty strong...
Look, most of the people understand, even in this industry, that the real threat to Bitcoin now isn't all the shit coins. It's tokenized gold. Because tokenized gold does everything that Bitcoin is supposed to do, but can't. And everything that Bitcoin can do, tokenized gold does better. And tokenized gold is much better than tokenized dollars, which is what a lot of the people in the stablecoin industry are focused on. But look at what the biggest stablecoin issuer, Tether, is doing. What is Tether doing? They have pivoted to gold. They're buying up gold. They're buying up gold royalty companies. They're buying into gold retailers. They are, buying all this gold and they're storing it in a mountain in Switzerland because they recognize that that's the future of crypto. It's gold. It's tokenized gold where the token represents ownership of real gold. That's digital gold. I mean, I'm even participating to an extent. I set up T-Gold, as part of Shift Gold. You go to tgold.com and open up an account. We're not offering tokens yet, but ultimately the gold that you own at T-Gold, you'll be able to withdraw it in the form of a token. But even before you can do that, I'm going to allow owners to transact with one another, where you can, send and receive gold as a medium of exchange. So you can be paid in gold, you can pay in gold, not just savings.
And you just keep a ledger or a log?
Yeah, that's just an internal.
Okay.
That's an internal an account. But ultimately, you can withdraw your gold in the form of a token and then put it in your wallet. You can trade it on an exchange. You can do a lot of things with it.
Sticking to good nutrition is tough when you're short on time. With work, workouts, and everything else going on, it's just not realistic to cook every meal. That's exactly why today's sponsor, CookUnity, has become such an easy part of my routine. It's the first meal delivery service where you get meals made by award-winning chefs delivered fresh and ready to eat.
What really stands out to me about CookUnity is just the variety, because every week you could choose from 300 different meals nationwide, spanning from more than 25 local cuisines.
Lately, I have not been able to get enough of this specific meal. It's the Peruvian chicken fried rice made by Chef Andres Mendez. Honestly, the reason why I love this meal so much is just because of how simple it is. I mean, it's basically what I already make and love, except it tastes better, it's made in just 2 minutes, and the macros are insane. It's 740 calories for 59 grams of protein. That ratio is phenomenal.
You can also use filters to find exactly what you want. So, for example, the Fitness Fuel menu is perfect if you're after a high-protein, balanced meal. It just makes eating healthy a lot easier.
The meals show up fresh, not frozen, and they're ready in just a few minutes, so there's no meal prep, no guessing about nutrition, and you do not have to sacrifice on flavor because every dish lists the chef, ingredients, and macros, so it's easy to stay on track.
So for chef-made meals that save time and support your fitness goals, head to the link down below in the description to get 50% off your first order with the code ICH50.
Once again, that is 50% off your first order. Just go to cookunity.com/ICH or click the link down below and use the code ICH50. So, of all of the millions of supporters of Bitcoin, you don't think that there's any merit, any reason that one could have to that makes any logical sense whatsoever to support Bitcoin?
And is there anything that can happen to Bitcoin where you would say, hey, I'm wrong?
Well, I mean, look, it's obviously not a function of price because it's gone up a lot since I first started criticizing it. But no, the people who buy Bitcoin, most of them, the vast majority, buy it because they think they're going to get rich. They think the price is going to go way up. And the only way the price of Bitcoin can go way up is if other people decide to pay more for it. But those people are buying it for the same reason that you're selling it. they think it's going to go up. So they have to buy it with the expectation of they'll find somebody else who will pay even more than they did. And the name of that is called the greater fool, right? Everybody is hoping that there's a greater fool than they are, who will pay a higher price for what amounts
But
to
isn't
nothing.
that true for anything?
No.
From housing
No,
to
it's
some
not.
stocks.
No, it's
to
not.
Even precious metals. And
No.
someone's hoping, I'm going to buy gold at 5,000. It'll be worth 10,000 because you're going to print all this money and I'll make money from it.
No, well, there you're just preserving your purchasing power. But yes, a lot of people buy a stock or a piece of real estate because they think the price will be higher. But it's not because some greater fool is going to buy it. If I buy a stock in a company and the company expands its business and has more sales and has more income, the company is worth more than it was when I bought it. So the new buyer would naturally have to pay more because the company is more valuable. It's generating more profits. It's paying higher dividends. Same thing if I buy a piece of real estate and while I own it, the rental income goes up. I can charge higher rates because now maybe more people have moved into the area. There's more demand. I was smart. I bought, recognizing that there was going to be people moving into the neighborhood, whatever. And so the property became more valuable between the time I bought it and the time I sold it. So I can sell a stock or a piece of real estate at a higher price because it's inherently more valuable. Bitcoin never becomes more valuable. It doesn't throw off any income, doesn't pay rent, it doesn't pay you dividends. It's just a token. And the supply is what it is, right? It's not, it's not becoming more scarce. It's pretty much almost all the Bitcoin that are ever going to be here are pretty much already here. And so it's just a function of somebody being willing to pay more money than I did for the exact same thing that I bought. So it hasn't increased in value since I bought it. It's exactly the same. The only thing that's changing is the price. And if you're just buying something simply because you hope the price will go up, even though it hasn't become any more valuable, just become more expensive, that's the greater fool. Now, you can say, well, what about gold? Gold doesn't have any income. Right, but gold is a metal that's used. And you can think, well, what do jewelers need to pay to buy gold? What do computer manufacturers need to pay to buy gold, who need gold, in their chips? Or what do central bankers have to pay who need gold to back up their currencies? I mean, one of the things that's happening right now among central banks is they want to get rid of the dollar. They have too many dollars, and we're creating too many. We have too much debt. So the world central banks are now trying to divest of dollars, because they recognize that even though they can earn interest on those dollars by buying treasuries, they're not going to keep pace with the rate at which the dollar is going to be depreciating. So they need something else to own in place of dollars, and gold is the obvious choice. And so there's central bank demand. So you have all this real demand. So when you're buying gold, you know that you're going to have that demand in the future coming from industry, coming from central banks. You're not going to have that. The only demand for Bitcoin is speculators betting that the price is going to go up. There's no underlying user who needs Bitcoin. Anybody who wants Bitcoin, I hear people say, but you could use it to send money across borders. You could do the same thing with stablecoins. You could do the same thing with tokenized gold. What the hell do you need Bitcoin for? And there's all kinds of other crap tokens that will do what Bitcoin does. So there's the only thing that's unique about Bitcoin is it's got a bigger cult, and it's got a higher market cap. But all that's going to change. Look, I think if you look at where Bitcoin is now, the air is coming out. The only time I went out on a limb and I thought Bitcoin had peaked, because all the time it was going up, I kept conceding, look, I don't know how high this thing can go. You can go to 5,000, you can go to 10,000, you can go to 50. I said, I don't know, it's not worth anything. So the fact that it's, got a
Your
price,
mom? Why?
obviously
To be honest,
people
every
won't
mom's
pay more.
every mom's like that.
After it got to that 69,000 peak
They're concerned about their
back
child.
in 2021, and it sold off to about, 15, 16,000. And people were saying it's going to 100,000. I said, look, it's not going to go to 100,000. I thought it had kind of peaked out, or maybe it would double top. I didn't think it would get to 100,000 at that point. Donald Trump won, and it went to 100,000. Now, I think had Donald Trump not won, I don't think we ever would have seen $100,000 Bitcoin. But I think all of the hype that accompanied that, and that's really what enabled Saylor to buy so much, all these other copycat crypto companies, treasury companies, all the ETFs that came out. All the demand was that Trump is going to make us the Bitcoin capital. We're going to have a strategic reserve. You got to buy Bitcoin because the U.S. government is behind Bitcoin. It's going to be pushing Bitcoin. And that hype enabled the price to rise. But I think a lot of the smarter holders took advantage of that to sell. I think a lot of the guys that helped bankroll Trump's campaign, donate a lot of money to get the Bitcoin president, knowing that this would happen, I think they sold into the mania. And now, you've distributed the tokens much more broadly. You have a lot of people who own these Bitcoin ETFs.
Why does she ask that?
They're not true believers.
To Magnolia watches my live. I think I don't know her mom, but she said her mom asked what makes his life so addictive.
Ridiculous.
Or something.
So I think now
I don't know her mom though. It's just from what she said.
Bitcoin, it's headed lower now.
Because I don't think my lives are addictive, but to be honest, I don't watch my lives.
Down is going to be around 50,000.
To be honest,
I think once it breaks 50,
I don't know if it would be more interesting if you saw me play the game.
Over an 80% drop from the peak. We might have a bounce from 20, maybe go from 20 to 30 or 4 people get excited again, and then it'll go down to 10. I think it's now just about the air coming out of the bubble. And eventually, I think Strategy just goes out of business. I think they're going to be forced to liquidate all their Bitcoin. I think they're going to ultimately have to stop paying the dividends on the preferreds, and they're just going to crash. The whole thing is going to implode.
Speaking of Trump, I'm curious. Trump went on Truth Social in December, and he called you a Trump-hating loser and a jerk for saying that prices are still rising, and he told Fox to fire whoever booked you. You then challenged him to a public debate on the economy. I'm really curious, did Trump ever respond to you?
No. But I didn't, I said Trump or his delegate. I mean, I knew it was a big ask to get the President of the United States to debate a lowly guy like me. But I was willing to debate anybody that he, just an intern, anybody he had. Now, of course, I would love to debate, any of his top guys in his cabinet. I mean, I would go for a Commerce Secretary, a Treasury Secretary. I'm happy to debate those guys. I think I would mop the floor up with them. But no, nobody wanted to challenge me. But
what are you noticing now, though, in terms of rising prices? Because inflation did technically come back a little lower than expected recently.
No, first of all, I don't put much stock into the way the government measures it with the CPI. I think if you understand what inflation is, which is the expansion of the money supply is expanding. It's expanding quite briskly, unfortunately. The Fed is back to QE. They don't admit it's QE, but that's exactly what they're doing. So the balance sheet is growing again. Money supply. And the Fed has been cutting rates. It has been expanding credit. That's also inflation. The government is trying to shove more credit into the economy. They're using the GSEs to get more money into the economy by buying up mortgage-backed securities. So they're inflating. You can see prices rising. It's not just precious metals. Look at industrial metals. Look at copper hitting a record high. Look at other prices. Agriculture commodities are moving. Oil has finally started to move. Oil's now more than 20% above where it was at the low in December. We're at the highest in 6 months. So I think that's turning around. We're going to start to see higher gas prices, but food prices have continued to rise. I mean, sure, you can point to eggs or something. The president always likes to grab a couple of items that went down in price. But overall, if you go to the grocery store, your bill is higher than it was a year ago. I mean, even the government CPI numbers will show 2.5–3% price increases. But remember, these are price increases on top of prices that were already very high. What consumers need is real relief They don't need prices to keep rising only more slowly. They need prices to fall. We need to, because they went up so much. They should come back down. But no, they continue to go up. But Trump was wrong. But unfortunately, I think he scared the shit out of Fox and Friends because nobody will return my emails anymore. They act like I don't even exist. I guess they're afraid to put me on. But it just shows you that, Trump can't handle any criticism. I mean, first of all, I did that interview from that same trip. I was in Dubai. I did it from my hotel room. It was like, I don't know, 5 o'clock in the evening. It was like 5 in the morning. The president, he's awake watching Fox and Friends at 5 in the morning. Who the hell else was watching?
Okay.
And he goes ballistic, right?
I don't know, right? I don't watch my lives.
They ought to rename it.
I mean,
there's nothing truthful on Truth Social. It's lies, right? Lies social.
But I do it,
he
obviously.
On Fox, and he goes ballistic. How dare Fox News have somebody on that criticizes me? Now, wait a minute. Isn't it supposed to be Fox News? Right? I mean, is it just a propaganda arm of the Trump administration? That's what he wants. He doesn't want Fox News having objective economists on to render an opinion. And if you watch Fox News, there's one guy after another just singing Trump's praises, kissing his ass, right? Talking about how great he is.
Okay.
They can't have one guy on there, one guy, and I actually endorsed him. I'm not like a typical, never Trumper. I said, yeah, vote for the guy. I thought he was better than Harris. Now, sometimes I second guess that, but
do you still stand by that decision?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say what Harris would have done, right? Had she won. But look, there are some things that Trump has done that I like, but overall, he's doing a lot of bad stuff, unfortunately.
What has he done that you've really liked?
Well,
what has he done that you liked?
There are some regulations that have been eliminated. He's toughened up on the borders, so it's not like a sieve. He pushed back against the whole, political correct, woke nonsense, cancel culture. Although he tried to cancel me. I mean, so he's a little bit hypocritical there. When he couldn't take any criticism. And he wants to have me fired or have the Booker fired.
Have you ever spoken to Trump?
Yes.
Personally?
Yes.
Where was that?
In a concert.
Oh, Imagine Dragons?
No, not Imagine Dragons. So I was in New York. I think it was Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. It was like they were like performing. This is like probably 20 years ago. And so I come into the concert, and in the row right in front of me is Trump and his daughter. And I was with a friend who knew him. And so he said, hello, this is my friend Peter Schiff. Oh, nice to meet you, Mr. Trump, whatever. So that was it. I mean, I doubt Trump remembers it because who the hell was I? I was nobody, right? Well, I had a little bit of a reputation back then because I was still going on like CNBC. I was Dr. Doom. So I wasn't exactly nobody, but I wasn't, I didn't have my own hit TV show, The Apprentice or whatever. So, but I met him but that was the only time I met him. But I just was at Mar-a-Lago last week. I went to a party there.
Who invited you to a party? Did they not remember the feud that you had?
Yeah, but it wasn't. Look, I mean, it was Latino Wall Street.
What is that?
It's just an organization.
And they had that at Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah, yeah.
And they invited you?
They did. Because they honored me. Well, they gave me an award. Last time I was there, they presented me with this award, which was nice.
Are you Latino?
I'm Puerto Rican.
Really?
Well, you're in Puerto Rico, aren't you?
I feel like I remember you telling us that, and I just thought...
I'm a Puerto Rican Jew. Like Juan Epstein.
What percentage Puerto Rican are you?
I'm 100% Puerto Rican. I live in Puerto Rico.
But like ethnicity...
Well, what does that mean? My ancestors were from Puerto Rico. I moved here 9 years ago, but I've lived here for the last 9 years of my life. My kids are growing up in Puerto Rico. So we're Puerto Rican.
What is the main reason you live in Puerto Rico?
The weather. I live here for the parties and for the lifestyle, for the community. I've got a lot of great neighbors. You met one of my neighbors earlier today.
Yeah, you have fantastic neighbors.
Yeah. So it's a very close-knit community, and there is the added benefit of no taxes.
Wait, they have that here?
Yeah. Well, not no taxes, but very low tax.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, like 4% income tax and 0% capital gains tax. So, it's a pretty good deal.
This episode is in partnership with Airbnb. So Rand and I just got back from a trip to Austin and Puerto Rico, and in both places we book stays on Airbnb, and literally every single time we travel these days, we stay at homes on Airbnb. And if you're big on traveling like us, anytime we're away, the home just ends up sitting unused. But it can actually be generating extra income by hosting on Airbnb. So you guys may not know this, but at one point I actually hosted on Airbnb a spare bedroom in my house, and it ended up being far easier than I expected. The setup was straightforward, everything ran smoothly, and it turned into a genuinely great experience overall. And guys, I am being so honest, it is genuinely a phenomenal way to make some extra cash. If you have spare bedrooms in your house, just put them on Airbnb. You'll make some money. It is so easy. It's quite enjoyable. I highly recommend it. Now, if you've ever thought about hosting, but weren't sure how to handle it if you're away, Airbnb now has the co-host network. With this, you could partner with a vetted local co-host with hosting experience who could take care of the important details for you. So you see, a co-host can help manage reservations, guest communication, and even provide on-site support so everything goes smoothly while you're away.
This makes hosting a lot more manageable when you travel.
It's also just a great way to earn some extra cash for future trips or just home projects.
If you've considered hosting but need some help, find a co-host at airbnb.com/host.
So what is one basic economic belief that people have that is completely wrong? Like one of the main, most pervasive economic beliefs.
One of the biggest ones is we're already discussing, which is inflation. Because the vast majority of people think inflation is prices going up. That's what they think inflation is. That's not inflation. Inflation is the money supply expanding, the supply of credit expanding. That's what's being inflated. The word inflate literally means expand. That's the root of the word. But the government did a very good job in recent years of confusing the public as to what inflation means so that they can blame inflation on the people that raise prices. Government never accepts responsibility for creating inflation. They blame the greedy businessman who raised prices. They're blaming Putin. Putin was, raising prices. It's the government that expands the money supply. That's the inflation. As a result, people have to raise their prices. Workers have to, get more wages because everything costs more. But the government gets the ball rolling. So people don't understand. If people knew what inflation was, then they would know the cause. Because it's the government that's expanding our money supply.
Do you think AI, though, could be deflationary, and this could bring the cost of a lot of things down?
Well, again, AI doesn't contract the money supply. But is AI something that would result in lower prices? Of course, because AI, used properly, makes people and businesses more productive. And when you're more productive, your costs go down. And when your costs go down, you can charge less. Prices come down. I mean, capitalism is a force to lower prices. That's what capitalism does. It creates abundance out of scarcity. You have more stuff. And the more stuff there is, the less expensive the stuff becomes. Right? So the natural tendency is for prices to go down. Now, government steps up and creates inflation and destroys the value of the money. And that makes prices go up. It's the inflation. But, if it wasn't for capitalism, prices would be going up even more. But a lot of people don't realize that. Let's say prices go up by 2%. But if the government hadn't created inflation, they would have gone down by 2%. That's 4% really inflation, because I got robbed of the 2% price cut, and now I have to pay 2% more. So I'm paying 4% more than I otherwise would have paid had the government not created the inflation. Because sometimes inflation doesn't just cause prices to rise, it prevents prices from falling. Now, the government will try to tell us, well, we have to do that because falling prices are bad. We can't have falling prices. Why not? What's wrong with falling prices? Everybody wants lower prices. Everybody wants stuff to be cheaper.
But the argument is falling prices create further falling prices, because if even a small subset of people just wait, prices fall even further, which causes more people to slightly wait, even if it's just an extra month or
But they're not going to wait. I mean, if you're hungry, are you going to eat now? Or if you think the hamburger is going to be cheaper next month, are you going to wait? or are you just going to buy it?
I think with stuff like food, not necessarily, but I think with stuff like cars or houses or major purchases.
All right, you need a new car.
Yeah.
The car you got now doesn't really work. You got to get to work. You got to take your kids to school. Are you going to get the car when you need it, or is it, if I wait a month, and maybe if we walk or ride our bikes for the next month, I could get that car for $100 cheaper? Are you going to wait?
Even a few percent of people do. Just a few percent.
No. There's a time value, present value.
Right.
Having something now is worth more than having it later.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if I thought something was going to be 1 or 2 or 3% cheaper a year from now, I'm not going to wait a year. I'm not going to go without food or gas or, if my air conditioner breaks down, I'm not going to think, gee, if I wait a year and sweat it out, I might be able to get the air conditioning. No, I'm going to buy it. But you know what I'm going to hope? That if I ever need another air conditioning, I'm going to hope the price is lower.
I'll give you an example that I see all the time, and it's with the stock market. When stocks fall, people think, oh, I'm just going to wait because it'll be even cheaper.
Because that's a different thing. You're trying to make an investment. So it doesn't, if I buy a stock next week, that's okay. I can wait. It's not a consumer good. Consumer goods, people buy it when they need it. Now, it is true that sometimes people don't buy something and they wait for a lower price. But that's because they can't afford it. And I have all kinds of examples. I remember the first time that I went into a store. I think maybe it was like a Best Buy or something. And I saw a high-def TV for the first time in my life. Now, you're so young, every TV you've ever seen is HD. But I went in and I saw the first HD TV. And I was amazed that at the picture. To me, I was like, this is like looking through a window, right? Mm-hmm. And I obviously would have liked to have bought that TV. But it was like $10,000, which even back then, you could buy a car for $10,000. So as much as I liked it, I didn't want to buy it because it was too expensive. So I had to wait for them to be able to make these TVs cheap enough so that I could afford it. And there's nothing wrong with that. But if that TV, that was the cheapest, HD TV, and the price had gone up, right? Same thing with cell phones. When cell phones first came out, you don't remember when but most people didn't buy cell phones when they first came out. They were way too expensive. Not only were they expensive to buy, they were expensive to use. In fact, when I first got my cell phone, I barely used it. And if somebody called me, I can't talk about myself. Because I would wait for the weekends or the nighttime when the rates went down. Yeah. But the reason that everybody has cell phones now is because they got cheaper. Right? When prices go down, more people buy things. Not less people, more. And so prices falling are a good thing. And, cell phone companies make more money now selling cheap cell phones than they did 20 years ago selling expensive because they sell more of them. And they make it up on volume. So the whole idea that businesses need rising prices is wrong. Consumers don't need rising prices. Everybody wants them. I went to somebody, hey, do you want your kids' college tuition to go up or down? Do you want your gas bill to go up or down? You want your grocery bill to go up or down? Hey, you need to take a vacation. You want the airfare to be cheaper or more expensive? Everybody wants stuff to be cheaper. This is such bullshit that the government needs to make sure that prices go up every year. Why do we need to make sure prices go up? I want prices to go down. That's how standards of living go up.
Are they ever going to let prices fall? Because it seems like they want interest rates now down to as close to zero as possible, which would just make prices keep going higher.
Well, they want low interest rates because everybody's got so much debt, especially the government. The government's got more debt than anybody. So they need low interest rates. But the economy needs high interest rates. That is the fundamental problem. The biggest problem with the U.S. economy, underlying it, is not enough savings, not enough capital investment, too much borrowing and consumption and speculation. And that has been a function of low interest rates. Interest rates have been kept artificially low for a long time, and that has screwed up this economy. What we need is higher interest rates that will discourage all this consumption and borrowing reward people for saving so that we can rebuild our savings and make the investments in the plant and equipment that we need to produce more stuff. But of course, this would also require massive cuts in spending. Not only would families have to spend less, but the government would have to spend a lot less. They have to start cutting back on Social Security, on Medicare, Medicaid, on national defense. Everybody would have to cut spending if interest rates went up. That's why they keep interest rates down. But the only way they can keep interest rates down is by creating inflation. And so inflation is the tax we pay in order to keep interest rates low and government spending high. We get all this inflation. But when they talk about there's an affordability crisis, the reason everything is so unaffordable is because government is so expensive. Every time you buy something, you're paying for government. The cost of government is embedded in every price.
Do you think that there's any malice involved with trying to keep inflation high? Because, as people say, inflation really only helps the wealthy, the people that own assets, instead of those who don't. Do you think there's any possible thing going on there?
Well, I don't know that it's malice so much as self-preservation. These politicians...
Do you think it's intentional for potentially that reason, or do you think it's
they're just trying to kick the can down the road? I mean, they don't want to rain on the parade. Trump even just recently, even though he talks about housing affordability, he said he doesn't want home prices to come down. Well, isn't that how you make homes affordable? You let the prices go down? He said no, he doesn't want prices to go down. In fact, he said he wants housing prices to keep going up because he wants the people who own houses to get richer. But what about the people who need to buy them, right? So what does he want to do? Well, let's let them borrow more money. Let them go deeper into debt so they can overpay for homes, which is asinine. We need to let home prices go down. They never should have gone up as much as they did. The only reason they did was because the Fed had interest rates at zero. The Fed inflated another housing bubble, and Trump wants to make sure the air doesn't come out. But when you have a bubble, the sooner it deflates, the better. The longer it grows, the more damage gets done. Just like with the Bitcoin bubble, it would have been much better had this thing popped years ago. But because it's grown so big, so many more people are going to lose money in Bitcoin. And it's not just the people who lose money buying Bitcoin. Look at all these ridiculous companies that have been created that are going to go bankrupt. Look at all the money we've wasted on these companies, all the resources. I mean, we have really damaged our economy by focusing so much of our capital and our resources in crypto. And a lot of that now is because of the interference of the Trump administration, picking winners and losers, which the government shouldn't do because they pick losers, and that's exactly what Bitcoin is. It's a losing industry. It's not going to survive. All this crypto is a bunch of nonsense. But now you have the government misdirecting capital to it. So everything that we're doing now is all about kicking the can down the road. Makes the problems worse, but they hope that they don't blow up, until after the election, so it's somebody else's problem.
What do you think would signal the true start of a dollar crisis?
Well, I think it's started already. I think gold at 5,000 is an indication that this is happening. Foreign central banks expressing a preference for gold over dollars and foregoing the interest that they would earn on those dollars. But I think what you're going to see is the crisis expanding, not just gold, but in foreign exchange. The dollar was down last year, but not that dramatically. It was down, maybe 5%, 10%. I think it'll be down more than that this year against other currencies. And I think this is going to snowball as the dollar really starts to fall. And that's going to put a lot of downward pressure on the bond market, which means upward pressure on interest rates. And that's going to cause the Fed to really panic, to try to stop interest rates from rising by creating even more inflation, to buy up the bonds that are being dumped on the market. And that's when the crisis really could get out of hand. We get an all-out run on the dollar with very adverse consequences. I mean, much more severe than the 2008 financial crisis. And I think today people are ignoring what's happening in gold the way they ignored what happened in subprime. Because I remember when the subprime market blew up in 2007, and we were short subprime, so we made some money on that trade. But I had been predicting this for years, that it would blow up. But I knew that it wasn't just a problem with subprime mortgages. I knew that the entire housing market was resting on a foundation of cheap credit, and just subprime was just the weakest link of that chain, but that, you know, they were all going to go. But what did, you know, the Fed say, Ben Bernanke and everybody else, Wall Street? Don't worry, it's contained to subprime. And I was saying, no, it's a tip of an iceberg. You have no idea what's beneath the surface here. And I was right. You know, we ended up with a financial crisis because it wasn't contained to subprime. Well, what's happening in gold is a similar warning, but not about the credit quality of mortgages, but the credit quality of treasuries. It's the U.S. government that is in question, not just subprime or mortgage borrowers. And this is the warning that is being ignored. People just think, oh, don't worry about it. It's a bubble in gold, you know. But the subprime warning, you know, predated the financial crisis by about a year. You know, you had about a year to realize that it was going to hit the fan.
And what happens if the dollar breaks? Where do people go?
Well, I mean, they're going to gold. They're going back to their own currencies. They're buying real assets. But the important thing is what happens to America, what happens to our economy, because our economy is predicated on the dollar's reserve status. It doesn't work. If we can't run $1 trillion a year trade deficits, it doesn't work. Because we don't have the factories anymore. We don't have the infrastructure, the supply chains, the trained workers. We rely on the rest of the world to produce what we can. And because we don't really have any savings, we're all in debt, we rely on the rest of the world to save for us and lend us money. And so when the world doesn't do that anymore, when it's no longer willing to supply us with goods and lend us money, what do we got? How does this economy function? Because, you know, you look at who are the biggest employers in America? FedEx, UPS, Walmart, Amazon. Like, what do those companies do? They transport and sell imported goods. Well, what happens when we can't afford to import the goods anymore? Well, there's nothing to drive around. There's nothing, the shelves are empty. So all those workers lose their jobs at the same time that consumers can't buy anything. You know, we're a service sector economy, but that only works so long as we can outsource to manufacturing. Well, we can't do that if the world doesn't want our dollars anymore. The only way the world's going to trade with us is if we have something to trade other than paper. We'd have to have products. See, the reason that countries export is to import. Your exports pay for your imports. But we're able to import without exporting because people want our dollars. Well, when they don't want our dollars anymore, then we got to make stuff. But you can't just, you know, make stuff the way you print money. Making stuff requires real capital investment. It requires the factories and the infrastructure that we don't have anymore. We had it 100 years ago, 50 years ago. We don't have it anymore. It's gone. And it's going to take a long time to rebuild it. Now, maybe AI and robots, maybe that'll help, you know. I don't know how, you know, what the timeline is there, but we've got a lot of work to do. But we're in for a rude awakening because Trump has got it completely backwards. He says the world's been ripping us off. We've been ripping off the world. We've been living off the world. We've been riding on a global gravy train. You know, they're the ones that have gotten the short end of the stick. And that's why I think that as the world dumps the dollar, there's going to be an economic boom outside the United States. Because I think that we have been a burden that the global economy has been forced to bear. Especially a lot of the emerging markets, you know, the BRIC nations, they have borne a lion's share of that burden. And I think when the dollar collapses, this is going to let loose an economic boom, because what's going to happen is all of our purchasing power is transferred to other people. So all the factories that produce all the goods, they keep pumping stuff out. The difference is Americans don't get it. People in other countries get it. Their lives are now better. They have more stuff. They have greater purchasing power. And when the world stops financing our debt, they're not going to stop saving. They're just going to use their savings in their own economies. They're going to invest in expanding their own productive capacity. So the world's going to have more goods and more investment capital. And we're going to have fewer goods and less investment capital. So what do Americans get? Much higher prices, much higher living interest rates, and a much lower standard of living. The world gets lower prices, lower interest rates, a higher standard of living. So that's why my whole investment strategy is investing abroad. I've been anticipating this for a long time. It finally started. Last year was the first year that international investing, you look at my my global dividend payer strategy, did 62% return last year. This is not my gold strategy. This is dividend paying foreign stocks, 62%. I've got a mutual fund too that people could buy, no load. Any discount broker did the same thing. It's based on that separately managed account strategy. And already this year, I forget what we're up, 13, 14% year to date. The S&P is basically flat.
Yeah. This is something I've been telling Jack. I remember 2 years ago, I'm going to say it. For the longest time, I've been 35%,
特别好笑的地方
international U.S.
什么我好笑的地
And
方
I got made fun of so much because my international did nothing. It was flat. It would just pay its 3% dividend, nothing. This last year, I'm up like 40% on my international. It's finally paid off.
Yeah, and this is just the beginning. This is not the end. This is going to be going on for years. This is a major rotation that just started out of U.S. assets, out of U.S. stocks, out of U.S. bonds, out of the U.S. dollar. Our markets are still very expensive compared to the rest of the world. You get much better value.
怎么会突然想起
And now you're going to ride this wave of money just getting sucked out of the U.S.
Have you made most of your money just investing and buying and holding gold?
Look, my net worth right now is significantly impacted by my precious metals holdings, not just physical, but mainly mining stocks. That was probably the biggest increase in my net worth last year, was because mining stocks tripled, and I had a lot of money in mining stocks. But the money that I got to buy those mining stocks came from my business, right? So if I didn't have an income, I wouldn't have had the money to buy those stocks. So for most of my life, I was generating more money, earning money. But last year was the first year, really in a while.
It was the first year
that I made more money on my investments than I really made on my current. I mean, a lot more, because I had it's such a big move. But I didn't sell anything, so all this is on paper, right? I mean,
Are you tempted to sell any of it and just
no, not. I still think. Look, I've been buying the dips so there's a big shake off. I bought more last year, but more recently, I was putting a lot of money into oil stocks, which are now making 52-week highs. I got great buys on oil stocks a few months ago. I put more money into emerging markets, because I'm so overweight personally now in mining stocks because of the big increase. But for people that I talk to today, new clients, I absolutely think they need exposure to these stocks. I don't think they're expensive. In fact, even though these mining stocks have tripled, they're cheaper now than they were before they tripled, because they're much more valuable businesses when gold's at 5,000 than when gold was at 1,500. And it's not just that gold's at 5,000; it's that it's going to keep rising. And so that's not factored into these stocks. And the cheapest stocks are some of the smaller companies. My gold fund, the Euro Pacific Gold Fund, EPGIX, you should be loading up on that, because we have about a third of our portfolio of these really small companies that I think are just going to go ballistic. Because I think what's going to happen with these small companies is the big companies are going to buy them, because they need more resources, and it's too expensive to go exploring and drilling. Why not just buy out these little companies? They have so much money right now. They are literal gold mines, but they have never had this kind of cash flow when the cost of mining gold, maybe it was $1,500 an ounce, and maybe now it's $1,800, but you were getting 2 years ago you were getting $2,000. Now you're getting $5,000 for the exact same thing. I mean, how many other businesses are able to double or triple their prices and keep selling?
Is there a price, though, if gold hits, you just say, hey, maybe it's a little overvalued right now, I'm going to sell it? Like, if it were to hit 15,000 tomorrow, is there a level where you just say, all right, this doesn't
it's
make
not
any
going to hit
sense?
15,000 tomorrow. But if it did, yeah, maybe I'd sell some. I mean, but I mean, gold doesn't. Well, I would definitely not buy any Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I wouldn't buy any Bitcoin. But no, actually, if gold hit 15,000 tomorrow, it'd be because we were in an all-out dollar crisis. And so the question is, if I sold my gold, what would I buy? I mean, I might not want dollars. I might sell it for Swiss francs. I might sell it for stocks, right? Because it could be like the dollar is just imploding, and it's like like a hot potato, like or musical. You don't want to get caught with it. If that were to happen, I mean, something would have to be seriously going on.
Is the dollar crisis reversible? Like, could we change course?
I think we've kind of gone past the point of no return. I think that maybe the big beautiful bill kind of cemented it. I mean, when Trump was elected with a mandate to cut government spending, I mean, Elon Musk was almost going to be a co-president. He was going to be leading the Department of Government Efficiency, right? It's almost an oxymoron because government can never be efficient by definition. But there was a real mandate to cut government spending. And what happened to Elon Musk? They ran him out of town. And the first thing the Republicans did was increase government spending. The national debt just hit 38.7 trillion, I think, yesterday, up 2.6 trillion since Trump took office. A little over a year. $2.6 trillion increase in the national debt. And the message that this sends to the world is America will never do anything about this runaway deficits. Because the only hope was Trump and the Republicans, and they didn't deliver. Yes, they were critical of Biden's spending, yet when they had an opportunity to cut that spending, they did not. In fact, they increased spending above the levels that Biden had, and they cut taxes. So they expanded the big deficits that they inherited, made them bigger. So creditors know, okay, the Democrats are never going to cut spending. I mean, the Democrats love government. They want to spend money. Why would they stop? But the Republicans, who are supposed to not like government, they won't cut spending either. So if the people that don't like government want to spend more, the people who love it will never spend more. So what hope do we have? None. And so this is all we can have is a crisis. We're going to keep on spending money until we can't do it anymore. And we're going to keep on borrowing money until we can't. And the crisis is what's going to stop it. It's going to be a collapse of the dollar. It is inevitable. It is unavoidable. The only question is when. It's not a question of if, but a question of when. And it's been a question of when for a while.
Yeah.
But I think that we are significantly closer. I think that not only what Biden did with the sanctions against Russia, which created a political incentive to get out of the dollar, but Donald Trump took it up quite a few notches with all the tariffs, which of course Americans pay the tariffs, but they are a nuisance because it interferes with free trade. I mean, let's say there's a company in Canada that was selling goods to America, and now Trump puts these big tariffs on Americans who want to buy Canadian goods. This Canadian company is not going to sell as much stuff in America because the Americans can't afford to pay the tariffs on top of the goods. So it's harmful to Americans because now goods that they used to be able to buy are too expensive. But now this Canadian company is like, shit, what are we going to do? Our customers can't afford our products anymore, so they have to find new customers. So it's disruptive. They'll find it. They'll figure out how to get along without us, and they'll be better off. But it's a nuisance. But Trump is lecturing everybody, telling everybody, they're screwing us over, they're ripping us off. The world doesn't like to hear this nonsense, especially when it's the other way around. But I think maybe the straw that broke the camel's back was not what happened in Venezuela, but the threat to invade Greenland. The fact that Donald Trump openly spoke out loud for weeks about the U.S. invading Greenland, about us trying to buy it, but if we couldn't buy it, we were just going to take it. I think that was a real, eye-opener for the rest of the world. And up until then, I think the world viewed America as a benevolent force for world peace, for good. That, yes, we had this big military, but that was good because it would be used to defend freedom, to defend the world. When Donald Trump raised the possibility of using our military to take Greenland by force, a completely peaceful country that is no threat to the United States, but Trump said, we need it, we want it, and we've got the might, and we're going to take it. I think that was a real wake-up, that the world says, you know what, we got to do something about America. They got too much power. We can't keep financing this. Because if it wasn't for the world, holding the US dollar as a reserve currency and lending us all this money and supplying us with all these goods, we could not have this big military. We couldn't afford it. We can't pay for it. And so the world is like, you know what? We got to stop subsidizing this. They're too big. They're too powerful. And if they move away from the dollar, they will collapse the economy. And we're going to have to slash our military spending. We're going to have to pull back a lot of troops because we won't be able to afford to pay them, to supply them. And we're going to be dealing with, riots in the streets. I mean, we're going to have a lot of problems. We're not going to be able to worry about what's happening in Greenland when they're rioting, in the cities because people can't afford food, and they can't afford electricity.
Now, when Jack and I first started the Iced Coffee Hour, we had to learn everything on the fly. I'm talking figuring out the best cameras to use, the best lenses, the best editing equipment, how to get guests and sponsors. Every day was a brand new challenge. And that's why if you're starting or growing your own business, you know how valuable today's sponsor is. And that would be Shopify.
Shopify is basically an all-in-one business platform. They power millions of businesses worldwide, from major brands like Mattel and Gymshark to everyday entrepreneurs that are just getting started. And here's just an insane fact. You've actually already used Shopify. You may not know it, but you definitely have if you've ever shopped online in the US, because they power about 10% of all American e-commerce.
One of my favorite things about Shopify is that they give you access to a complete design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates to build a beautiful online store that perfectly matches your brand. There's no coding needed, and their AI tools even help you write product descriptions and help improve your product photos.
And if you're worried, like most businesses are, about getting exposure to your product or service, don't be, because Shopify has incredible marketing campaigns that reach customers wherever they're scrolling. They also handle literally everything from inventory to shipping to returns, which is all of the complicated stuff you realistically do not want to deal with.
So start your business today with the industry's best business partner, Shopify, and start hearing. You can also sign up for your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/ICH. Again, that is shopify.com/ICH. The link down below in the description. Shopify.com/ICH.
Thank you so much to Shopify for sponsoring this episode. When your business starts growing and money's coming in, it can be extremely difficult to keep track of what's set aside for taxes, who you've paid, or where your expenses are even going, and that can get stressful very quickly.
Most businesses don't fail because the idea is bad. The real problem comes when owners lose track of their finances. That is where our sponsor, Relay, is there to help. For those unaware, Relay is a business banking tool that makes it easier for small business owners to see and manage their money.
What I personally love about Relay is how it helps you set up a real structure. You can open up to 20 checking accounts, so it's super easy to keep your income, taxes, payroll, and savings separate instead of mixing them all together. It's just like having digital envelopes, but for your business.
Relay also lets your team have their own logins with different access levels. So whether it's your bookkeeper or your assistant, they can handle the daily tasks and you can see everything that's happening.
If you're anything like us and you need to pay vendors or contractors, Relay has Bill Pay built in. You can send ACH payments, wires, or checks all from the exact same platform, so you don't have to switch between different tools. Relay also connects directly with Xero and QuickBooks, which keeps everything organized and your books tidy without any extra effort.
For a lot of business owners, getting this sorted means you stop putting out fires and actually have room to grow. So if you want a system that supports your business, scan the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to learn more about Relay. Thank you again to Relay for sponsoring this episode, and now let's get back to the podcast. In terms of having a reserve, though, with Fort Knox, what's been going on with conspiracies that there's no gold there? That maybe the gold had at some point been removed or replaced?
Well, it's hard to believe there's no gold there, but what's very interesting about the whole thing is that in the early days of the Trump administration, there was a lot of talk about auditing Fort Knox, about going down there.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, crickets. Like, no one talked about it. And so the question is why? Why were they so gung-ho about doing an audit? And then all of a sudden, it's like the forbidden topic. Nobody will even mention it. It never comes up. That's a little curious, because it makes you think that maybe somebody said something to the president, like, we probably shouldn't do the audit because, it's not there, or it's not there, and that's going to be a big problem if the world knows it's not there, and it would be a big problem. So the fact that the whole thing just got buried under a big rug makes you think that there's something going on.
This is one of the positives about Bitcoin, is that you can verify it, though, on chain.
Yes, you can verify how much nothing everybody has. Yes, that's, and gold is easy to verify too, if you allow it, right? Yeah, you need an audit, but yes, I understand that if I have gold, if I have Bitcoin in my wallet, you can verify it. Now, if you have tokenized gold, you can verify that too, but again, to verify that the gold is actually behind the token, somebody does need to go in there and count it, and somebody reputable. So yeah, that is one of the things that is good about Bitcoin and interesting about it, is that you could verify it. But I said, look, you're verifying how much nothing I have. So what, when people say, oh, look how easy it is to transport Bitcoin. Yeah, because you're transporting nothing. It's not hard to transport. In fact, Bitcoin doesn't actually get transported. Bitcoin doesn't go anywhere. It just, one wallet has it and now another. It's not like the Bitcoin goes from my wallet to yours. The Bitcoin doesn't go anywhere. It's just, we just changed the wallet address that's assigned to that Bitcoin. But if you're dealing in nothing, then yes, it's easy to transport it. Gold is real. It has substance. And so, yes, you do have to transport it. But the beauty of tokenized gold is I don't have to move the gold. See, most people, when you're using gold as money, as opposed to using gold, in industry, you don't actually need the gold. You just need to own the gold, and you need to be able to transfer that ownership to whoever you're doing business with. And so when you tokenize gold, that improves gold as a means of exchange. It makes it even better than it was in the past, because I don't have to give you my gold. I just have to give you the proof that I own the gold. And the minute I give it to you, now you own that gold. Now, if you actually need the gold for some reason, you could get it. If you decide to become a jeweler and you want some gold, you could actually go get your gold. But if you don't need the gold, you can use the gold to buy something that you do need. And the person who's selling you that will take your gold.
But what do you think about your son buying Bitcoin, though?
But he's not buying it anymore. I mean, he bought some years ago, but he's completely lost interest in Bitcoin.
How did that affect your relationship with him? Because I saw you called him brainwashed.
He was
buying Bitcoin.
He was brainwashed. I mean, look, all the young kids. I get into these debates. I had another one just yesterday, I think, with Anthony Scaramucci. And, they always like to say, look, it's the young kids, yes, all the old people in our generation, we're buying gold. But, it's the young generation, the kids who are buying Bitcoin. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. But I'm not going to take my investment advice from a bunch of kids. Kids make mistakes. They're new, they're young, they don't have the experience, they don't have the wisdom. And they're making a lot of mistakes buying Bitcoin. Now, when a lot of the 20-somethings, grow up and they're my age, they'll know better. And one of the reasons they'll know better is they'll remember how much money they lost with Bitcoin. And the best time to lose money is when you're young.
Did your son make or lose money on Bitcoin?
He made money, but he's pretty much sold the Bitcoin that he had. But he did make money in it, yeah.
Would you rather have 1 Bitcoin right now or 1 ounce of gold, but 100% you had to hold on to both for 5 years?
Oh, well, obviously, if I had to hold on to them both for 5 years, I think the ounce of gold will be worth more. But obviously, if I could sell right now, I would take the Bitcoin. I would immediately sell it. But maybe if you gave me that Bitcoin, I could find a way to hedge it somehow. I could short something or get some kind of derivative instrument, because yes, there is a high market price right now. Bitcoin is 6,000, and gold's only 5,000. But Bitcoin is going to continue to lose value relative to gold. Eventually, it won't have any value whatsoever. But I no longer think Bitcoin is going to zero anytime soon. I get that there's enough people in the cult now that will buy it and will ascribe some value to it. But let's say Bitcoin just falls to $1,000, which I think is still a lot of money for nothing. But if Bitcoin falls to $1,000, it's certainly a long way from zero. But if you bought it at $100,000, that's not going to be much of a consolation. Well, it's not zero. Okay, but you lost 99% of your money. I mean, even if you lost the last 1% at that point, it wouldn't be that big a deal. So I think for all practical purposes, for most people who own Bitcoin, it may as well be going to zero. They're going to lose almost all of their money.
What is your son investing in now? I heard he's getting big into AI.
That's it, right? He's not investing in anything. I guess he's just investing in his career or trying to work. But yeah, he's very much into AI. And he was into gold. He was into gold and silver before he got into Bitcoin. And so he lost interest in gold and silver when he discovered Bitcoin. And then he lost interest in Bitcoin when he got into AI. Because he kind of thinks that, look, AI is going to lead to such massive efficiencies and production that prices are going to collapse because everything is going to be virtually free. So he doesn't think there's any reason to have an inflation hedge because everything is going to be so cheap in the future.
Do you agree with them, or what do you think?
Well, I do agree that in the future, things will be a lot cheaper and a lot more abundant. He just thinks the future is years away, like 1, 2, 3 years away. I don't think that it's going to happen that quickly. Even though what's happening with AI and the technology is certainly evolving very quickly and it's getting a lot better very fast, I don't see that it's able to translate into that kind of productivity in that short a period of time. I think it's just going to take more like decades, not years. And but I think there will be some benefits in the near term, just not to the degree that he seems to believe.
Are you still as motivated now as you were maybe 30 or so years ago to grow your net worth? Or do you think that your growth motivation has dwindled a little bit?
Well, I mean, my net worth is high enough that I can pretty much do most of what I want, or maybe all of what I want. Just my needs are not that that great.
So what motivates you to continue?
Well, I mean, I want the business to grow because I do ultimately, I'm going to sell, cash out, and kind of retire. So obviously want to get as big an exit as I can from the business. But in the meantime, I think I'm doing a lot of good just educating people about capitalism, about economics, about money, about gold, about Bitcoin. I think I'm doing a big service letting people know, because when Bitcoin collapses, there's going to be a lot of people in government that are going to try to blame capitalism, and they're going to be saying we need a lot more regulation to protect people from scams like Bitcoin. And I'm going to remind everybody that the government was a big part of the scam, and that it's not about capitalism. It's not a failure of capitalism. And people in a free market, people can do foolish things with their money. That's freedom. You're free to make mistakes. And I've never wanted to prevent people from buying Bitcoin. I just thought it was unfortunate that so many people were. But people have a right to buy it, and they need to, bear the consequences. Now, what I don't like is the fraud that I believe that exists in Bitcoin. I think a lot of people have been defrauded into buying it. I think, the media has kind of conspired with a lot of the companies in the space that, they buy these ads and then the media comes out and endorses their stuff. I think there's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of things have been misrepresented. that ultimately I think will be settled in the courts. I think there's going to be a lot of lawsuits after Bitcoin collapses, because the people that lost money are going to be suing the people who made money. Because look, a lot of people will have made money in Bitcoin, but the way people made money in Bitcoin is because other people lost it. It's a transfer. The people are not creating any actual value. They're just taking the money from the people who bought it and who are going to be stuck holding the bag. So the people who made a lot of money are going to get sued by the people who lost a lot of money.
Do you think capitalism is becoming less popular?
It is, and that's because we have less capitalism. I mean, capitalism gets a bad rap when it's infected with socialism. And that's what the government does. They come into an economy and they screw it up with regulations and subsidies that distort capitalism, that create problems. And then they blame those problems on capitalism. And the solution is, well, we just need more government. And that just makes the problems even bigger, which is great for government because now they have something else to blame on capitalism. And so it always ends up that government gets bigger and bigger and we have less and less capitalism. But, when you have maximum capitalism, maximum freedom, you have the highest possible standard of living for the greatest number of people. And that's what we need. We need, free market capitalism. We need to limit the size of government to the greatest degree possible. Like, Donald Trump likes to talk about, the heyday of America. He's right when he talks about what they call the Gilded Age, 1880s, 1890s. He says America was never as rich on a relative basis as we were back then. And that's a true statement. And we had more economic growth back then. But the government only spent about 2% of our GDP. Now it spends, more than 10 times that. So we were rich because government was tiny. Now Trump says we were rich because we had tariffs. No, we were rich because the government was so tiny, all we needed was tariffs. We didn't need an income tax. We didn't need a payroll tax. We didn't have any of this stuff. So we were rich when government was small.
What do you think about a wealth tax?
Yeah, well,
why is it gaining so much popularity?
Well, because most people won't have to pay it. I mean, that's the problem with democracy, right? People are in favor of the taxes that they don't pay. So if you go to the public and say, hey, let's tax the billionaires, well, how many billionaires are there? 1,000, right? Almost everyone's going to say, yeah, let's tax them. But, that's the reason we have an income tax. People don't realize that. So, we didn't always have an income tax, right? We passed an amendment, the 16th Amendment, and 1913 we got an income tax. The reason we have an income tax is because the government said, hey, let's tax the rich, right? And before we had an income tax, the main source of revenue was tariffs. See? And the government said, the tariffs are paid by the middle class and the poor. If we have an income tax that the rich will pay, we can get rid of these tariffs. So the reason that the income tax was so widely supported was because nobody was going to pay it except Carnegie and Rockefeller and Vanderbilt. I mean, and it was a tiny tax, 2-3% on the top, not even 1%, even a smaller percentage. But of course, as soon as the government got the income tax, they kept increasing the rate, applying it to more people. By the time we got to the Second World War, everybody was paying the income tax. All the middle class. The middle class, by the Second World War, the middle class was paying much more, a much higher tax rate than Rockefeller and Carnegie were originally paying. So the government screwed you over. So the same thing would happen on a wealth tax. They get the tax in by saying, we're just going to tax the billionaires. But before you know it, they're taxing everybody. Because that's how it went with the income tax. But they had to amend the Constitution to allow for an income tax. They'd have to do the same thing to allow for a wealth tax. Because an income tax was a direct tax, and they needed to apportion it. They didn't want to apportion it, so they amended the Constitution. Taxing wealth is not the same thing as taxing income. And taxing wealth is also a direct tax. You want to tax wealth? Well, you better amend the Constitution because you can't just levy a tax on wealth.
Is there an ideal tax rate to pay?
Well, for income taxes, I'd say the ideal rate is 0. I don't think there should. I think that's a horrible way to tax.
But who funds, let's just say, schools, police, roads,
well, first of
infrastructure?
All, the federal government doesn't even get involved. It shouldn't even get involved in any of that stuff. That stuff is for local governments. So you know,
military would be another one.
Yeah, but we don't. Yeah, but we don't need as big a military as we have. I think we spend too much on the military. But yeah, the military is pretty much what the federal government is supposed to be spending money on. But just about everything else is supposed to be handled by state and local governments. And, you know, that's where the schools should be paid for. Although I prefer private schools. I think private schools do a much better job of educating kids than government schools. They do it for a lot less money, and the quality is a lot better. You know, anything that the government does is going to be expensive and low quality. So that's why you want the government to do as little as possible. You know, I don't know if you ever ride on private roads, but they're always nicer, they're in better shape than the government roads. Because we have to, you know, there's nothing that's for free. See, people like it when government provides stuff because they don't think it costs anything. They think they're getting something for free. They're not. It's more expensive. Anything that you get from government is going to end up being more expensive than what you would get in a free market. Because when you're buying something in a free market, you're buying something from a guy who's trying to make a profit and who faces competition. And so he is motivated to give you a good deal. He's working his ass off to earn your business, to provide you with what you need in its highest quality and at the lowest possible cost. But when government provides you with something, they couldn't care less whether you like it or not. You're stuck with it. There's no profit motive. They don't give a damn. They're not going to be efficient. And so you never get good stuff when you get it from government. People just haven't learned that lesson. So you know, whatever it is, food or clothing or shelter or education, healthcare, all of this will be better, more readily available, and less expensive if we allow the free market to provide it. Anytime we assign a function to government, we're going to settle for lower quality and higher cost.
Would you ever want to run for office of some sort to try to make a positive impact, or is it just a lost cause?
Well, I tried once. I ran for Senate in Connecticut. Yeah. But
would you ever do that again?
Probably not. I mean, it was a waste of money. I wasted my own money.
How much did you spend?
Myself, a little over $1 million. But I raised a couple of million from donors.
Yeah.
So that was a waste, right? But
what was the main thing you campaigned on?
My main issue was going to be I wanted to, be the filibuster to stop the debt. I didn't want the debt ceiling to go up. I wanted to stop raising the debt ceiling to force the government to cut spending. So it was more about I wanted to stop the spending, get the budget balanced. Was like a main thing.
You would have been the filibuster guy.
I would have been the guy. Yeah, I would not. They would have had to drag me out of that Senate. But I would have gotten the camera. I would have really laid into everybody else. But yeah, I mean, it would have been interesting if I could have won. I didn't even win the primary, so I didn't. So
I think you'd have a better shot now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, better maybe, but not necessarily like an actual chance. I mean, because I have so much of a record of the things that I said that would just be used against me in 30-second sound bites that Peter wants to take away your Social Security, your Medicare, all this stuff. I mean, so it's difficult to win an election when you're telling the truth and you're not giving away free stuff. You're just promising freedom, and people don't want freedom. They want free stuff, even though they don't realize how expensive the free stuff is. So it would be very difficult for me to win an election in the environment that we have now. But obviously, look, Javier Milei became president of Argentina, running on a similar type of message that I would be running on. And it took a lot for Argentina to elect Milei. I mean, years and years of empty government promises that had made the situation worse and worse and worse. So, I mean, if things got bad enough in America, and they're going to get pretty bad, but if they got bad enough, then there may be a situation where I could win. But things would have to be really, really bad before people would give up on all these government promises and solutions and say, we need to try something different. And